Hello and welcome everyone to the LCS Proving Grounds, week number 1, day number 2. I'm your cast of the day, Eric Desirux Peltran, followed by my co-caster. It is Joshua Joshi Howard, the old Team Liquid duo back at it again. And LCS Proving Grounds, it's hot. We've had 3 tournaments to get here, and already it's throwing out some fire.
It really has been, Eric. It's been a great opportunity to watch all the different academy teams and amateur teams and see how they stack up against each other. This has been a long conversation, and we're finally getting to see more and more of it as the best of amateur going up against all of the academy teams. And I can't wait to see what we got going today, because we're going to start off with a bit of a banger with 100 Thieves, excuse me, not 100 Thieves, but TSM taking on Zeus. But we'll get back to that in just a sec.
Yeah, we will get back to that because we do got to recap what happened yesterday. I mean, it's day number 2 after all, and this all started off with Cloud9 Academy versus Dignitas Mirage.
Yeah, and this entire series was kind of surprising. Dignitas Mirage was one of the lowest seeded teams coming into this tournament. They kind of struggled to get here, but they finally made it at the very end. And they were actually relatively close going up against Cloud9 with one major exception, Darshan. All these highlights, you're seeing him on your screen over and over and over again. Hey, maybe this is a rookie that some, LCS team will end up picking up at some point. Seems like he's doing quite well.
Maybe. It was pretty much the Darshan show. He put up a great display, can't say much else, but, you got to give credit to Dignitas Mirage. They were able to get here, and they did put up a pretty good fight at the end of the day.
They really did, and I'm just so excited, right? Because we just said Dignitas Mirage were one of the teams that barely scraped in at the end in the last chance qualifier, and they're taking it to the #1 seed, right? Meech obviously having a fantastic series, and we're starting to see a little bit more coming out from DNA as well, finding solo kills onto players like Copy. And of course, we had the double King show yesterday, right? You had C9 King, Dignitas Mirage King, and I just felt a little bit bad for Magical and Cage having to make sure they specified every single time, because I don't think I've ever had to do that.
And this was the painful part right here for me, because this threw me back to the days where LCS had began. Darshan was infamous for doing those split push endings, but now moving on to the next game, FlyQuest Academy versus Evil Geniuses Academy.
Yeah, El Contracto really showed up throughout this entire series. It wasn't the cleanest thing in the world, but it was very dominant at the end of it. Once EG realized they were ahead, they didn't really have a lot that was left in the tank for FlyQuest to try and turn it around. We saw a lot of these scaling compositions come through, a lot of individual plays allowing them to really have a super dominant opportunity to take it down. And I'm excited to see how both these teams are going to be playing. We saw Evil Geniuses Academy do a fantastic job over the past couple of tournaments, including Arena of Legends, and now they're going to see if they can continue this streak of dominance here at Proving Grounds.
Yeah, the only shame about this is it's just Academy versus Academy. We've seen a lot of it. Of course, Evil Genius's Prodigy did make it into this tournament, so who knows what we could shape up. Maybe Dignitas Mirage versus Dignitas, EGP versus EGA. We have some fun stuff, some fun scenarios that can unfold in the LCS Proving Grounds.
Yeah, I can't wait to see all of this. It's such a cool change to the entire ecosystem, right? You get to see a lot of opportunities for these players to actually have an opportunity to play against each other, as well as some new names, some old names, and a fantastic opportunity for everybody at home to really get to see what we've been working on for the past several weeks. But we got a big schedule to go over as well, right? We start off today with Zeus versus TSM Academy, and then later on, we're going to be finishing this part of the upper bracket with 100 Thieves Academy taking on CLG Academy.
Yeah, and of course that first game has me unbelievably excited because UGP, we never got to see that matchup. They were always one matchup away from each other. So Zeus versus TSMA, one of the most established orgs in history versus an org named after a cat. That's sure to be a hot one, Joshi.
It really is. One of these logos is not quite like the others, but we'll get to see how well it turns out. And I think a lot of people at home, if you haven't been watching the Academy and amateur scene, you might be surprised when we say that this isn't actually TSM favored. This has been something that Zeus is going to be looking quite strong in. But the other one, 100 Thieves Academy versus CLG Academy, is going to be a very different style of game. We're going to get a little bit more into it because we obviously have to pay attention to the fact that Zeus TSM winner goes on to play Cloud9 Academy. The winner of 100 Thieves Academy and CLG Academy will be going up against the Live Evil Geniuses Academy.
I mean, the bottom side of the bracket just basically looks like Academy all over again, so a lot of hypeness there. Of course, 100 Thieves being one of those squads that kind of stay permanently locked in third place. We'll see if they're able to break that habit and continue to find some success here and there. Of course, going against the LG Academy, but we got to focus on the matchup today, Joshi. We got to focus on the one, well, they're both today. We got to focus on the one coming up right now, and that's going to be Zeus versus TSMA. And this is a hype one for me because, as I said earlier, these teams never met during the UGP, a tournament in which they both qualified for this tournament at.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. TSM Academy actually only had to beat one team in their qualifiers in the Tier 1 tournaments in order to get to this tournament, right? They beat Winthrop University 2 times. They beat them 2-1 the first time and 2-0 the second time. And while the first one wasn't that convincing of a series, the second one was way more, but it still left them one series away from actually playing up against Zeus, who only lost to some of the top teams in that tournament that we were expecting to go all the way. And now, despite the fact that TSM is the Academy team, they've been kind of struggling to actually necessarily show what they're really made of. You have 3 players here that went to Worlds, and now they're going to be going up against a team that the only player you're likely to recognize
quite a few times now. Quite the personality he does, but going back to that, right? Going back to TSMA, just how things played out during Arena of Legends.
I believe in you, production.
You were talking about it. They only beat Winthrop when it came to the UGP, but that is their only series win in a very, very long time. Arena of Legends, they could not find a victory against anyone. Dignitas A, Golden Guardians A, they both took down TSMA.
Yeah, and TSM Academy is going to be really interesting to watch this entire time, because as you said, they have not been looking quite as good. They picked up a couple wins. They grabbed one up against Dignitas. They grabbed one against No Org, which for people who are not familiar with the amateur scene is one of the top teams that we're looking at for the amateur side of things. But after that, haven't necessarily been having a whole lot of success, as you said. They were able to get a couple wins against Golden Guardians and CLG Academy in the very end of the Academy season. But since then, it's kind of been up and down, and we'll have an opportunity to see how they will continue to play with Yurson, who replaced Fizzy a while back and fortunately has been part of a lot of the losses that they've been having recently.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough for them, but you do see, like, little specks of strength from them. Babip, of course, he's very good at influencing the solo lanes if he's able to get an advantage. Cody Sun has some of the best positioning in the game and is probably the safest player in this tournament right now. And Yurson is very good at catering to Cody Sun's needs.
Absolutely, but they're going to be going up against a very different style of bot lane, right? right? You're going to be looking at Raheen and Pocket Rhino coming out for the side of Zeus Gaming. This is a very different style, right? Raheen is much different than Cody Sun typically tends to be, but he also tends to be left alone a lot more often. As Rhino starts moving up towards the mid lane, moving around with RBM or really big meme in order to try and have an opportunity to influence the opposing jungle. So it's going to be a big test of TSM's strengths because Babip wants to be affecting these lanes, transferring the lead that he's often able to get, but the question is going to be, can he do so if he just has a support just chilling in his jungle the entire time?
Yeah, Rhino will be roam. He will do what a Rhino do and just try and graze all over the map.
Do that?
I mean, they graze. Come on now, Joshi. You gotta give me some credit on that
He's got
one.
the big horn.
Yeah, you got the big horn. You gotta walk from lane to lane, trying to disrupt what you can. Just, I don't know, RBM, Rhino. I'm trying to figure out something to go with here, but there's a lot of R names. But going into Zeus, the things I really do like about them is what you were saying earlier, Rhino and RBM, and their ability to roam together. Rhino has some of the highest kill participation when it comes to pretty much overall whatever tournament he's been into. And that's just because he goes from lane to lane to lane trying to make big impact plays. RBM is a big impact player. He is someone who has the highest risk. He just goes for the play. Sometimes it works out. Having Rhino there is sure to help make sure that goes their way. But that being said, it is high risk. You can end up failing those, and we'll see if BIP and the rest of TSM are going to be able to punish that. It will be a very competitive match, though. That's how I'm at least feeling it.
Yeah, and I think we spent a lot of time talking about Rhinos, but we kind of got to address the elephant in the room at this point, Eric. We got the top lane, which is potentially the biggest matchup that a lot of people are looking at in terms of names that they recognize, right? You have Haunter up in the top lane for TSM Academy going up against Alorum, who is somehow still finding a lot of time to play despite all the time he's been spending on the LCS desk, and he's able to make it to Proving Grounds as well to try and find a way back onto a team potentially. But this is one of those interesting spots where we are looking at TSM Academy and Haunter, who has historically been one of the best top lanes in North America, going up against Alorum, who is kind of like this stone wall, right? He's not necessarily going to win his lane, but he sure as hell isn't going to let you win it.
Yeah, and that whole thing with Haunter, I mean, he's performed very, very well in numerous tournaments for sure, especially in the past. But going against Alorum is someone who loves counterpick. Haunter doesn't really care for it. He kind of settles it for his team. And speaking about draft, we are going to head into draft right now between these two rosters. TSMA taking it onto the blue side, while Zeus Gaming will be on the red side. Bans already rapid fire. Urgot, Senna, Thresh, Udyr, Twisted Fate, and Kaisa all taken off the map.
All right, I gotta say it. I gotta get it out of the way, Eric. The fact that we haven't seen Seraphine picked or banned, and we are now halfway through the draft, frustrating a lot, right? This champion is still really, really strong. That said, TSM Academy, you said that they weren't necessarily going to be looking for counterpick, and they don't need to when you're just going to be going for Renekton Nidalee up in the top half of the map. This is something where Babip says, I want to transfer the lead that I'm going to be getting into the jungle, specifically to Haunter, over and over and over again, and potentially push Alorum back away. He's already got the Urgot been banned away, so he's not going to have that safety and guaranteed usefulness, but he has a lot of other things that he likes to play. Scion, Ornn, Gragas, all things that he's been playing a lot, and while we don't know that this Gragas is going to be going up to the top lane, we can strongly suspect that it will have a great time not only into the Renekton, but also just guaranteed usefulness with the Explosive Cask.
Yeah, I mean, it could go over towards the top lane. It could go over to Rhino as well. We're going to have to see about that one, and expanding that on Alorum a little bit. The champions he does play, even if he does get counter-picked out, even if this ends up being a hard lane to play through, going against Haunter and Babip, who will definitely be camping that side, Alorum will still play champions that just have inherently good kits that provide something for the team fight nonetheless. So he's not going to be completely out of this if he does get one of those lanes that are just looking to give him a famine, but it could be a very tough one as we do head into the second phase of the draft. Lucian taken away, as well as Azir, and yeah, we've seen Dark Wings on the Azir. He does like to play quite a bit. So does Sword. So yeah, we'll see what's left on the map. I mean, I'm still looking at Dark Wings. I still want to know what he's going to play because he's been very, very comfortable going for more of those control mages than anything else. We'll see as we wait for those final two bans.
I mean, as we take a stock of what both teams have already picked so far, we can kind of identify like what they need, right? TSM Academy need a lot of damage. right? They have some burst, they have a decent front line, but they don't necessarily have a whole lot to follow it up unless they want to take some really big skirmishes. So Kaisa would be really good in this kind of spot if you're looking to overdive, but you're not necessarily going to be seeing Cody Sun as the kind of player who wants to dive into the backline these days. Whereas on the other side, Zeus Gaming, they have a pretty solid composition already. They have two strong frontliners, they have Engage, they have a really strong AD carry to pair with it, so they can look to protect this Tristana a little bit further. With, there we go, the Scion coming through for Alorum means that it's going to be very strong. They have three big beefy dudes to stand in front of Tristana, and that just means that the only thing that they're missing at this point, maybe one of these control mages that Darkwings loves to play.
Yeah, gonna see if they choose to go for that control mage, and I mean, that's pretty much the only thing you have really left to your name. I love the beefy front line, that's for sure. Looking over at TSM's side, I do like the early skirmish that they have. They have a lot of ability to get control very early on in this game, and Jinx is going to bring that late game scaling. She's very hard to catch once she starts getting excited, but one more pick to go through, just hovering that Aatrox, and interesting if they do go for this, because might be in a little bit of a swap with that Renekton.
Yeah, it's surprising to see coming out. Obviously, Aatrox Scion, one of these classic matchups that we used to see all the time a couple of years back. But the thing about this composition is that it doesn't have a whole lot of burst necessarily against relevant targets. Nidalee can burst out anybody in the back line, but going up against Hecarim, Gragas, and Scion, you really, really want to try and find this first kill, right? Tristana is better than Jinx before Jinx gets excited. You have a lot more opportunity to just get your damage out up front, whereas Jinx really, really needs that first kill, get that assist, and becomes the best AD carry in the game. But I'm worried that they're not going to have enough upfront damage to start it off in order to get Cody Sun off the ground, whereas Zeus Gaming, he will just stonewall out any of this damage. Sword has a lot of pressure on him in order to find these really big ultimates and provide threat to Darkwings and Raheen, and I'm not 100% sure that TSM Academy is going to be able to do that.
And looking at the overall composition of Zeus, it's great. It works at many stages of the game. Hecarim, RBM, he loves the Hecarim and can do early damage with it, but once we start getting towards the team fight, all you need is one good shockwave and to protect the Tristana, and that could be the end of the game right there. However, on TSM Academy's side, it feels like it's just harder to execute. You were talking about the upfront damage not really being there, but the execution really requires like quite a bit of setup. You require Nidalee Spears to start finding their marks, as well as Zaps, Yursan to be able to get that Rel ultimate in. There's a lot of conditional things for TSMA, and it does give me a little bit of worry, but that being said, I still will double down on that statement I said earlier. They do have a pretty flexible early game to try and get that gold lead so they don't suffer too much.
Yeah, this is something that I like about TSM Academy's draft, right? It's a little bit harder to execute, but they're saying that, one, they have the confidence to do it, and two, they're going to be really strong when both Orianna and Tristana are not, right? Both these champions have historically struggled to be relevant on the 1 to 2 item mark, right? They're not going to be doing as much damage. Tristana's waiting to get more items and get that extra range to transition into this full backline AD carry, whereas Darkwings on the Orianna doesn't have enough AP for the Shockwave to do a whole lot more than be a big displacement for the team, which is relevant, but not necessarily the most damage in the world. So this is a big opportunity, or will be a big opportunity for TSM to take control of the early stages of the game and potentially just roll through so that Zeus doesn't have an opportunity. And I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to these solo lanes. Haunter and Sword, these big players that a lot of people have been paying attention to over the past couple of weeks. And I just got to say, this Sword makes a lot of plays, but man, is he double-edged. Sometimes they work incredibly well, and he looks like a genius. Other times, he tries to force plays when there's nothing actually there, and it ends up putting his team in some really difficult spots.
Look, Joshi, it's just limit testing, man. You gotta test the limits to figure out where they are and what you can get away with, and Sword is still figuring that out, but we'll see if he can pull it off this time and find those peak plays. I mean, Set is the champion to go limit testing with, so have a blast, Sword. Have a blast. Now, finally, onto the Rift TSM Academy versus Zeus. Again, UGP, these teams were so close to facing off. One match away twice, but we're never able to get that showdown, so now we're finally seeing that here today.
Yeah, we see the junglers also starting on opposite sides of the map, which means that one of them is full clearing, right? You're seeing Babip go for the red into Kruz and should be able to full clear the rest of the map, whereas Hecarim can be moving down. This trade Good damage onto your son, but I don't think it's going to mean a whole lot more than that.
The damage comes in. Still waiting for the level 2 to see if anything really leads into that. But look at this, Hanser getting closer and closer. Just, he's feeling it, man. He's feeling it. He knows he has something to prove against Alorum.
Oh yeah, I mean these guys have seen each other plenty of times, but I want to redraw our attention to the junglers once again. RBM, now on the bottom side of the map, going to be looking to double clear. It looks like the blue and the Gromp, whereas Bab are going to be on the far side of the map, and this is kind of what we were looking at, right? The easy engage tools to set up for the Nidalee, going to be the set and the Renekton. You just move forward, you can flash if you need to in order to get in range, lock somebody down, easy spear, big combo, potentially look for a kill, whereas on the bottom side of the map, Akram's going to be here with his priority, and I'm already looking to see a fight.
Oh, the fight breaking out. Here comes the rocket jump. Exhaust going to be used. Yarsan flashes away.
No flash.
RBM will be able to push him into the wall, but the heal gets popped. Yarsan is going to be able to stay alive.
Watch top lane. Yeah, this is it, right? You see RBM on the bottom side of the map. Alorum now all alone has to deal with an angry Cougar.
This should have been expected at the end of the day. I'm pretty sure Alorum was expecting it, but my goodness, so much bullying onto Alorum, but Bip really going to shove him out of lane and start taking away those resources from RBM.
So many creeps are being lost because of this, Eric. An entire wave just completely denied from Alorum, and this is, as we said, should have been kind of predictable. He's actually going to teleport back. I wonder if TSM are going to be confident enough to actually go for a dive. No, they're just going to be backing away. This does mean that RBM going to continue his pressure on the bottom side. Take away the Krugs, he does get spotted.
Yeah, and Yarsan is low. Cody-san can do not much. The heal is down, and here comes the engagement.
Oh,
Teleport
no.
going to go through. Hanser trying
Oh,
to show up
no.
to help the
Oh,
bot
no.
side. First blood will go out, and it's going to be 2-for-1 in favor of TSM. A tower dive working so disastrously for Zeus.
Oh no, they waited. They gave Yurson the aftershock proc to start the fight, Eric. He got so tanky, you can't kill him. Raheem gets caught as well, and it's just going to mean that everything going in favor of TSM early on in the game. Alorum gets to recover some of his CS, but his lane opponent has a kill and an assist. RBM just trying to get some of his own Raptors back. Zeus is going to be going into this mid-game with a huge deficit.
And now look at this in the jungle. Bubib trying
Oh,
to
he
hop
gets
over
it, what?
the wall, but RBM will just kill him.
What? Babib, you have flash! Zeus doesn't! RBM's playing Hecarim with Ghost! What?
Yeah, taking a look at what happened back down there. I mean, it was taking way too long to get this play to go off, Joshi.
Yeah, and we saw, right, Renekton is going to be backing away on the top side. He has an opportunity to teleport here. They actually double teleport. But man, it's so unfortunate to see this whole thing. It's a calculated play, something that they were looking to set up, but they telegraphed it too hard. Everybody knew they were going for it.
Now heading back into the Rift. Game state still even to a piece when it comes to kills. Only 5 minutes in. Still very early into this one. But you're already starting to see the risk getting taken by RBM. Going really hard for that play, but TSM coming out victorious. Now back onto the bot lane, back onto the focus over here. Still, I'm kind of expecting a slower game. I'm kind of expecting TSMA to be the ones to really start pushing the tempo in this, because they don't want to get to the state where you get the scaling online.
Wait, which
for
is
Zeus.
it? Which is it? You said it's going to be a slow game, then you say TSM's going to be attacking. I mean, we see this coming out for Zeus right now. They're kind of pushing it. They recognize that Cody's son backs away, and it gives them the opportunity to pick up this dragon, and I really like this, right? We were saying TSM going to be going into the mid-game with a really big lead. They're going to be, not necessarily a big lead, but a huge power advantage in terms of just the champions that they're playing. And that'll mean that Zeus won't be able to contest a lot of these dragons as successfully later on. So getting this first one, the Cloud Dragon, not the biggest deal in the world, but it does mean that they have 5 extra minutes of scaling where TSM will be able to pick up a soul.
Oh, here comes the teleport responding to Alorum, who is in distress. Dark
Oh, he
will
got
be able
6.
to show up. And here comes the shockwave, waiting for that one to be popped. There it goes. Hanser gets popped with it. It's going to be Darkwings who picks up that kill, and should be safety for Babib, who tries to get under the tower, but Darkwings will make sure that will not be the case. Grabs the double kill now over towards the bot side.
Raheem
Raheem jumps in, able to flash away. The double rocket jump goes through, and Raheem punishes Cody's son.
This game is so cool, Eric. I'm having so much fun watching this. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Alorum in the middle of that gank, top lane, levels up to 6, gets access to the ultimate in order to get that fight started. And these small things consistently now going in Zoo's favor. They win the bot lane trade, they win the top lane trade, and this is exactly as we said previously, very telegraphed coming out from TSM. They need to find advantages. They can't really do it on the bottom side of the map. They're trying to do something top lane, and RBM already on his way up. Dark Wings just comes over, has a shockwave with a teleport, and Babip, once again, he uses his flash this time, but it comes out too late. So this is shocking, right? Zoos are not supposed to be winning this game at this point in the game. TSM is supposed to have the lead. You have 3 players who went to Worlds, right? You have a lot of power. You imported somebody from Taiwan. Sword has been this big talent that NA has been looking to develop in TSM for a while now. But I'm telling you guys, this is what we're talking about. NA has talent. Do you know any of these guys other than Alorum? These guys are good. They are beating TSM right now.
Yeah, and they are the ones pushing the momentum when TSM should be the ones to do that instead. And now TSM are trying to find themselves some advantages and find that momentum on their own hands as they try and set up a tower dive towards the spot side, but they do see that RBM is in the area collecting his blue.
Yeah, again, very telegraphed. They walk over multiple wards on the way, and it just means that Zeus is able to play to prevent TSM from doing anything for a little while. They're kind of like, oh, they're just going in.
Yurson looking to find the engagement. Raheem, rocket jumps out, and Rhino trying to find his way out as well.
Nice dodge.
Sidestep twice. Rhino will survive. RBM looking to come in. There is the onslaught of shadows going straight for Yurson. The heal comes out once again, and Yurson's able to stay alive. And now the turnaround.
Oh,
able to show him
nice.
the Buster shot. Stops Babip from finding his engagement.
Oh my
Rhino with the body block, and Babip is the one to go down. Zeus are playing this micro beautifully.
They can't keep getting away with it, Eric. Brahim levels up to 6 in that fight as well in order to get the Buster shot to keep himself alive. That's the second time this game that Zeus have been saved by the experience differential they're able to pick up in the middle of the minions dying during these fights. That's absolutely nuts. Zeus are actually in this mid game with a lead when they had no right to be doing so, and we talked about how TSM are going to try and find a lead in this mid-game off the back of Sword, and now he's looking around the map and seeing his bot lane is losing, his top lane is losing. He's got 2 assists to his name, but now he is forced to go for plays that he wouldn't even normally do, and that's why we're seeing him come up to the top lane on this ward. There's a lot of members of Zeus here. They need to make this happen. They need to make it happen fast.
Oh, poor Alorum. He's been focused so much over on this top side, and it's just going to be 3 members on top of him, absolutely annihilating him. But Zeus is finding the response right away. Rhino is here, Raheem's here, Darkwings is here, and RBM is here. They look for Babip. They're going to score it as the Shockwave pulls Sword right back in, and there's nowhere else for him to go but to the respawn as Zeus is able to find 3 revenge kills. They only lost to Alorum. Zeus are on fire.
This is incredible, right? Zeus are looking so good right now. They are moving around the map. They are responding to these telegraph plays. They're moving into this mid game with a huge lead, 2,000 gold up. A Cloud Dragon, this Rift Herald. They're gonna be able to be on time in order to get to this Ocean Dragon as well. They're the team that's scaling, right? They have the Orianna, they have the Shoshana, who both now have 3 kills. They're going to be getting to these item spikes way faster than they're supposed to. And we said they have to try and find something quick. They have to make this play happen. They also have to get it to go off quickly. This is a sign you're attacking, right? There's nobody else visible on the map. You have to expect people are coming up. I just don't think they were expecting the entire team.
Yeah, the whole squad of Zeus showing up towards that top side, and you had to do it fast. If you're watching the mini-map that entire time, I mean, I'm pretty sure TSM Academy was well aware of the fact that Zeus was doing that rotation. But you said it. Zion's a tanky boy. He's a big, beefy boy. He takes a little bit of time to take down, and Alorum will get his post-mortem revenge.
Good one. I like it. All right, but this is the big point, right? Like, TSM now starting to get a little bit of itemization to come through, right? There's a full Blade of the Ruin King completed onto Hunter, so he's at this point saying, I don't think we really want to team fight with our composition. I just want to be in a side lane and fight Alorum for the rest of the game. And currently, he's doing a pretty decent job of that when left in isolation. He's up, 30, 40 CS at this point. He has a full item. He is still Renekton into the Scion. But it does mean that the traditional Stride Breaker that we typically see on this Renekton is not going to be coming through for a while. They're not going to have a whole lot of threat onto Darkwings and Raheem, but we see a fight coming through. Potentially Zeus don't have their duo here, but neither do TSM, so this is the power that we're talking about. Renekton set in Italy, super strong right now, and despite Zeus' lead, I don't know if they win this.
Ooh, able to grab the dragon is Babip, and now TSM are on the retreat. Decimating Smash gets the knock up on the Sword, and Sword will fall. Goes into the pocket of RBM. 1-1 dragon apiece, but ultimately, you gotta like what Zeus are doing. They're still pushing the early game momentum. They're still getting that early game vision. They're still making the early game plays.
Yeah. Oh, alright, good try. I respect it. There's no sword on the map, right? So they could potentially just look to pick somebody. But this is one of those big things, right? Like, TSM didn't think Zeus wanted that fight. Hansu didn't use his flash. He didn't use his ultimate. He's just saying, yeah, I don't think they're going to fight us. I don't think that they're going to go for anything. But Zeus, with the coordinated play, the aggressive coordinated play will almost always beat the defensive coordinated play because you got first move, right? You just have an opportunity to start fighting. Zeus, despite the fact that they lost that dragon, still very happy with the fact that they are making positive gold plays. They are now up more gold than they were before that play started. And Alorum, he's down 30 CS. He's still Scion, you guys, right? He's going to do his job no matter what. And this is what we were talking about. TSM need to play through Hanser, but Alorum, Stonewall, not losing as hard as you would expect him to be.
I'll be honest, Yoshi. I was expecting a little bit of a stall from the side of Zeus while they dealt with the early game of TSM, but completely eating my words now. This is going fast. Zeus are putting the pedal to the metal as they set up towards the mid lane, looking to continue their sieges, looking to continue their pressure.
Yeah. Now the question will kind of be, where do they go next, right? Because they aren't super good at sieging. TSM is not good at sieging, basically, at all with their composition. But Zeus doesn't necessarily have the range on Tristanagers quite yet, at only level 9, to safely hit a lot of these structures against the Eurosonic agents. He has the flash up, he has the ultimate up. He can just look to dive into the backline and get these chaotic fights started relatively quickly. So I think this might be that opportunity that you were talking about from Zeus, where they just kind of wait, right? Like, make plays if you can. If you can manufacture a situation which you're diving 4-on-2, go for it, but otherwise, like, you aren't pressured to do anything for a while.
But they'll still try and do it. Zeus.
They'll do it.
It's RBM after all. And this is where it might happen. Just setting down some control wards. Rhino really thinking about that body slam, but not willing to go for it as the spear comes over the wall. It's going to give enough time for Raheem to get some damage in. An attempted engage coming out of your San, but he's by his lonesome. He's not able to do too much with the time he bought, but it does buy enough time for Sword to jump in, use the showstopper. Explosive cast goes out. Now the focus is Sword, but RBM is too afraid of Hanser, and Hanser is showing why. RBM just flees with his tail between his legs. The shockwave is going to whiff, and somehow, some way, no one has gone down, Joshi.
This is what we were talking about, though, right? Your son has the opportunity to flash ultimate, potentially get on top of Raheem, get this chaotic fight, and Zeus played it so well. They dodged out from almost all of the skill shots, and the only thing that made it a little bit questionable was RBM going back in. But this is what we were saying, like, TSM have to try and make these plays. They don't get stronger than they really are right now. Yeah, Jinx is going to scale, but as we already identified, if you can't get that first kill, if you don't get excited, you're not going to be as powerful. The Darkwings might be caught. He has his flash.
San coming up towards the top side. Darkwings will not be cut. He'll be able to just slyly slip away, but you can see the intention coming out of TSM. They want to set up the dive. They want to take out Darkwings. You do have some backup coming in the form of RBM. Is it going to be enough to take down this tower for TSM,
Darkwings,
though? Answer's going to be yes. Darkwings caught out of position, decides to go back in, and obviously going to pay for it as Sword picks up that kill.
Yeah, you got to be careful about that, right? You look in the mid lane, Tristana is only fighting up against Cody's son. Alorum's calling out, it's like, hey, I'm uncontested. There is nobody here. Good Gale Force from Cody's son keeps him alive, but Darkwings didn't need to walk up there. It ends up getting a big trade. You end up losing 2 top lane turrets here. So you get 1 in the mid lane, you get 1 in the bottom lane, and importantly, you also have a good tempo spot for this dragon. People can get a good back end. They will be on pace in order to get here for the dragon, and this might be the make or break point for TSM. Again, they don't get stronger than they are right now. They potentially want to take a fight around this dragon, but instead, BABIP is going to opt to try and pick up this Herald, potentially, and he might even get stopped from doing that.
Yeah, I was expecting Zeus to make a rotation towards the Drake. I mean, you got 15 seconds till that spawns, but they put down the Scrying Orb, they saw that BABIP was there, and really, they're just trying to make sure that TSM get choked out from any possible gold income 5 seconds before Mountain Drake does spawn, and Zeus are in the right position to be able to claim that.
Yeah, they're here first, they have good vision, they are controlling the chokes, Nidalee is on a back. This is just a free dragon coming out from Zeus, and again, the dragons, not necessarily individually important, but making sure that getting this puts you one closer to soul point, and two, keeps your opponents farther away from the soul. And no, don't, okay, thank you Rhino, thank you. That's what you do. You can't outsmite Jinx Rocket, so what do? You just don't let it get to the dragon. That's what we like to see. Pro teams aren't doing this, but Zeus is able to.
And this is another thing I like that Zeus actually gotta hold that thought, because might go for engage now. Pocket Rhino's just gonna peek around, throw a couple of barrels, but be in no immediate danger. The thing I did like about Zeus about that play was they stopped BABIP before they went for Drake, and they denied vision to the entire river.
Oh, Hanser.
Now, looking for this play over on the bot side. Yeah, Hanser, you're really not long for this world, but Darkwings almost wasn't as well. That was so quick. Almost taking out Darkwings. He will survive, so it was close, but not close enough.
Right, this is what we were saying though. The fact that Darkwings almost died there, like this is TSM's power spike. What are they doing with it? Unfortunately, getting caught out and giving over dragons. And now Zeus backs away. They aren't super interested in this Rift Herald, but you know, they don't have a whole lot else to do the next couple of minutes. There's not another dragon fight over. The Baron doesn't spawn for a full minute. So, you know, let's go top lane and see if the other team is going to give us a fight. And this is kind of like one of those foregone conclusions. I think the biggest thing here, Hanser knows he's dead. Maybe it's an opportunity to trade back, and Rhino doing a good job distracting everyone.
Wow.
But this is the power of Renekton, right? This is why this champion is strong. What counterplay did Darkwings have to that? His only counterplay was, don't walk up. That's it. Like, that's all he could do.
Just have flash up.
Yeah, just have flash.
Have it all the time. Because really, Renekton's kit, you know, the power you get on the surface value is the power he's going to bring into a fight. His dominance just brings a little bit more into that rage bar to get some more of that chip damage at the end of the day. So Hanser can repeat that type of situation onto Darkwings, and even to, onto Raheen if he can find it. But again, you said this is TSM's PowerPoint. That window is closing more and more by the minute.
Yeah, 2 items onto Raheen. Item and a half, like multiple components coming out from Darkwings. He gets to go to the garage sale and just grab whatever they happen to have at the time. But they have all these big items coming through. Alorum's this big guy in the front. RBM is going with this tradition, or new traditional tank build on the on the Hecarim. Man, for some reason these words are hard, but RBM is going to be very difficult to kill. Rhino's going to be very difficult to kill, and they might even be finding a fight onto BABIP and Hanser. Darkwings, don't walk up. You got this.
Get off my property. RBM
Nice.
Racing over to try and assist his mid laner. Unfortunately, he will fall, but BABIP will follow now. RBM on the hunt, going straight after Hanser. Finds the double kill. Zeus's response, always pristine. Even though they lose one, they always pick up more.
Yeah, and now we'll see what else they can get. Alorum teleports into the mid lane, and they're just using this to set up for the Baron. Tristana is going to do so much damage to this. There's no jungler on the other side, and Sword has to teleport up to try and contest, and this is going to be so tough to get through Alorum.
Here we go, Yerson. Decimating Smash will not land onto him. Alorum really holding this front line as Sword gets closer and closer with that set. Rhino is pretty low, but this might be enough to dissuade TSM from going forward. They're happy getting some chip damage on Alorum, but you're not really finding much else. Other than that, the rocket sidestep was pristine. Now Zeus will get free reign on this Baron, able to claim it and get control of this entire map.
I was expecting a lot from Zeus. I was expecting them to be favored in this matchup, Desrex. I was not expecting them to be doing all of these steps correctly throughout almost this entire game. Like, they're making so few macro and micro mistakes in this game, and Darkwings, the only thing I could say about this is I wish he had preemptively flashed and never got stunned, but the rest of it is so clean, right? They move over to the Baron, they know they're just trying to burn it. Their opponents can't walk through Alorum. They can't try and get through the Scion. They just let the Tristana free hit it the entire time, and if they ever come close, then Rhino can start to look at this potential fight. And this entire time, they are continuing to scale up. They have control of these objectives. They're not letting Jinx Rocket get anywhere close to stealing. Now they're setting up for the other Mountain Dragon, and it's going to make their front line so incredibly tanky that they are going to be basically untouched. And now, Haunter and Babbitt trying to do something. This is a very tanky Scion.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this play. Still looking to go for it. You're giving up
there
a
it
lot
is.
on the other side of the map, and Alarm will still get away, able to just run on out of that engagement, and, well, you're in prime position if you're Zeus for that Drake, so TSM are getting nothing.
Getting nothing at all. There's not even a second turret there to take, right? This is normally like, alright, we're going to trade this turret for this dragon, but at this point, Haunter would have to try and extend for the inhibitor turret. That is too dangerous. You don't have vision control. You don't actually know how many people are going to be hitting this dragon. So Haunter can't go for that. And Alarm continuing to just be this stone wall. As we said, he's not winning, but he's making sure that you don't win. And that's all you need for a team that is having so much success on the rest of the map.
Yeah, I love Rhino's positioning right there. He always checks where Cody-san is, and he stands in the path of where a Super Mega Death Rocket would come out, just to make sure he denies it.
Yeah. Doing all these small steps right. Raheem going to be getting the Lord Dom soon. Alorum potentially under some threat, but if they show here, they lose inhibitor. Like, if Alorum sees them, inhibitor dies. Okay, good. They're backing away.
Definitely not worth it. They lose the tower in the mid lane. Now Zoos are going to rotate towards the bot side to continue claiming towers. But TSM sending Sword out quite a bit towards that mid side all meanwhile.
Yeah. Starting to see another structure go down. Alarm goes to the mid lane. This is pretty clean, and something that, you know, I don't normally talk about items a lot, but something that is really interesting to me is the fact that Rhino has an Imperial Mandate on this Gragas, right? He recognizes, one, he doesn't need to necessarily be as tanky. His W provides so much defensive stats. Like, it goes up to, I think it's like 12% damage reduction. So he's got a ton of effective armor and MR. He just wants to create a little bit of extra damage, right? He wants to make sure everybody else is having as much opportunity to do damage as they can. And this Imperial Mandate is just going to mean that anybody who walks in gets tagged by that Q, and this big front line that TSM has suddenly going to be taking a ton of extra damage from everybody else on the team.
Taking a look at the state of the game, we're almost at 25 minutes, and it's a strong lead for Zeus as they have about 6k separating them from TSM. One more Drake away from being able to get that Dragon still, and look at the control over the map. They got wards going all over the place, deep control wards as well, so really scouting out where TSM are to be able to clean this up.
Yeah, we'll see. I think we are getting close to the point, Eric, where we need to start talking about Game 2. Zeus, strong scaling team. They've been playing well so far. They have a lead. They're one dragon away from picking up the Mountain Soul. And the Mountain Soul is nice, but the big thing is the fact that they have grabbed 3 Mountain Dragons, which gives them a ton of extra resistances, and it even makes Tristana relatively tanky. But at this point, the question is going to be, like, TSM needs to play very well, and they also need a mistake from their opponents. And Rhino, now just moving over to the opposite side of the map, and it becomes difficult because there's not a lot of wave clear for them to even defend against the fact that Raheem now auto-attacking from a significant range.
Now, only one more outer turret remains, inner turret, excuse me, and Zeus are going to be able to take that with no problem whatsoever. Now you got to start to ask yourself, like, how does TSM find a way back in this? And they found it before, and it's usually off of Cody-san and his ability to position well. If he can finish up that Zill item and start getting those kills, get excited, that's when we could possibly start to see circumstances work well for Cody-san. But we run into that issue we talked about in Champ Select as well. They just don't have enough damage to really get that first kill going for Cody-san.
I wonder if Yurson had a stack there, because he just like denied Cody-san a cannon minion. But anyway, yeah, like this Jinx still has win conditions. If you find this first kill and get excited, suddenly Jinx is the best AD carry in terms of damage per second in the game. But you gotta get that first kill. And it's so hard to kill any of these guys. Like, maybe as bad as it feels, you just say, guys, kill Gragas. He has an Imperial Mandate. He is not as tanky as he could be. He's not doing as much damage himself as we might be expecting him to. And then we'll get Jinx excited, and she can carry this team fight, right? Everybody else just create space for me. But I don't know if that's the kind of thing that TSM would normally do. I'd also suggest like looking for flanks, but they're kind of getting caught out now.
Yeah, speaking of flanks, here comes one from Rhino. Gets caught out by the charge, the smash, the body slam, everything. The kitchen sink just throwing at Onser. Rhino will grab that kill.
Yeah, 3 members down here. Doesn't even matter because they find the kill. TSM cannot even think about going for it this Baron, but Zeus, now that they have Hanser dead for another 30 seconds, can look to do it. Alorum continuing to create pressure in the opposite side of the map. And one other thing that we haven't really identified and we never really talked about, Eric, is the fact that TSM have one magic damage threat, and it is Nidalee. And that Nidalee is 1 in 5 with one item at the 28-minute mark. You don't do a whole lot of damage to this front line with magic damage.
Like, look at all the armor, too. You try and bring that magic damage, and there's not much there. You try and bring the physical damage, and still not much there. A lot of struggling for TSMA, and look at this. They're starting up the Baron. They're going to be the ones to try and make the power play here. I mean, down 2 members is Zeus. Teleport coming in from Hanser, so it's going to be 5 members strong. Will TSM be able to grab this? There comes the explosive casket, pushes Hanser all the way back. Now 2 members of Zeus are making their way to this fight. Already 1 down for TSM. Here comes the dinner bell, able to land flush onto Sword, decimating smash, knocking him into the air. It's going to be another kill picked up for Zeus as RBN just kind of wiggling all out there, but he will find the kill on Babib nonetheless. I guess style points, you can dance around with that fast on the Hecarim. Zeus, they got 3 down. They're going to look to close this out.
Yeah, remember these names, guys. Alorum, RBM, Darkwings, Raheen, and Rhino just took down TSM Academy. One of these teams has multiple players that have had a ton of success. MA has talent, and we're seeing it on display right now. We'll see if TSM can do anything to stop this game.
Here comes Cody Sun trying his darndest. Decimating smash goes out. He gets knocked up. There's the shockwave. Cody Sun is trying to avoid death number 2, but look at the Nexus. It is completely exposed, and Zeus very happily and handily take this game number 1, but they want to take a couple more lives. Cody Sun's getting excited, but now that excitement's completely killed, and so is the Nexus.
29.5-minute victory coming out for Zeus. We said it was going to be favored, but I didn't expect it to be going like this. I was expecting a much closer game, especially in the early mid-game. But Zeus move around the map beautifully. They have all their steps correct. They block Jinx rockets. They move in ways that they can find success. And the only thing that we can really say about this team is they made a couple micro mistakes during some of these dives and some of their fights up against Renekton that put some parts of it at risk. But so far, just like, these guys are so good. I was like, at the beginning of the season, I was not expecting that, but at this point, they have made me a believer.
I'm really a fan of RBM now as well. Did you see the tempo he was able to put up with that Hecarim? Running from lane to lane to lane, making sure that if TSM did anything, they were punished for it. Not just equally, but a bigger lead going over to towards the side of Zeus.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what else this team has in store, because remember, that's only game 1, Eric. We still have a lot more League of Legends to play. We have a whole nother game, and TSM Academy need to think about what they want to do, because we saw that for a lot of it, they tried to make some plays up towards the top lane, but it's hard to do that up against players like Alorum, right? He's just going to play this big tank. He's not going to let you find these big leads, and maybe the answer is you gotta attack him earlier. You just gotta start killing him at the very beginning of the game, because by the time they started diving him, it's like, well, now I have time to rotate my entire team up and make sure that he doesn't actually give up anything.
All right, just take him down in the first minute of the game. You know, you gotta get that
easy.
5-man invade. But we'll see if TSM can adapt, or if Zeus are just gonna run away with this one as they did in game number 1. We're gonna throw it over to a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2 of this best of 3 series.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best, only from Verizon.
Welcome back to the LCS Proving Grounds and TSM Academy versus Zeus Gaming. Game number 1, fire for Zeus Gaming. They were able to sweep that one away.
Yeah, and I hope you all can hear me now because it's going to be a great time for our second game. I think it's really surprising to a lot of our viewers that Zeus Gaming not only beat TSM Academy, but beat them in a resounding fashion. There was not really a whole lot in that game where we were saying, it's like, oh yeah, TSM is looking really strong here. I think they have a real chance of winning, but you know, it all starts with the draft. We're going to have to really look at it once again as TSM has selected blue side for the second game in a row, and that does mean that they're going to try and run it back in a lot of ways. Now again, gotta mention it, Seraphine, strongest champion on the patch still, right? You have a lot of opportunity to go for it. They were able to get the rel, but it's surprising me that neither team really went for it. And as we go through some of these replays, we can kind of see some of the things about these compositions that went in favor of that went in favor of Zeus throughout this entire thing, right? They were able to consistently move around the map. You are very telegraphed with a lot of plays you want to make with Renekton, Nidalee, and Set, and Zeus were able to respond to them almost every single time.
Yeah, Zeus just had TSM's number in a game where we felt like TSM should have been having the better half of that early game. You can see this play out more and more. Zeus are very, very smart when it came to disengaging at the right times, not overstaying their welcome. You can see that with RBM, just clippity-cloppy on out of there. And even when TSM were able to get advantages, you see it with this play as well. Zeus respond perfectly.
Yeah, as I'm watching like more of these plays, you're starting to see that there are actually a number of times where Zeus aren't pressing their buttons as well as they could be, right? They're not necessarily making all the good mechanical plays, and that's just kind of going to show like how good a lot of their macro play is in comparison to TSM in this last game. You don't need to click your buttons good if you're in the right place at the right time. And they do that over and over again. And I can't wait to see what kind of composition they're going to be going for in this next game, because it can emphasize their things. Like, we know that despite the fact that this was not the best mechanical showing from them, they are strong mechanical players. They are really good at taking a lot of these fights. In particular, I want to highlight Raheen in this regard. He's able to consistently position well. He's able to maximize his damage over and over again. And despite the fact that he dies in your screen like right as I'm pumping him up, that was his second death of the game against a composition that is trying to actively kill him.
Yeah, and, you know, the thing about TSM is as we head into the second draft of this series, TSM have been a squad that can adapt if given enough of a chance. We saw it with Winthrop. Winthrop had the whole thing where it was the Doxa diff. Doxa was the big member there. TSM started drafting around that. They were able to find the adaptation and take down Winthrop. But again, that's the last team they beat. In the draft, I wasn't really that impressed with it in this very first game. I mean, they allowed the Hecarim to go over to RBM. They allowed the Tristana to go free. And I don't know what happened to Seraphine, but she was somewhere in there, in the champion pool. But,
she had a concert or something. Don't worry about it. Like, the big thing about League of Legends and drafting is all about getting compensation for picks, right? Like, you can get something strong as blue side, but if you have enough champions left up that are really strong, you're giving over 2 really strong champions to your opponents, and this is the kind of opportunity that we have to pay attention to. TSM Academy ended up banning Urgot, Senna, and Thresh in their first rotation last time, and while, like, none of these are bad bans, I don't think any of these are going to be something that Zeus are likely to pick in their first rotation, right? You're not denying any of these really strong picks in the first set, and all of these champions have things that you can play against them. There is real counterplay to a lot of these champions that oftentimes doesn't exist against champions like Tristana and Hecarim, which were, in fact, Zeus' first and second picks.
Yeah, I would expect TSM to go for the top lane bans in the second side of the draft, because as we were talking about, it's something where Alorum does like getting that counter pick, and if he's going to go for the counter pick, he's going to take it in round number 2. It needs to change up. You need to take away the Tristana, and maybe to some extent take away the Hecarim, because RBM was beastly.
Yeah, but we're kind of getting to the point, Eric, where just saying, like, well, why don't you just ban all of their champions? Why don't you ban everything that Zeus plays? Like, TSM does have to make some meaningful decisions, and I think they came into this game with a plan. We're going to try and win in the mid-game. We're going to try and take these team fights because our lanes are going to be stronger at that point in the game. Unfortunately, now again, very, very telegraphed. As Nidalee on Babip didn't work out. It ended up dying quite a bit. And I think there are other really strong junglers that you could potentially look in this slot, right? There's their second pick. There's still a Volibear up on the table. There's a number of other champions that you can start grabbing that spot. Lilia, I mean, I've heard mixed analysis on Twitter and from different people as to whether or not Lilia is worthwhile to play into Hecarim, but still going to be a strong champion. You still have plenty of things that you can potentially go for, and I feel like TSM were so focused on trying to get this Nidalee Renekton, and they gave way too much over to Zeus.
And I feel like if they do touch up that draft quite a bit and get something that's a little more favorable towards them, then we could possibly see something better from TSM, because you can see the intent of their plays. You can see that they wanted to, you know, set up the dives bottom, set up the dives top, but the execution wasn't quite there, and a lot of it was just because they couldn't pump out that damage fast enough, Joshi.
Yeah, it was, and it's kind of the thing that, you know, we look at and say, on the one hand, Zeus played this really, really well, but this is also kind of what happens when TSM or any team drafts compositions like this Renekton Nidalee. It either looks really, really good because it's stomping everybody and rolling over team fights because both these champions are really strong, or it looks really underwhelming because neither of them got off the ground and they didn't have an opportunity to push things around. Nidalee was 1-5 was the last time I checked the KDA on that champion, and probably ended up being like 1-7 towards the end. So Nidalee never particularly strong this game, but you know, a strong Nidalee, we've all seen how they can take over the game. So the question to me is less, how are you going to draft differently in this game? Because I thought the game plan is okay. It's just a high variance game plan, which is not my style. I prefer low variance. But it's a thing where, how do we find better advantages? We saw where the Hecarim was early on in the game, and we opted in to these dives on opposite sides of the map. Maybe we can opt out of that. Maybe there's a different route we can take in order to punish the Hecarim, take away his jungle, maybe get his Krugs as well early on, maybe force him off. Like, there's a lot of things that can go differently with this exact same draft if TSM wants to run it back.
So my question is going to be, what do you go for on the first pick? Because on the last one, they went for the Rel. And with the Rel, like, yeah, it's a very, very strong champion, but I feel like if you're going to leave power picks like the Hecarim and Tristana up, those should be the things you go for first. So could you see anything different like that? Like, personally, I would like TSM to go for the Tristana. It goes into Cody Sun's champion pool.
I think Tristana's good. I think Seraphine is really good, right? I think the Rel was honestly fine. All of these champions are first pick worthy, provided you ban around it and you're not giving over too much to your opponents. And I think that's the key thing I'm looking at, is I think the Sen and Thresh bans need to change. I think you can pick Rel, you can pick Hecarim, you can pick Udyr, you can pick Tristana, you can pick Seraphine, right? You know, I just named 5 champions that I think are all good first picks for TSM. But if you're going to be getting over 2 of those to the opponents, you're going to be having a lot more issues later on down the line, just because, you know, League of Legends is not a game where champions are equal in power. You want to make sure you get the good ones.
We saw the first picks that came out of Zeus, Tristana and Hecarim, and we saw the impact that Raheen was able to make, that RBM was able to make, and even that Rhino was able to make on the Gragas. I don't think it's one of the most highly prioritized pick to go after the Gragas, but man, did he make it look good by just giving his team a front line and an engage.
Yeah, and the Imperial mandate to make sure all their damage is going to be amplified throughout the entire thing. So we'll see
You
what
love that
happens,
item, Josh.
right?
You love that item.
I just think it's entertaining, right? Like, it's not something you see on the Gragas very often. But we're going to be jumping into the champion select fairly soon, and I think the big thing that I am going to be paying attention to is, what game plan is TSM going to be going into with this? Are they going to be really focusing on one kind, or are they going to try and react a little bit more to what it is that Zeus is looking to do?
We will see. They're not going to throw away the Urgot ban. They want to keep that one on to Alorum. Kai'Sa ban comes out of Zeus, so still keeping a close eye on what these first picks are going to be, and it's almost like TSM are running it back. They've gone for the Senna. If they just ban out the Thresh, and it's pretty much the same draft for them.
You can do that. That is a choice you can make. I can't stop you, but I don't think it's a good idea if they do that exact same thing, right? We're going back to the same thing where there are so many power picks. Red side really wants there to be exactly 3 first pick worthy champions still available in the draft, and currently there are like 5, right? They are very happy to take almost any set as...
Kha'Zix?
Why? This isn't Cyber. Like, Cyber is another player for another team, and He's like this huge Kha'Zix player. Hecarim comes through. There are still powerful junglers. Lilia is a contested pick. There's still the Volibear, which is much stronger now in 11.6 due to his changes in the jungle. But this is what we're saying. You get one really strong pick, two now going over, and you can't, like, I guess you can pick the Volibear. You can give it over to Haunter up in the top lane. But it's not as powerful up in the top lane in terms of just what you can do with it. It's not as powerful now because you know where it's going. It's not a flex pick. And the Xayah coming through, I like it for Cody's son. It really amplifies the fact that he likes to position defensively and keep himself alive through these entire team fights. And we've seen fantastic Xayah plays throughout the tournaments leading up to this. But it does mean that he is going to be kind of self-sufficient while we look at the rest of TSM Academy potentially trying to dive onto Raheem.
Yeah, I'm still like kind of trapped around the whole Kha'Zix ban. Banning a jungler did show that TSM wanted to go for a jungler right away, and they did grab the Hecker. We had the same first 3 picks that we saw in game number 1, just in a different order this time.
Yeah.
Rounding out the draft, Zoos are going to go for the Lilia, basically Nidalee but scaling, and yeah. Yeah, you pretty much get the same scale.
That's a bold claim. We'll come back to that one later on. But the thing that I'm curious now is where we go from this position, right? We've already identified the first half of the draft. You have not as strong of a front line coming out for Zeus Gaming, but you have some good dive tools from TSM. Kai'Sa, Samira are the typical AD carries you look at to dive with these strong dive compositions, but Xayah, fairly good just because if everybody's diving on your team, you're kind of left alone from the other side. You're not necessarily going to be worried about them trying to counter dive you. Just a quick heads up, I did do a little bit of research. The last time Really Big Mean played Kha'Zix was in January against a new esports. They lost that game. Turns out. I really don't like this Kha'Zix ban, and I'm going to stop talking about it because otherwise I'm just going to make myself more and more angry. Because now we got to look at the rest of the draft, right? You got to see how Zeus want to play. Do they want to try this more skirmishy style, or do they want to try this front to back that they had success with last game? And it looks like TSM are trying to limit Zeus from being able to play a skirmish style. They're taking away Darkwing Silas, they're taking away this Lucian, and it means that they are forcing Zeus to go for a blind pick in one of their lanes, and it is going to be Alorum on the side once again after they've protected it from some of its worst matchups at this point in the game.
Yeah, so Sion gets locked in, waiting for 2 more picks to come out of TSM's side, and they're going straight for the Nocturne? Interesting pick to come out of TSMA.
Okay. I didn't like the Nocturne until I saw the Galio. The Nocturne going up into the top lane isn't necessarily going to be pushing around Sion particularly hard, but between Hecarim and Nocturne, suddenly you have 2 fantastic Galio delivery systems. You have a ton of opportunity to try and get into the back line with this, and now Raheem has real questions asked of him. How are you going to survive all of this dive? Is Zeus going to help you, or are they going to say, nah, Raheem, you're on your own, we're going to try and keep everybody else alive? And now, huge stylistic difference between these 2 teams. TSM are going to try and dive really heavily into Darkwings and Raheem, and there's not that many tools that are super good at protecting these. You have the ultimate coming out from Rhino's Rel, so you just pull everybody back, but they might just be dead before that even has an effect to go off and try and get the peel through. So Zeus is going to be either winning these fights really hard because Azir and Tristana survive, or they're going to lose really hard because they have no damage after these 2 die.
Yeah, Joshi, we were talking about it. TSM like diving. They need more damage on those dives. This brings more damage for those dives. So I'm liking the way TSM are revamping their draft, but I don't want to count Zeus out too much when it comes to dealing with those dives because the Emperor's Divide can do a lot of work. Rocket Jump can do a lot of work, and even Buster Shot can do a lot of work. You can still keep this backline safe, and there's still a very strong front line for Zeus. I think for TSM Academy, it's just all about playing around that mid-game, even a little bit before that, setting up those dives and getting those kills to get you that very, very strong lead, where Zeus can basically do nothing about it other than just pray to scale.
Yeah, I think the big thing about the tools that you bring up, the Buster Shot and the Emperor's Divide, like these tools are best used against point-and-click gap closures. Like up against the Alistar, you use it, he's thrown away, and suddenly he has to wait 10 seconds to try and get back in or commit his flash. But TSM Academy, Haunter is unstoppable during Paranoia. Babip is unstoppable during the Onslaught. Galio isn't even touchable during his ultimate, right? Like, you can't hit these guys with these abilities until they're already on top of you, and that's where the issue comes through. They have enough crowd control and enough damage that you might never be able to use these reactive tools. And Zeus, I mean, we saw how they were able to play a macro game really effectively last time. Now, they also have to show us that they can play these team fights well.
So now hitting the Rift in game number 2 of the LCS Proving Grounds. Let us know in chat who you think is going to win. Will it be TSM or will it be Zeus? I can't get over the whole one of these logos is not like the other every time I look at the bottom of my screen and just see Zeus toilet paper cat.
Yep. Shout out to Why You Know Doctor for providing this for the team. He's still really sad that it's actually part of the broadcast because it's like, come on guys, come up with something better than this. I threw this together in a couple of minutes, but the Zeus players like it. They're still going with it. And now, they are currently loading into Game 2 on the Rift. They are looking to take down TSM Academy here. And I'm kind of trying to think about how these lanes are supposed to play out. And they kind of seem like washes across the board. Like, Azir is good into Galio, right? It's hard to really punish the Azir as the Galio. The top lane, like, Alorm is unlikely to die and probably going to be farming under turret, so Hunter will have some priority, but that's not the biggest thing in the world until he gets level 6. In the bottom lane, Rhino and Yurson are kind of just preventing each other from doing anything. Both these champions so good at countering the other's engage that it's going to be hard for either of them to fight an advantage.
That being said, though, Rhino is a little bit more, I was going to say punishable, but then Yurson goes in not having level 2 and gets hella punished for it, so just scratch that one completely. If you get the right scenario onto Rhino, he can be heavily punished, whereas you're a little bit more flexible with the Alistair.
Yeah, for sure. You have a lot of opportunities for both these to try and be aggressive. And right now, I think both these junglers are kind of playing to that, right? Like, RBM is full clearing his side of the map, whereas Babip kind of shifting it away, right? You're looking at Babip now skipping his own Krugs in order to try and be at these Scuttle Crabs a little bit faster, whereas RBM is going to be full clearing, and you're going to see that he's going to have an opportunity to try and play for the bottom side Scuttle Crab based on the disastrous level 1 trait from Yurson and the fact that he currently has no potions anymore. But otherwise, like, this game, likely to be very even as we walk into the mid game, and TSM, again, playing a composition that is more active at that time than Zeus, and I feel like we're at a kind of similar game plan, at least in terms of, like, time and, like, when you're strong coming out from TSM, but they got to make sure they get to that point with a lead, or even.
I don't know. What I'm just looking for is the dives. Even if they do go even, I just want to see TSM make those dives, man. They were doing it in game number 1. Their team comp complements that playstyle so much more now, so I'm going to be watching Babip closely. I'm going to be seeing if he goes for the similar plays, if he tries to go after Alorum, which he's still a tanky boy, maybe not the best lane to go after, but there's a lot he can really do on this map for setup once the level 6 point does come up.
Yeah, this is big. RVM, because he's just a faster clearer as the Lilia compared to the Hecarim. Notably, like, Babip on this Hecarim is a little bit slower than it used to be due to the reduced damage on the Rampage. So you're not getting as much damage off these Qs over and over. RBM actually has a pretty good idea of what path it is that his opponent took and recognizes he's a camp ahead. He's going to be seeing that Babip is going to be probably skipping the Krugs again, just going bottom to top and potentially looking to gank this top lane in about a minute and a half. So Alorum now has a pretty good timer on when it is he needs to be playing back and just trying to hold this lane in a spot where he's not potentially going to be dove under turret, and RBM, now on this side of the map, could potentially look for a fight before Babip is ready.
And you did see the pings come out on the minimap right now. They're trying to scout out exactly where RBM is.
There he
but
is.
Now looking at the bot lane, here comes the engagement. So much damage onto Raheen. It was beautiful from Yorson. And it's a kill going over to TSM in the early.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those things that we're looking at. It's supposed to be a bit of a wash, but Rhino is getting a little bit outplayed. Yurson finds a super small opening, gets the kill onto Raheen, and now that's going to upset the rest of the map. When somebody loses in their lane without jungler intervention, it's a lot harder to make plays. You know, things in League of Legends aren't supposed to come for free, but Babip up here on the top side doesn't even have to look for a play now. RBM is just like, well, My bot lane ended up dying, and there's nothing I can really get for it. So we'll take a look at it again, and it just comes in. Rhino off on the side, isn't in his spot. Like, he gets the stun on Yurson, but it's too late in order for him to find any success.
Raheem's a little bit green, and, you know, sometimes you learn the hard way. Yurson really quick to try and punish that one, and great success to come. Now we're seeing a rotation come out of Zeus, realizing the backs did come in from TSM, looking to get a little bit of vision while they have some time to just roam around on this map before that bot lane comes back.
See what they're actually able to do. We're starting to see some pings towards this first dragon of the game, and again, if Zeus is able to pick up the first one, that'll be very helpful in giving them more time to scale. So the extra 5 minutes, very big. Yurson has no flash.
In the headbutt to stop Rhino.
Galio.
A lot of damage onto Yurson, but here comes the hero's entrance. 4 members strong will be TSM as they head over to the bot lane. But Bip gets caught out. It's Rhino getting caught out, excuse me, and slain by Cody's son. But Bip still on the hunt, looking for RBM, but RBM is far enough away and fine to be able to see another day. But the early start is looking beautiful from TSM. Can they keep up this momentum?
Yeah, this is really big. This is TSM playing towards their game plan. This is them identifying their win conditions in playing towards this bottom lane at this point, with the fact that you have 2 semi-globals on top of the map. And Zeus, I'm not sure what they're doing here. They're looking to be wisely back in play. Or are they?
And here comes another engagement from Yurson. Gets a knock-up on RBM and the flank. Able to get the double ton. Emperor's Divide. Might turn this one around, though. 5 strong is going to be Zeus.
Sword.
As the dinner bell is rang. Raheen will be able to grab that plate. Now looking for a little bit more. Can they grab a Bip? The answer might be no here. Still swinging through his RBM. He's got quite a bit of movement speed, but so does Bip. So Zeus able to grab a kill in that last fight.
This is another one of those situations where the proactive play, the aggressive proactive play, typically going to be better than the defensive one, right? They're able to recognize that Sword is going for this flank, and Dark Wings, I mean, we also talked about it. The Emperor's Divide is way better against these gap closers that can be interrupted. You saw he knocked away Babip in the middle of that fight, and suddenly there's no threat onto Dark Wings. He and Raheen are able to free hit, and that's one of those big things that we talked about. If Zeus don't die to the initial burst, they're better in these fights.
So good retaliation coming out from Zeus. Still very early in this game, only about 700 gold separating these teams. As Zeus trying to establish their presence onto the map, you see they're getting more and more wards over towards the river. Next big contested objective should be the Rift Herald.
Yeah. See what they end up going for. One other thing I want to highlight about that last fight is the difference in effectiveness between Nocturne's teleport and Scion's teleport. We'll get back to that as RBM just fighting.
Paranoia is going to be used. Will get the fear, but the smash will find the knock-up and punish the daylights out of Hanser. RBM grabs the kill, and, well, if you wanted to set up for Rift Herald, I guess this is the way to do it. Just kill the top laner.
Yep. Unfortunately, Hanser only has 1 spell shield. He was able to stop a little bit of the damage, but he blocked neither Scion's Q nor RBM's sleep, and ends up taking all of the damage that comes along with those. And we'll see how that affects the rest of the map. Again, when the jungler is involved, you know that you can try and do something on the opposite side of the map. Babip now a little bit more free to try and take away some camps, maybe look for a dive, and we're starting to see members come down. Sword doesn't have ult, but this is what we're really looking for from the side of TSM. See if you can get this man advantage, use your heavy dive in order to push around the backline, and now they know RBM is here, and that might dissuade them from doing anything more than grabbing a plate.
And the fact that Darkwing's backed up as well, he does have teleport, so he could show up to that fight quite quickly. They don't know where he is. They know he can be there, so TSM not willing to go for this one. Instead, just going to back off. It is a bit of time wasted, but Zeus still playing the map very carefully.
Yeah, and we're seeing the big difference between the Galio and the Azir as well, as we're starting to see that Darkwing is jumping up to about a 2.5 wave advantage currently. Is Galio wants to leave the lane, right? Galio, you know, he's not a bad laner, but he's not going to be having a lot of opportunities to punish Azir in particular. And so he's trying to use that to run around the map, get a little bit of priority. Darkwings can't really follow, right? He's going to lose a lot of these duels if he doesn't have access to his turret to retreat back to. So he can't really do anything. Instead, just like, well, you're going to do that. I'm going to push this lane in, crash into your turret, get a little bit of damage on the tower, but more importantly, continue to farm and be safe in my lane. And so we're starting to see this difference coming through. Big gold lead likely to be going over to Darkwings in the near future, provided that Sword isn't able to find another successful roam. And as you called out earlier, Eric, coalescing around the Herald, all 5 members of Zeus are here first. That should highlight to TSM. Let's go hit the bottom lane turret and hopefully get enough compensation for picking up this objective.
Yeah, that's what I was watching right there. Cody Sun and Yursan just really staying down towards that bot lane area to collect in those plates. And Cody Sun could do a lot of great things once he has that gold. Again, we called him one of the safest players in this league. So let's see if he can cash in and start finding some effect for TSM when it comes to the bot lane.
Yeah. You got to think about Herald in terms of like what it does. Like, what does Herald do? Obviously, Josh, you just crash into a turret, it takes 2 plates, and you get 300 gold from that. They gave up 4 plates now in order to grab that. It's a negative gold play. They have to actually try and take a turret and lure him. And he's still Scion, right? Like, you're not diving him with these 2 champions. And we'll see how much Zeus gets out of this full rotation of sending everybody up towards the top side of the map is your son? Oh, he's going in. Okay.
Yeah, they're going right after Alorum, but here comes the teleport. Alorum should be able to find some safety. Decimating Smash doesn't find its mark. Onslaught of Shadows onto Alorum, pushes him away from his tower. Hero's Entrance coming in, looking to find the taunt. Emperor's Divide goes out. Alorum still critically low, but still alive. Just barely gets clipped by the Feather Storm, and 4 members committed to that engage. They only pick up 1 kill, but look at the top side, Joshi.
Yeah, we see this big trade coming through. Despite the fact that the kill goes over to TSM, they need to find this turret as well. Darkwings might get out.
Darkwing's trying to find his way out. Gets pushed back in and bullied away from that tower. TSM realized they need to pick something up, and they need to pick it up soon to equalize this, but Zeus are just not going to let them.
Right, this is the thing about Zeus that they're able to do. Alorum overplayed his hand a little bit there, but they played the macro better. They moved around, they got 2 turrets off of that, and they got the compensation with the Herald that they gave up in the bottom lane. Yeah, Cody Sun picks up a lot of gold, but Raheen also way richer after all is said and done. In the gold, currently only about 500 between the 2 teams. The big thing that we got to pay attention to, 1, TSM well on track to be picking up this Infernal Soul in about 10 minutes. They should definitely get this next dragon. They will be stronger at that point in the game. But the real question comes, is Zeus going to be in a spot where they are going to be strong enough to consistently win fights when the next dragon rolls around? And Alorum, like, he sees Yursan tanking a couple of these turrets, and he's like, oh, I can kill this guy. Overplays a little bit. But this is a situation where you don't necessarily have to do that. Right? Like, you can play to just withstand the dive, and you probably do so, right? They were so close to doing it. Imagine if Alorum had his flash still. Right? They probably just live.
And then it's an outright punish because you lose all those structures on the top side.
Exactly.
So great play to come out so far. Zeus very smart with the macro, the way they've been around the map. And TSM, they're trying to find their footing. They're kind of there, but another thing you got to keep in mind is where this gold is allocated. It's all onto Cody Sun, which is a good thing and a bad thing. A good thing in the fact that you have it on the carry. A bad thing on the fact that if he gets picked out, that is pretty much your team fight gone.
True. It's also a little bit sad that it's not onto someone like Hanser or Babip, because they're the ones who are going to be diving into Raheen, right? We already talked about how team fights are looking to shape up. You're looking to dive into the Azir and the Tristana and prevent them from doing DPS. And there's not a lot of tools coming out from Zeus to really get to Cody Sun during these team fights. 1, he's Zaya. 2, he has a Gale Force. And 3, what dive tools do you really have? So, you know, Cody Sun should be very happy with this position for himself. The question will be, Raheen suddenly has a Kraken Slayer. He is ahead of the curve compared to Hanser, Babip, Sword, and Yursan, and he will be slightly better able to withstand these upcoming dives. When we start seeing fights, we might see one in 3 minutes. Zeus might think that they're strong enough, but it's coin flippy at best when they actually start playing for this dragon.
And, you know, as I said, a lot of that gold beyond Cody Sun. Cody Sun, he plays safe. He's got great positioning. He should be able to utilize it quite well. We'll see if he can utilize it in the next team fight. Now the gold's starting to even up as pushing forward is Zeus. Getting a lot of that forward vision towards the river, towards the enemy side of the jungle. You can see right there, spotting out exactly where Babip and Cody Sun is. Really watching that pathing is going to give enough leeway for Alorum to realize how far he can go in that lane.
Yeah, we see. He's actually ahead of Haunter. He's ahead of Haunter. I didn't even think about that, right? He is even or ahead. This is what we were saying, like this Haunter Nocturne, or I guess Nocturne just in general is like, he's not a great laning champion. Like, he's not bad, but he just tries to push out the wave and get priority so that he can move around the map. We didn't really see him leave his lane a whole lot, but he's got the Stride Breaker now, and we're really going to see this Nocturne make or break in the next real team fight, right? He either gets a kill, gets some gold, starts putting people behind, and snowballs the game from there, or he's past his prime, right? Like, the Nocturne is not going to have an opportunity to be as impactful later on when more peel tools are becoming available. And so as we look at the clock, 90 seconds left before the dragon spawns. Haunter now level 11, will be getting a little bit more burst. Paranoia will still be effective as a vision denial tool. But you already look at this and say, Nocturne could have ulted like 3 or 4 times by the 16-minute mark if he had been doing that on cooldown.
Yeah, you're not getting that much utilization out of the Nocturne ult, which is pretty disappointing to me. I was getting excited for these TSM dives. The Zeus aren't giving them a chance to be able to set it up, but they might find something right here. TSM starting to posture up towards the mid lane. They are sending Sword somewhat in the river, just in a spot where he could flex quite easily if he needs to go down there. Yursan coming on the flank, just clearing out the control ward. But it does give TSM priority over towards the Rift Herald if they want to try and set that up themselves. But again, it's Zeus you have to get through. Rel works really well in those very closed corridors where you can't get the ultimate in. No rhyme intended.
Well, works really well. Ooh-woo. Anyway, one of the things that I really want to be seeing a little bit more, we saw that there were 3 members of Zeus in the mid lane there, right? You know, Nocturne ult does a lot of things. Allows you to dive onto back lamp, but the other big thing it does is it prevents Zeus from teleporting, right? Dark Wings cannot teleport in. Alarm cannot teleport in. So you actually have a period of, you know, normally you have like 3 or 4 seconds for the teleport to complete. You actually have about 7 seconds of 5v3 in League of Legends when you go for these plays if you just try and dive the turret, because neither Alarm nor Darkwings can join, and because they're slow to the punch, Zeus walk away with this dragon.
Paranoia goes out, and so does the Onslaught of Shadows, going straight for that backline. Hero's entrance will find Darkwing. 1 down for Zeus. TSM looking to find their fight. Raheen has to flash away, but Rhino cannot escape. It's going to be a double kill going over to Haunter. And TSM, they got 2 unanswered kills. It's looking good now. They're able to find the momentum.
Normally I'd say go for the Baron, but it's 18 minutes. Zeus are happy with this, right? Even though they lose another turret here. Wait, did they find Haunter?
Are they going to find him? Haunter might find it the other way around. Now Babip,
nice.
Buster's shot used beautifully to stop Babip from going and committing onto that kill, and Alorum just being the bodyguard for the ADC.
Nice. I mean, this is what we were saying before, right? Zeus are not ready to take these fights. And they should know this. They don't have a whole lot of items on Darkwings. They don't have a whole lot on Raheem. And while this fight goes plausibly quite well, right, you see that Raheem is able to get out and stay alive. And even though he doesn't get a lot of damage down, he ends up walking away from this. The big thing about this is about how we were expecting these team fights to be going at this point in time. You're looking at TSM to have a team fight advantage. But Zeus, you know, they're not happy about the fact that they lost a couple of kills, but they're very happy about the fact that they pick up this first Infernal Dragon. They stop TSM at 2 dragons. Zeus' opportunities to take these fights are going to get better in the future as Azir and Tristana get more range and do more damage later on. And they sacrifice about 2,000 gold to do it. So 5 minutes, 2,000 gold, it's not as like stark of a difference as we might initially look, but Zeus now need to just make sure they're preventing TSM from picking up the Baron for free. They need to make sure that they are defending their structure so that they don't fall too far behind, because the clock is ticking for TSM. They need to continue to find plays. They need to continue diving with this Nocturne, who now has 2 kills. And picking up this Herald is a great way to start going about that. Now they can start to look to pressure the turrets and just dive alongside the Herald.
And keep that gold lead coming. Now have the Herald. It looks like they want to pop it over towards the top side. Able to take down that tower. No more plates, so we'll just be cashing in on the gold. But Alorum's headed up there as well, so TSM might not be too savvy to throw this down right now, but there it is. Shelly's going to be used. Should get a good juicy charge, and Alorum just backing off for the time being, and you can see why. TSM already starting rotation towards that top side.
Yeah, they have more people here first. Old lead about 3,000, and this is at the spot where it might be enough for TSM to actually close out the game. It's really borderline. If it was a little bit larger, they get 4,000 gold ahead, suddenly it becomes a lot more doable. Now, it's still execution. They still need to find these fights, and RBM, as he walks up, remember, Darkwings and Alorum can't join through the paranoia. They can't get to the fights. This is an opportunity to potentially start looking at Azir, at this Tristana, while you have this opportunity where Zoos can't bring their full team comp to bear.
That being said, though, you do have one little fault in TSM's composition. It's very R-dependent. If Zeus can get a window where the Nocturne ult's down, where the hero's entrance is down, they have a huge window to be able to make a play on the map. Now, the question is, are you going to catch TSM slipping up like that? Because they've been very reserved about using these ultimates.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? It makes you think of the situation with Blitzcrank in the bottom lane, where not throwing the hook can be better than actually throwing it, right? Because, like, if you use it and whiff, suddenly you're just, like, not really a champion in the lane. You don't have any pressure. You got a couple melee range auto techs that you can throw out. And this is kind of that, right? Like, TSM not using their ultimates. Well, I think that they could be going for these quote-unquote Blitzcrank hooks with a bit more activity, and they would actually have a higher success rate than they might otherwise expect. Just having it means that Zoos aren't comfortable making plays. They can't really move out as long as these ultimates are up. So TSM playing this in a very different style. They're playing this, you know, smorky kind of comp of just hitting phase and saying, you know, I think we're actually the control team here. I don't know if I agree with them, but it's what they're doing.
Oh, look at this. Yerson over the wall. Almost bumps into Rhino. And yeah, they are doing that. They're holding a lot of control. And one of the things that I actually just noticed was we are an Infernal map. And that gives Bupip so many different ways to enter these fights with the Onslaught of Shadows. We kind of saw it with that one fight around Dragon where he just came out from the wings and wreaked havoc onto that back line.
Yeah. Alright, gotta bring it up again, because I hadn't really thought about it, and I'm sure somebody in Twitch chat is like, oh, I can't believe you guys haven't talked about this. Zoos can itemize armor, and now they can't join, I got the dive!
And here we go, Emperor's Divide does go out, try to run away as Darkwings, but he is caught out for so long. It will be Raheen, the first one to fall. Now the fight's going to continue going golden as RBM, but it's going to be a double kill going off to Sword. Here comes the charge. Alorum showing up. Babip on the backside. Darkwings gets pushed in, but now wants to jump back in. Rhino slowly making his way over towards the remains of his squad mates, but the tower will fall. TSM Academy will pick up the net win.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Alorum took so long to join that fight, and even though, again, it wasn't the cleanest dive in the world, TSM have extra members, and it is enough in order to grab them 2 kills, as well as this Infernal Dragon. So Zeus now pushed up against the wall, and this is, I think, becoming a big enough lead for TSM to try and take it. Now they shift their attention to the top half of the map, and it should be... Okay, scared me a little bit. The observer's just like, hey, check this guy out. He's super low hitting the Krugs. Does he die? Does he die? No, he's fine. Stop scaring me like that.
We've seen stranger things happen. And
yeah, but look at this. Watch when Alorum jumps in, right? Teleport comes through proactively from Darkwings, and Paranoia goes off now. Where's Alorum?
I don't know. I can't find him. Marco Polo.
Oh, he started teleporting. The fight's over. Right? This is what this composition can do. You deny these side laners from actually doing anything. Darkwings tried to teleport proactively to contest the dragon. But Alorum, and this isn't necessarily against Alorum, this is just like how this composition works, right? This is what TSM can do, and from this point forward, you know, it opens up opportunities for TSM to split push more proactively because Zeus can't afford to let that play happen again.
But it's very, very difficult when TSM are in a spot where they can just continue pushing forward with their vision. And that vision is very, very critical for this comp to work. It allows them those, like, split-second engages where you catch someone out in the jungle and everyone can follow through.
Whoa.
Zeus, however, what is this? posturing up towards the mid lane, but you can see a lot of members of TSM over towards the top side looking to just pretty much backdoor this tower.
This is weird. Now they have a good idea of where everybody is. They see that Cody-san is here. They haven't spotted anybody, so they might just jump into this bush. No, they just go out.
Now here we go, Onslaught of Shadows goes out, the fear is there, Hero's entrance finds the knock up, and down goes Darkwings. Decimating smash from Alorum, trying to deal with Sword and protect Raheen. Raheen gets a lot of damage in, can he find more and take down Sword? Answer's gonna be yes, finds the shutdown as well, but Raheen's running low, Rhino even lower as he falls to his grave. Decimating smash goes through, only knocks up the cow, but Cody-san is there to try and find the punish, and it's gonna be a 1-for-2 exchange, once again benefiting TSM.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, though. There are 0 ults. There is no access to Raheen, so this is actually very contestable for Zeus. They're moving everybody over, and Haunter just has to hit the front line.
On here comes Babip, trying to run on in. Alorum still trying to be that tanky boy, but Raheem can do nothing. He cannot provide the damage against 4 members. He cannot put himself in that type of risk. That being said, though, Alorum did delay the Baron a bit. Let's see if TSM want to continue to try and start that up. Instead, they're going to peel off.
Yeah, that's kind of enough. But the big thing is we are seeing the success cases coming out for TSM. They are doing what their comp is designed to do. They are threatening this backline. They are making sure that they can dive really heavily. And it's becoming very difficult for Zeus to actually live. They don't have enough peel. They don't have enough tools to keep their backline alive. And we'll see it. Darkwings dies immediately in this fight. He is crowd controlled this entire time. He did not have an opportunity to do anything other than press R through that entire period. And while crowd control a lot of people off on the side, Raheen isn't able to get enough damage down at this point in the map. Rhino has already done everything he could, ends up dying, and we're seeing again why this composition from TSM that can dive so heavily, why I was so excited to see the Galio coming through as their last pick, is having success. And now, 1 dragon away from Soul. Baron is on the table. TSM can start looking for a fight and taking us to a game 3.
And every time Zeus are able to get themselves back into position to try and take a fight, the ultimates are back up and Alorum is caught out. 4 of TSM standing right on top of him to guarantee another kill and to set up their advantage further ahead. But Zeus going to respond by going straight after this Baron. Sword is there to try and distract them, but the rest of TSM, they will not be able to get here in time. 6k remains, still running through is Babip. He's trying to put on the charge. He's trying to get into the team fight, and here comes the paranoia over the wall. Baron does go over to Zeus, but the lives of Zeus are going over to TSM. RBM, the only one to survive. He's the only one with Baron, and you can tell right now that TSM Academy want to make sure there's no more Barons left on the map, as coming from the flank is going to be Yursan, trying to find the headbutt pulverize, will be able to score as Babip rushes through. A slither of health remains, and there is the ace. TSM Academy come in big.
This is such a well-executed plan coming out from TSM. They spot Alorum. He's not even that far out. He gets caught, he loses the Baron, and now it's going to be the Infernal Soul going over to TSM as well. We thought their dive was good before. It is way better now. Zeus is now in a terrible spot from this game, and I like the attempt on the Baron, but they just don't do enough damage to it quite yet. And giving over everything to TSM means that we are in a spot where these two teams are going to have another showdown in Game 3, and I'm so excited, right? Game plan from TSM doesn't work Game 1, works amazingly. Game 2, Zeus needs to find an opportunity to respond, because now they're the ones who are going to have to adapt to this new style that TSM has just shown.
We said TSM can adapt, and they have so far. Taking another look at that Baron play, because Zeus really committed to this, but it pretty much cost them everything.
Yeah, I mean, this is a DPS check. Like, do you guys have the damage against this neutral objective to kill it before TSM get there? And with Sword around, the answer just became no. The taunt stopped the damage for a long time, and they might have been able to get more people out if they were able to kill it, right? You just hop over the wall as Azir, you hop over the wall as Tristana. Suddenly, you get both of your DPS members with the Baron still on them. But at this point, fights are so hard, right? Zeus have a lot of DPS between their two major damage sources, but they're not going to be able to survive the incoming damage from TSM. A Rabadon now completed on Sword in order to make sure they can kill whoever he wants.
You can See Zeus just trying to hold the line, trying to get whatever they can to keep them in this game, but it's looking oh so done. Joshi now rotating over towards the bot side will be TSM, still keeping Sword towards the top side of the lane, and they're looking to destroy that final inner tower and start sieging more and more as those super minions start heading into the base of Zeus.
See what they can do. Olorum got to be very careful as the turret goes down. Cody Sun quietly 6-0-1. 4 items completed on his Zaya. TSM looking to bring every lane at the same time. So this is good macro play coming out from TSM. Remember, Darkwings can't join. There's only one opportunity for them to do anything. They're going to have to look to be aggressive, pick somebody out before they start, and it's easiest to attack the globals in these situations. So Zeus, back against the wall. What do they do?
Find out as TSM march towards the base. They're knocking on the door. Over the wall comes Babip. That looked like...
Well, not
was
that.
that Raheen using the blast plant?
I don't know. It looked like Babip. Okay, Darkwings.
Ooh, good use of the hourglass there, but the taunt's going to come out, and they are going to be able to catch Darkwings. Now Raheen going to join the fray, getting a couple of autos in, knowing that those ultimates are down, but cannot chase enough, because members of TSM are knocking in the bot lane, in the top lane, in the mid lane. There is just too much for Zeus to be able to handle.
Yeah, it is looking like it, Eric. We got a lot of people bringing the top wave in. Now they're just looking for a last fight.
And here we go, looking for the tower dive. Underneath the tower, Onslaught Shadows goes out as Babip tries to find that backline once again. Hero's entrance is going to annihilate Zeus. There's not much left for them to do than to start planning out this next draft, but you can see RBM, he's trying his hardest right now. They're putting up the defense of a lifetime. You can't stop the momentum that TSM had and keep pushing through as they destroy the base of Zeus in one of the most vicious comeback games I've ever seen, Joshi.
This was good. This was very good from TSM, very controlled, and I think they could have been a little bit more aggressive, but they just didn't need to, and now, oh my god, he's just dead. They're both just dead. I didn't even see, like Cody said, was just killing Darkwings on the other side of that. This is one of these games that makes you look at TSM and reminds us why these guys have so much success historically, why these guys have had 3 of their members go to Worlds, and I think this is way more exciting now that both of these teams are looking to be aggressive. Both of them are looking to make plays, and TSM's early aggression going up against Zeus' willingness to scale has finally been put to the test as we start looking at a Game 3.
I mean, Game 1, it was the same exact game plan, but a different draft. Now that they're able to collect that draft and put it into play with the game plan that they wanted, my goodness, Joshi. My goodness, those were some dives. We expected dives. We got a lot of dives.
Yeah, and I thought it was so cool. Again, right, like, I did not find the draft particularly exciting until exactly Galio as their last pick. This is a huge difference coming out from TSM. Sword is going to be was a much more supportive player in that kind of game. He was able to follow up on everybody else making these big plays and didn't feel like he needed to be the big guy to start the fights off, and it was a recipe for success. So, Zeus, they tried to play scaling comps 2 games in a row. One of them worked, one of them really didn't. So we'll see where they're going to be trying to go. Are they going to try and play scaling again, or are they going to try and contest TSM in some of these early game skirmishes?
I mean, we've seen that Zeus can do the early game micro pretty well when it comes to some of those fights. So I don't want to count Zeus out. It was nice for TSM to adapt, but I'm pretty sure Zeus can find an adaptation as well and not allow that combo of the Nocturne and Galio to go through. The question is, what do TSM draft if they're unable to get those champions? Can they still create a composition that can create that kind of dive?
It's a good question, right? Like, you really need a couple of those champions, the Nocturne, the Hecarim, the Galio, in order to make that composition work. If you lose specifically the Galio, I think it becomes a lot harder to make that exact composition work a second time. So we'll see. Zeus has been on red side twice. I wonder if we're going to be getting that to change up a little bit, which would drastically change any of the drafts that we look at.
We're going to find out in a bit. We're going to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll have more LCS Proving Grounds with this amazing matchup we've been going through so far, TSM versus Zeus. We will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCS Proving Grounds, TSM Academy versus Zeus Gaming. TSM had a response, same game plan, different draft, but boy, did they execute it to perfection.
Yeah, and I think this is really important to highlight. This is one of those compositions where, just like in the first game, TSM is either going to look really, really good with this composition, or they're going to look really, really bad. And this was one of those situations where, in like game 1, their composition, similar game plan, but harder to execute. This was a game where you have a bunch of people press R, and ease of execution makes these kind of compositions look way better. So I'm very excited to see that TSM are willing to do a similar thing and just say, hey, let's try and do that again. We're going to run something pretty similar back. And overall, they started off, they got some early game wins, and then we saw their composition. There is not a lot that Zeus could do in these team fights. They could not keep their backline alive for long enough, and ultimately, they got run over every single time. So, we'll see, what do TSM want to do, what side are they going to be playing on, and how are we going to see these two teams come head to head? Because we said at the beginning, Zeus looking good, but TSM firing back.
And the one thing that pops out about every single one of these replays and these team fights is just how long you see the crowd control going off. One member gets targeted, you'll see fleeing, knock up, fleeing, dead. It happens time and time again. You're seeing it right now, nearsighted as well. Like, the crowd control, the chain of it was so hard for Zeus to be able to deal with, and it worked out so well for TSM Academy's favor. You can see another tower dive going through. What can you do when you have that much zone control?
Yeah, and this is kind of like one of those questions where RBM on this Lilia, like, he did about as much as Lilia could. And it's one of those reasons why people say that Lilia isn't necessarily super good into Hecarim, because you can't help your backline all that well. You need to be able to fight the rest of the front line, but when the rest of the front line is also with the Hecarim, you don't have enough time to do your DPS, right? You got like 1 or 2 opportunities to blow people up. You really, really need to have something that's either higher damage or more crowd control than Lilia, sitting in that in-between, not going to necessarily be doing either particularly well. So we'll see. I don't think Lilia is likely to come out again if the Hecarim is available, because TSM, very happy to run it back.
Very happy to run it back. The question is, can they run it back, though? Because that comp was very, very specific in its win condition, very specific in its setup. You were saying it before the break, if you take away the Nocturne, if you take away the Galio, just one of those champions, that's pretty much that comp neutralized. You can't really run the same type of aggressive style. So I still have my questions for TSM, and I still think Zeus's fate is looking hopeful, but now we have a competitive match because now we have a series.
We do. I'm excited, Eric. This was not necessarily what I was expecting coming to the day. You and I talked about it. We were expecting our second match to be a little bit closer than this, but Zeus, looking like they have to really start playing seriously. They want to make sure that they take TSM, seriously. They have to make sure that they are not losing early on in the game, and so we'll see how they try and shore that up, right? They don't have to play the scaling thing. They can play other styles as well.
Yeah, and we'll see what style they go for. I mean, I'm still hoping for something that has a little bit more momentum. You were talking about RBM on the Lilia and changing that. I would definitely love to see a jungler that can at least press the tempo. If you go for something, I don't want to give it too much hate, but the Nidalee, even the Udyr, the Volibear, something that gives you an early footing in the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of options available. I think this is kind of one of those things where TSM actually just kind of outdrafted and then played the composition properly. I don't know. I think these are very exciting to watch, right? I know you are saying, like, well, it's kind of one stomp after the other. You just play this composition, you either win or you lose, and that's what we saw. But we're seeing a lot of cool things coming out from both teams in terms of how they want to play this macro game out. And honestly, that's really exciting to me, is watching this macro play, all the big brains coming through, and I can't wait to see. You're looking for a battle, Eric. I think we're going to get it.
I'm looking for a battle. I'm looking to see what this next draft is going to bring, though, because let's look at the last draft, right? The first 3 picks, exactly the same. Hecarim, Tristana, Rel. It was just in a different order. TSM Academy prioritized the Hecarim. We still haven't got word on what the side selection is going to be. If we're going to see Zeus on blue side yet, we'll get that soon enough. But even that side selection can change that dynamic so much when it comes to those first picks.
It really does. you gotta kind of identify, like, when you have X number of really strong picks, which of them actually have favorable matchups against other ones, right? Like, keep talking about the Seraphine. Seraphine, Udyr, incredible combination, but Seraphine against Udyr, Seraphine tends to be better in this situation, despite the fact that Udyr also very, very powerful champion. So this is kind of a situation where Hecarim is very, very strong, Tristana is very, very strong, but Hecarim is really good into Tristana. So even though you have a lot of very strong picks, you gotta identify which order you can pick them in, which ones are going to be good against the other ones, and TSM, we're better at it this time around. And I think as we start looking towards the rest of the draft, now that the Alistar is starting to come out against the Rel, we are going to be seeing a little bit less success from the Rel throughout this series, because despite the fact that it is very strong, it does have counters that aren't as powerful.
And we know that TSM Academy with Yurson, he really does like picking that Alistar too, so he's very, very proficient in it. And that early game, to punish out Rhino like that, knowing that Rhino and Raheen were going to get way too close, that was some good stuff. And you could see why Yurson feels so comfortable picking that Alistar. And what other champs can we really see to come out of Yurson if he is going to switch it up a little bit? Because that's always the fun part to me, like just guessing what the support's going to be, guessing who is going to carry Cody's son all the way to the victory.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing a lot of these traditional tank supports, right? You got the Alistars, you got the Rels, you got the Nautilus, you got, you know, even the Thresh, right? He's got a lot of things that he can play, but I expect it to kind of all be in this typical zone of champions that just want to go in. I wouldn't be surprised if later on we end up seeing something even like the Leona come through, just because it is also in that same class of champions that you can kind of plug and play with pretty similar results. A little bit longer range engage, but not necessarily as much immediate team fighting power or something like the Rel. But it's definitely something that seems like it would be in your son's wheelhouse. So, I don't know. I think this is a very, very balancing series, right? I'm trying to come up with the best way to say this, right? It is a thing where things are hanging by such a small thread. They are constantly on the knife's edge, where if it falls one way, one of these teams is going to be walking away with a massive win. If it goes just the other way, even just a little bit, it's going to be the other team. And if Zeus opts into that once again, they're giving TSM the tools to determine which way it's actually going to fall.
And do keep in mind that if you do lose here, it's not the end of the road. This is a double elimination bracket, so you do get a second chance to be able to come back and try and find victory. Dignitas Mirage, you know, they're still waiting down there. They're waiting for the next opponent. And that's what makes this exciting right here. I mean, even if you do falter, you still have that second breath where you can try and make that comeback. So it's not going to be the end of the road here for either of these teams, and they're sure to bring more exciting games throughout this tournament.
For sure. And I think all of Proving Grounds is at this point where we get to see a lot of teams that we weren't necessarily expecting to see go against each other, you know, in years past, are now going to have an opportunity to play, right? You know, obviously we're just looking at the top half of the top bracket at this point. We got Cloud9 versus Dignitas Mirage, which was, you know, a fairly close 2-0. We have FlyQuest versus Evil Geniuses, which went into Evil Geniuses, but that's something we saw before. Later on, we're going to get to watch a lot of other of these major teams have a chance to play against people that they wouldn't have necessarily played against, as we are going to be jumping into Champion Select here in just a second to try and determine which of these teams is actually going to be moving on to play against Cloud9 Academy in the near future.
Gotta continue the tourney as the bands come out. And it's going to be the same exact side selection. You're going to have TSM on the blue side and Zeus on the red side. So we'll see how that draft starts to shape up. So far, going the same with the bands.
Yep. Doesn't surprise me a whole lot. I'm still not super thrilled by this Senna pick. But it is, you know, the exact same bands so far. The Urgot Senna. This has been both a Thresh and a Kha'Zix. Now it's the Sylas. I think it's okay. And this has been Udyr, both times coming out from Zeus, so we're seeing something very similar coming out. The Sylas ban implies to me that they are more interested in trying to pick Hansel something like a Gnar, but you also got to remember you are playing against Lorm, who has a very good Malphite, and is going to be very good at preventing Hansel from getting off the ground. So there's still a lot of play left in it, and now all of the major junglers are still up. Udyr, Hecarim, still there. Volibear, even as this big answer, still be picked.
So TSM Academy, first pick going over to them. Are they going to keep it the same? Are they going to go with the Hecarim? Brought them a lot of success. It would leave open the Tristana we talked about earlier, the Rel. Could possibly those same first 3 picks once again. Seraphine yet to be touched, but Tristana's being hovered. Nope, going straight for the horse.
Yeah, I like this a lot better. Again, Hecarim very good into Tristana. And now with Hecarim on their side, Zeus is less incentivized to pick that. But Udyr's up, Rel's up, Tristana's up, Seraphine's up, right? There's still a lot of options that they can go for from this position. But this would be interesting, right? With the Alistar already banned as one of the major counters to Rel, Thresh doesn't necessarily go up in value as much, but it is something that Rhino is particularly good at, and instead they're going to be shifting over to the Udyr, who is the other really good jungler in the patch, and now, you know, really big meme, living up to his name, hovering the Udyr after the, hovering the Kha'Zix after the Udyr has already been picked.
Yeah, I really do like the Udyr, especially going out for a really big meme. It's a champion he's very proficient in. He plays a lot of it. The Kha'Zix obviously just a bluff away, goes straight back to the Thresh. So that's been banned away before. I believe it was banned away in game number 1. So there's got to be something there for Rhino that we're just not seeing at the moment. Definitely has a liking for that champion.
Yeah, I mean, he's good at it. I'm just surprised when things like the Rel are still available. Like, you can play Rel out of the W, and that'll be good, but it's just the kind of thing where I would still generally prefer to have a Rel instead counterpick to the Thresh coming through. This has always been a big counterpick because whenever you see Thresh winding up for a hook as Nautilus, you just throw out your hook first, you crowd control each other, but you do a lot more damage as this Nautilus, so it's pretty tough for Rhino to actually play this. I like the fact that your son is adapting. They get themselves a Hecarim, Tristana, and Zeus is getting the Udyr, but now they have to find something else that's really good in this composition because it is, one, potentially really good at diving, but also can play front to back.
Interesting. Going for the Sivir, and... Okay, so you are going to get a lot of wave clear from the Sivir. I guess you can set up some kill potential going for the Tristana. In this case, at least in terms of lane priority, just be able to shove that one in, but... It's been a hot minute since I've seen Sivir actually hit the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see, like, Lethality Sivir become a little bit more popular. You can still build it traditionally crit, but I'm surprised it's getting picked up this early in the draft. There are still other very strong AD carries that you can play, and Sivir not super excited to play against these champions, but it does make the Alistar ban make a bit more sense. You cannot play Sivir into Alistar because you cannot spell shield Alistar. If you try and spell shield the headbutt, you still get queued. If you don't spell shield the headbutt, then you just take the damage, right? You just get hit. You cannot stop Alistar combo as the Sivir. But now, Zoos need magic damage. They have a lot of control mages that Darkwings like to play, and of course, Lorm, lots of tanks still available because that pool has not been touched. On the other side, TSM has a lot of freedom in how they want to draft. They can pick more magic damage from Sword, they can pick more dive from the rest of the team. They have a lot of directions they can go, and the Syndra ban, a little bit surprising, but something that Sword has shown a lot of prowess on in the past.
I got it, Josh.
You got it. All right,
Josh.
Josh.
I just tried to say both at the same time. No, I got it. Right now, RBM really wants to play Hecarim, so he's trying to emulate it. How do you do that? You take the Udyr, you get Bear Stance, and then you get on the hunt from Sivir. Now he's going to go really fast. He gets exactly what he wants.
Yeah, watch this Gnar pick coming out from Hanser. Like, you don't ban this Malphite unless you're trying to play Gnar. Maybe Camille, actually, is another option that they could be going for, but that's what they're trying to set up at this point. They banned 2 of the things away that are really good against Gnar, and now it's a little bit more protected, whereas Raheen, grabbing Orianna for Darkwings, pretty standard, you know, pretty neutral spread across the board, and we're going to have to pay a lot of attention to see how Darkwings will be able to play this. What?
Rumble.
Okay.
It's a good boy. You got a problem with him? Look. It works in lore because Rumble has a huge crush on Tristana. You're going to put him in the same team. It works out on the day.
True, but Tristana's not really into Rumble, unfortunately, so we'll see how that ends up working out.
It's been like 10 years. Just give the guy a yes already, man.
Or no, I don't know. We can talk about the Yordle play a little bit later on. They actually don't go with the Gnar, which is very surprising because this feels like a thing that Zoos have a lot of potential counter picks into. We've seen this Wukong before from Alorum, and again, we are looking to see where Zoos want to go, and it says they want to scrap. This is a composition that is going to be able to take a lot of these fights earlier on than they were previously going. Sivir, a lot of base damage from the Q, very happy to take some of these fights before people have a full item. Udyr very strong, and Alorum looking to be very good on this Wukong. It is something that he likes to play into the Aatrox, and now Haunter versus Alorum, two of the most storied players between these two teams, actually going to have a chance to duke it out.
And it actually brings a really fun team fight for Zeus as well. I mean, On the Hunt already adds like a wild variable in that movement speed, but when you got a Cyclone moving that fast, when you got the Man-Bear Pig moving that fast, you have a lot of potential to just cause a lot of hell and be extremely disruptive. So I like the way Zeus Gaming is going with their draft so far, but you got to give some respect over to TSM because they did get a lot of strong picks as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a much more chaotic game than either of the games we've seen before. And Eric, we might get a really big battle if neither of these teams are able to find early advantages in this game, but can also go very heavily in one way or the other, depending on how some of these early skirmishes and early fights go. So we got to pay a lot of attention to how people are positioning, where they're going to be moving around. Does Cody's son get to do all the damage that the Tristana is able to actually blow out, or is his front line just going to be dead to the Cyclone plus Shockwave immediately available from Alorum and Darkwing? So I'm excited to see what these two teams are going to be doing. Very fast from both teams, going to be a lot of skirmishing.
LCS Proving Grounds, TSM Academy versus Zeus. Game number 3. It's all on the line right now. Gonna find out which team is going to take it. Will it be momentum that TSM had from that last game just shining through, or will Zeus find their response with this very scrappy split team fight they have? I'm excited, Josh.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Raheen opting away from the lethality server that we've seen in the past, not going to be doing enough damage to things like Haunter's, Aatrox, and Babip's Hecarim. Instead, going to be going with a more traditional crit-oriented build in order to get these auto attacks down across all the melee champions that TSM are picking for themselves, and get the Boomerang Blade just bouncing back and forth, the Ricochet, in fact, and now just going to be starting on the opposite sides of the map once again. RBM playing towards the top side, whereas TSM's Babip going to be clearing towards the bottom side. So once again, opposite side starts means that we might get dives and ganks early on around the 3 to 4 minute mark.
We're watching Babip. Blues will be watching really big meme and how fast they are able to clear and just run from lane to lane. One of the things I do like about Udyr is, you know, you always have that movement speed available to you, whereas with Hecarim, you only get it on like a certain cooldown.
Ooh,
it's much more smaller for the Udyr, but look at this. Going for the hook, finds it on the Rhino, but it's only a little bit of harassment to come through from the bot lane of TSM, and Raheen's glad to punish it on the Cody's son.
Yeah, big heads-up play from Rhino to actually have the play at level 1, potentially stuffing any of those plays, but now neither side going to have a ward in that bush, and both teams can play for it. The fact that Yurson is playing a melee champion against Rhino's ranged champion means he takes a little bit more harassment, has a much better all-in. They're both level 2. I have to imagine Raheen probably has the spell shield there, otherwise he never would have given an opportunity for that hook.
You could tell he really wanted to go for it too, but the level 2 came in almost at the same exact time. Yurson couldn't come in quick enough.
Oh,
now RBM in the mid lane, just trying to be a menace towards Sword. It's kind of the downsides of picking this Rumble. You are technically a melee. You do got a lot of kind of artificial sustain by getting that shield, but there should be a lot of poke. There should be a lot of punishment early on.
Yeah, this is a little bit interesting and kind of speaks to the fact that RBM is on a much faster clear on this Udyr than the Hecarim is, so he's going to be able to spend that extra time, just pop into the mid lane, say hello, and go back to full clearing while still maintaining CS parity with his opponent. And one of the things that Udyr is really good at, just very fast through here, he gets a lot of golden experience, and while it was nerfed a couple patches ago, is going to mean that he has a small lead, gets out to the Scuttle Crab first, and might actually be able to double Scuttle Crab because Raheen and Rhino building priority in the bottom lane. Dark Wings will be able to fight for it in the mid lane, and RBM can just come through and help him out.
Yeah, in the main lane, Dark Wings, when playing the Orianna, we kind of got the flip side of it now. We're also seeing that Sword is a manaless champion, so he can continue pushing and pushing and pushing. But Dark Wings on the Orianna, you have to sustain that mana. You have to deal with that resource, and that's what's kind of giving an early advantage over to Sword.
Good spell shield.
Ooh, nice spell shield. The return on the hook forces the flash out of Yersan.
Yeah. I don't know if your son was actually expecting that to hit, but Raheen was like, yep, okay, I know, you know, Nautilus Hook is very large, better safe than sorry, and take some extra damage, but ultimately, as we look across the map, small leads coming out for TSM in basically every lane. Alarm is down a tiny bit, mid lane is down a tiny bit, bottom lane is down a full wave at this point, largely due to the support counter pick in favor of Yersan. And now, as we start looking towards the upcoming Dragon, these small item advantages mean a lot more at this point in the game than they will later on. And Alorum, going with the Cole up towards the top side, says, I'm not necessarily super interested in going for a lot of these early game skirmishes. I want to scale up a little bit more, get towards that level 11, rank 2 ultimate, where I can start just one-shotting Cody-san on this Tristana.
Yeah, just be the flip side of the Nocturne, but oh! Look at this, going straight after Raheen. The flash comes in. Yersan just using the Hex flash, but Rhino will be able to show up down here and make sure Raheen gets out okay.
Grab it. Now on the bottom side of the map. Gonna be starting up this Dragon, and it's a little bit slow, but TSM just gonna fight.
Nice play comes out, but it's not going to be nice enough to save Rhino. Rhino will fall. That's first blood going over to Cody's son. Raheen able to get some chip damage back in, but the deed has been done. TSM now rotating towards the Drake.
Yeah, the Mountain Deed has been mountain done, as they are going to be picking up this Dragon. They're going to be pushing people around. And this is the second game in a row where Cody-san and Yersan have won the 2v2 up against their lane opponents. And that's a little bit worrying, right? Tristana wants to get these early leads and find an opportunity to play for these big fights later on, and giving these early kills over is a little bit worrying. Is why this champion is so good. It has such a strong early game that it can oftentimes skip the mid game where it is not as strong. So Zoo's going to be in a bit of a rough position, and I like this fight timing as well. They're just going to be going for it while they know Babip is nearby, and if they win, great, he picks up the Dragon. If they don't win, well, Babip can leave the Dragon and come down and suddenly make it a 3v2.
Only a win for TSM in that situation. But take a look at this. A rotation coming out from Zeus from the mid lane. You do have Dark Wings coming up, and they're setting up for a dive right on the Haunter. RBM going to lead the charge. Looking for the bear stance, as now the teleport's going to come out. That's all it's going to take to get Zeus to walk away from this dive.
Dark Wings.
Yeah, not done just yet. Dark Wings kind of getting caught out here. Equalizer goes out, gets a bit of damage on the Dark Wings, but not going to find much else. Darkwing's even willing to grab the fruits on top of the Equalizer, does not care.
It's all good. Yeah, that's a pretty big win coming up from Zeus. They don't get anything directly, but they get a lot of resources spent from TSM. But these resources aren't a win in and of themselves. You have to do something with that lead. You have to find a fight. You have to get something, and instead they're getting engaged upon.
Oh, and Darkwing's able to flash away, but he's walking straight into Haunter. Will take the Lantern, but he's still deep into no man's land. Rhino's starting to run low. Darkwing's still alive. Here comes the Cyclone, able to get one kill. It's going on to Babip. It's doing so much work, and Zeus able to turn this on a dime. Now going after Haunter, waiting for that death sentence, not willing to take it. Zeus will just take their win and walk away.
Great heads-up play coming in from Darkwings to take the Lantern into a different part of the fight. Shockwave keeps him alive, and this is Zeus fighting back early on by using their teamfight ultimates, and that's what we were saying. They gotta take these fights while TSM don't have their buttons yet, and Alarm gotta be careful about RBM and Rhino here in support.
More buttons going to be pressed in the top side. RBM tries to put the chase on the Haunter, but Haunter's able to dissuade it, so gank, not going to work out too much, but you see the roam coming out of Rhino. You see what he does when he's allowed to get out of that lane and start walking around with RBM. Let's take another look at that play that happened. That it almost looked dark for Darkwings, but he is able to escape.
Yeah, and let's just do the quick thought experiment, where what happens if there's an equalizer here? What happens if Aatrox has access to the ult and has the extra sustain that comes off of it? They win this fight handily. Darkwings and Rhino so low, and at the end of it, when both these frontliners are just beating on Haunter, there's not a lot left for them to do, but that's the win that Zeus needed to find, and TSM were the ones that opted into it. So we'll see if that confidence comes back to bite them a little bit more. Right now, doesn't mean that much. Both these teams still able to go for fights in this mid-game with the next dragon spawning in about 2 minutes.
Right now, TSM still have the neutral objective control, able to grab that Rift Herald, put it onto Babip. That's going to be nice. Now, rotating around this dragon area, they are going to start establishing some vision quite soon. Should be the next objective they really do want to contest. Still got a minute 35 before that spawn, so it's going to be a while before we get towards that team fight timer.
Yeah, we're seeing Grievous Wounds starting to come out from both sides of the map. Now, notably, it is going to be reducing Hauntzer's healing a little bit more than anybody else, but, you know, as people are starting to realize more and more the value of Grievous Wounds, it just does damage, right? Like, healing denied is damage done, and just being able to deny some of this health regen, a lot of the healing that a lot of people have in things like Ravenous Hunter that they take, is going to mean that you are going to deny a significant amount of the power budget that your opponents are typically used to working with. So I really like this Thornmail coming out from Haunzer early on. It's not direct damage, but it is going to be limiting Alarm's ability to do damage in these proactive trades. So 40 seconds left until the dragon spawns. Nobody with a completed item just quite yet. And both teams should be willing to spoil for this fight.
RBM hanging around towards the top side, realizes he can't stay there for too long because of the said dragon, but just might try and pick up the kill on the way out. He's going to walk into a control ward, so that will be fine for him. We'll keep Haunzer alive and in a safe spot, but with only 24 seconds left on that Drake, RBM's got to make way and head over there as fast as he can.
Yeah, no teleports from either top laner. Alorum backing away will be a little bit late to showing up for the dragon, but Haunzer hasn't moved at all, so Alorum will have a bit of an itemization advantage if he does choose to show up, but he's not coming over, and so a 4v4 potentially looking to come out. Look at where Sword is, look at where the rest of Zeus are, and TSM recognize that they can either jump on Raheen and Rhino or leave, and they choose to leave, which is not something that I was expecting to say about TSM.
It was a tough spot where they could have gotten pincered if they did go for that engagement. Now they want to gather up as a squad and go for it now. Here comes the equalizer, but Babip critically low. Raheen will take him down. And that's just going to be the team fight right there. Zeus will get the kill and now set up the Drake.
Yeah, that was really big. The ultimates from Babip and Sword didn't have a whole lot of effect. Raheen able to keep himself alive, and Rhino with the stopwatch also going to be keeping himself alive, rewarding themselves with this dragon. Is going to be keeping them in the game. This is actually looking like the battle you were looking for, Eric. Gold is basically dead on even. One dragon apiece. People are starting to get their full items, and again, both teams willing to look at these fights coming up around the objectives. For the first time at the 11-minute mark, I have no idea who's going to win this game.
It's feeling close, Josh. It's feeling very, very close. Both of these teams have been very competitive throughout the series so far. You know, you had to stomp one way, you had to stomp the other way. Now we got ourselves a series, we got ourselves a matchup, and let's take a look at that last fight as Babip just goes in. He's too far out by himself. It's not enough time for his team to respond.
Yeah, no Galio this game. It doesn't have any real follow-up, and again, neither top laner coming up to participate in the fight means that it's just this 4v4. Ultimates from Hecarim and Rumble matter a lot. And now Tristana is kind of in that power trough, right? Doesn't have the range just quite yet, is on a full item compared to the incomplete one from Raheen, so there is some value to be had there, but it's not as much of a power difference as you will be seeing later on in the game. So RBM coming top lane, they're just fighting.
Cyclone going to be used, going straight after Haunzer, get the double knock up, the flash forward with the bear slap. Haunzer critically low, and there it is, the spear on the back of the head of Haunzer to finish him off.
But despite the fact that there are 4 kills in favor of Zeus, the gold is still even. Look at this bottom lane coming out. They have a big lead. They picked up 4 plates. They've grabbed a kill, 30 CS up in favor of Cody Sun. This might be the difference this game. We were expecting to see a lot more action coming from the top lane between Haunter and Alarm, but right now, Cody Sun and Yurson are the ones who are finding the lead for their team. They pick up their first turret at 13 minutes. They get every single plate off of their turret, and now Cody Sun, again, as we said, might be skipping some of the mid-game where Tristana isn't as powerful. They got the full first item. They're starting to get another one. This cloak can build into basically whatever they want.
And the plates, the tower, all the gold, the CS, everything going over to Cody Sun. And quite a champion to have that in. We'll be scaling up more and more as this game continues. You're taking a look at the jungle right now, but Bib headed towards that top side, but just to try and spot out where the pathing of RBM might be. He does spot him out in the jungle and might look for a contention here. Nope, just going to slip on by and pop another one. Is it going to be the smite still? He's going for it, but will not find it. RBM will keep his red.
Yeah, good heads up from RBM. Just like, Bib's probably here. Let me make sure I smite this to deny any steal attempt. But Raheem, he's got level 9 and gets some damage onto Cody. Are we fighting?
Ooh, Buster Shot goes out, pushes Raheen away. RBM not willing to go for the engagement right now. Top side stays neutral.
Alright, yeah. I mean, you saw how much damage Raheen took from Cody's son during that engagement. Gotta be very careful because it's not a 1v1 that Sivir tends to win, especially not down an item. But we're starting to move around as a team. We got a Herald spawning fairly soon, and a couple ultimates used. The Buster Shot from Cody's son and Raheen's On the Hunt, both gone, which means that, you know, the AD carry is a little bit less safe than they would normally be, and so we're starting to look at these front lines and how they're going to interact. Stridebreaker already completed for Alarm to stay on top of people, as well as the Chem Tank already done for RBM for them to actually start looking at this backline. So, another fight spoiling. Got to pay a lot of attention to how these AD carries are going to be able to position. We know Cody's son is really good at that.
Man, Joshi, you're talking about ultimates, but what about the greatest ultimate of all, Phoenix Stance?
Phoenix Stance! Well, that's always on.
It always surprises me that you actually have an ultimate timer for that over in the heads-up display.
Yep. RBM caught.
Yeah, here we go. RBM getting caught out.
Big
there comes the equalizer.
equalizer.
It's beautiful, right on the path. RBM getting so low, but is able to bear stance away. Now the Cyclone comes
Cody?
out. Alorum going straight after Cody's son. He will be
Alorum.
able to grab him and just spin right
he's
on
out.
out the lantern. Style points for days. Alorum gets the kill on Cody.
Oh my gosh, Eric. What was this fight? We saw that everything seemed to be lining up for TSM. Everything seemed to be going well, but a kill going over means that basically nothing happened during all of that, except people pressed a lot of buttons, and we're going to be going to another fight in about 20 seconds. Like, watch how Raheen basically melts during this equalizer. He's getting touched by nothing else. Maybe he took a Nautilus E, maybe, but almost dies off of that alone. And as we said, without safety buttons coming in for the AD carries, they aren't going to be able to keep themselves alive. Rhino moves forward, and this is why they picked it so early in the draft, because Rhino, paying attention, this is a team game. Let's go, League of Legends.
Zeus are trying to run away with this one. The Fog of War not going to catch out Zeus from doing this, Drake. Going to grab their second Drake of the game, and it will be Cloud as they continue to try and further their lead. The response out of TSM Academy is to go after Rift Herald.
They're doing it fairly slow, but look at the item difference again coming in for the AD carries. An item and a half already completed for Cody's son. He's got so much money throughout this game, whereas Raheem, relatively poor, only has the components of what is probably a Gale Force, but could be a Kraken Slayer through this game. Now Zeus trying to find some play onto Sword, and he sniffs it out.
Going right after Sword. Bear coming out of the woods, looking to hunt him down. Shockwave goes out, but Sword is able to sidestep it. It's not needed, though. The kill will be found regardless. RBM and Rhino with that duo roam looking good in the jungle.
But what do they trade for it? Nothing in League of Legends comes for free, and now they're crashing the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Alorum fancies an all-in.
Goes for the Cyclone. Still knocking up Haunter time and time again. Will chase him down. Doesn't care that he went for that Bramble Vest. He is happy to claim that kill.
Yeah, clean 1v1 coming out from Alorum. Not something we often think of him in terms of being able to duel a lot of these players, but he's showing he's still got it. You play these tanks, you play the carries, he can do it all. And now 7-1 in kills in favor of Zeus, but they are not ahead as much as you would expect. They're down 2 turrets. They're down a ton CS, especially in the bottom lane. And as we're starting to see, it's meaning a 2,000 gold lead coming out for Cody's son. So this Tristana, very strong character, is very far ahead in comparison to the rest of the game. So we still got a game on our hands. 2,000 gold, not enough to really mean that these skirmishers are guaranteed to go in one direction.
And it's not that far off from game number 2, because TSM, the resources they were able to get, they pretty much allocated it onto Cody Sun, and Cody Sun was able to play safe enough to allow his squad to just disrupt that backline, as we saw for days with that Galio and Nocturne. Now, you got a similar situation, just Cody Sun and TSM are a little bit more even in gold this time. It's only about a 1k difference, but it really doesn't make that big of impact when we're 18 minutes into the game.
Okay. Monster. Ooh, to RBM.
Going in. We'll get the bear slap. Still bring more damage onto Hanster, but Hanster's a big boy. He can fend for himself and not wanting to overdive his RBM.
Oh,
Here comes the equalizer right onto Raheem. The lantern is beautiful once again. Rhino will protect his ADC. The attention put onto Hanster. Death sentence will not land. Babip looking to go for an engage here. Goes after Rhino. Able to land it onto Rhino, but RBM is going to be the one who's caught out. Gets caught once again, pulled in and killed by Hanster. Now 5 members strong is going to be TSM as they continue to chase down Zeus. Rhino caught deep within the Baron pit. Throws out another hook and is fed to Sword. TSM are finding their footing right back into this game as they take down 2 members of Zeus Gaming.
Yeah, having all of your members together in a coordinated system is going to mean a whole lot. Raheem, okay, does have to blow the heal in order to keep himself alive, but a couple questionable pathing decisions coming out from the Sivir means that it is going to be very difficult for them to play some of these later team fights when you're blowing your flash and heal in situations where you really don't want to have to use it. You want to be able to use these to resist the dive coming out from TSM, and now he doesn't have those tools.
And Sword's equalizers are really punishing Raheem in that case too, because like you can't spell shield it. There's not much you can really do about the equalizer. The damage just comes through. You're going to see it right here. Raheem taking a load of damage at the start of that.
Yeah, and then they look at Hanser, but unfortunately, like, this is a thing where Hanser takes too long for them to kill. Even if they get it, this fight doesn't go particularly well for them. They're trying to kite back with Raheem, but instead gets caught. They lose their first member very quickly, and despite the fact that it's really big meme, Rhino ends up walking into the pit, doesn't have flash, doesn't have a way out, ends up giving over a second kill. And we're starting to see more fights coalescing. Again, very even in terms of gold across the map, but you got to pay attention to who is strong. Cody Sun coming in for TSM, very, very strong. And Alorum, 4-0-1 on this Wukong. Fed guy versus Fed guy. So what this game is potentially going to be looking at as we see 40 seconds before the next dragon. So everybody needs to get a back in if they want to spend their money.
Zeus now headed over towards Hanser.
Oh,
got a lot of movement speed here, but Zeus are not realizing what is behind them. Hanser goes straight for the engage, and there is the equalizer. Babip will take down Darkwings. RBM will fall as well. Hanser able to grab that kill, and that's going to set up the dragon for TSM Academy.
Yeah, no grievous wounds between these two guys means that Hanser are going to be very, very healthy throughout this entire thing. They can't even defend this turret. If you bring everybody back, you don't get anything. So they're looking to try and trade. And TSM kind of calling the bluff. They say, we see your wave clear is not here. Your inhibitor is going to be ours. We are going to take this before RBM and Darkwings are back up. And guess what? We can then leave and go pick up the Cloud Dragon because both Darkwings and RBM are still dead.
Let's see here. RBM just spawned, so did Darkwings, and Darkwings does have teleport. RBM is a very, very fast bear. So will Zeus look to go for contention? I think they are. Teleport's coming through. It's going to be a while before you get RBM, but that dragon goes down so fast. It's going to be claimed by TSM Academy.
Yeah, Zeus macro not looking as clean in this game as it has in previous games in this series. So TSM going to be pulling ahead for the first time in such a long time in terms of gold. They might be giving back this mid lane turret, potentially. No, Zeus going to have to walk away. But they're very happy with the fact that there is now no turret in the bottom lane. Hanser can push that past the river. Suddenly, it doesn't have anything that's going to bounce it back except for opposing minions. So they get a lot of free priority as long as they send anybody down into the bottom lane. Aurora doesn't have anywhere to fall back to. And TSM, I mean, the goal is even, but they are very happy with their position.
Very happy indeed. Let's see if they can continue pushing it. As you can see, they're now headed towards the Baron area, starting to gather some vision over towards that side. There are some control wards placed out by Zeus to spot out the rotations of TSM, but they're not going to be there for too much longer. Just takes one member walking over it. Still a lot of control coming out from Zeus towards this Baron side, being very careful to establish their vision, but it's what they need to close out this game. You want it all around the Baron, and you want to make sure Rhino's not going to catch you out with a sneaky hook.
For sure, we gotta pay a lot of attention to Raheen. He now is fairly close to parity in terms of itemization, right? Both 80 carries on 2 items, a little bit more coming out from Cody's son, but wow, neither of these guys know they're there.
Over the wall, here it comes, going on to Darkwings, who's able to lantern away. Equalizer comes out,
Darkwings.
double knockup goes through, but there's the shockwave, retaliation on the sword, who is going to fall. Look at Hanser go, trying to go after Raheem. Raheem is doing his best to put in that DPS and finds the kill. Now Zeus kiting backwards, trying to get their damage in while backing off of TSM, but Cody's son was unchecked that entire fight, and he will pick up RBM.
Oh my gosh, Alorum buys so much time for the rest of Zeus. That fight was looking rough for the red team, and now they got to make sure they don't get caught out. Alorum might have to flash this wall.
Oh, Hook comes out once again. Hook
Okay.
not going to be returned from Yurisan, so that is the disengage. TSM just going to back off, not try their luck.
All right. Can't wait to see this replay, because it's one of the few times where we gotta highlight someone who didn't get a kill, basically solo carrying the fight. In the meantime, though, we'll get an opportunity to see Zeus and TSM very, very even, 6-9 in kills. And now, again, we gotta wait for these objectives to come up. Neither team going to be really able to easily siege against the other. They don't have a whole lot of range. Neither team has a whole lot of poke. But watch Alorum play this fight as we get into the replay, because Raheen, Darkwings, not able to do a whole lot. They actually take a lot of damage. Raheen has not been auto-attacking this entire time, but Alorum better able to play the 1v4 on the opposite side of the map than Sword is at this point in the game. He is so strong, he is able to turn around and keep the rest of his team alive. But this is what's going on. This Fed guy, Cody's son, interacts poorly with the Fed guy on the side of Zeus. So we're back to this original situation. We're back to both teams lining up and potentially looking to fight, and huge item completion for Cody's son. Lord Dons is going to allow him to get through Alorum much more quickly in the future.
Here comes the Hook over the wall, lands onto Yurisan. Babip willing to challenge that right now. The flay comes out, a lot of damage onto Babip. On the hunt is going to be popped as Raheen runs forward, but Babip is too fast, and so is the rest of TSM Academy. Not going to be able to find that engage. Instead, just going to use the time, get vision once again all around this Baron area.
Yo, that is some confident energy from Raheen, and now Rhino and RBM gotta run.
Yeah, over the wall. Here comes Sword. They're going after RBM. He grabs the lantern, but it will not work. Hook goes out onto the clone. The jungler is down, so TSM smell Baron.
Okay. See what they do. They still have their ultimates available, but they don't have a smite, so they gotta look to take the fight. Rhino gets caught.
Hook comes out, spell shield onto
Shockwave.
It's gonna be Rhino going down, but here comes the Cyclone. He's trying to find two. Out comes the Boomerang. Kill going through for Rahid, who's able to grab it. Now Alorum starting to go on the retreat as he's far too low. Cyclone will buy him a little bit of time, but the flames right behind him will be outran. Alorum able to get away, and still Zeus, they're willing to fight at every chance they got.
Yeah, RBM is alive for this dragon, and Babip is not. The Cloud Drakes themselves, not particularly useful, but the Cloud Soul, so good for both these teams. The amount of movement speed you get, both when you cast your ultimate and just naturally running around, going to be huge for either team. The positioning advantage they're able to get with it, the extra damage you get on the Hecarim, so powerful. And we'll see this, like, Alorum, so good, dude. Darkwings uses a shockwave perfectly, and it gets layered incredibly well. And Raheen, like, you know, we were praising him earlier. He's not having a whole lot of effect on this game. The only thing he really did during that fight was get one Q onto Babip at the very end. And as they start to run away, the game ends up resetting once again to an even position, Eric. We are less than 500 gold between these teams.
And can I just say, something I noticed in that replay was Cody's son's buster shot was on point. That's the only reason the Cyclone wasn't able to catch Cody. He just pushed Alorum away from the get-go and let himself be in a situation where he can just freely reign in DPS.
Yeah. Guess what? Raheen's caught up. He has the same number of items as Tristana all of a sudden. And because of all the melee champions that are coming in from TSM, Orianna and Sivir suddenly getting a lot more value, right? You get this AoE down onto multiple members because they're standing on top of each other whenever you front to back. So Zeus looking very excited in this situation. There's a lot of opportunities, though, for TSM to still play this out. They have a lot of flanking tools. They have some backline access. They can use the equalizer to make sure Raheen and Darkwings don't get into these team fights. So we still have lots of game to play. But because so many turrets have been taken on both sides, a devastating team fight win, a decisive one, can potentially end the game because it'll open up the base and allow you to just go for all these objectives.
Zeus posturing up in these bushes once again. They've been kind of repeatedly trying to set up some kind of pseudo death bush, and now they're just going for the outright engagement on the hunt spot. There goes RBM going for the backline, bear slapping whoever he can find on
Raheen.
Slot of shadows, able to get him in, but Raheen is caught out in the middle. A shutdown goes through, and Zeus are starting to melt. Cyclone's doing a lot of work. Can it turn this fight around?
Cody-san.
Darkwings is working as hard as he can to keep his team into this. The hook will not find its mark, but the healing is there from Hanser to make sure that Darkwings does not want to take this fight, but Hanser very surely does as he swings away at Darkwings. Darkwings able to get the movement speed boost to get himself to safety. That's 2 down for TSM, 3 down for Zeus.
And the one melee champion on TSM that's not getting caught in all this AoE is Cody-san, able to stay alive. And now Alorum thinks they're hitting the Baron, but guess what? He's not. They don't pull the trigger.
Playing very, very safe here. Hex flash over the wall. Nope, Yursan just gonna bluff it to check if there was a ward there.
Wow, okay.
Yeah,
Largest
you can feel
gold
it,
lead we've seen in a long time. 1,000 gold in favor of TSM. Starting to matter less and less as this game continues to go on. Gotta watch the ultimates once again. Gotta watch the ultimate timers, how they use them. Neither team can really take a fight while their opponents have ultimates and you do not. But Alorum, 604, has 3 items, has the Black Cleaver, so he will be creating space for Raheen to do a lot of damage by shredding all the armor, and allowing Raheen to rip the other team to shreds. But Raheen died in the last fight. He was one of the first people to go down. He's the major damage source for this team. He's going to be making all these melee champions very sad if he's still alive. So the ranged champions need to stay alive, and Cody-san did a better job in that last fight as we start to coalesce around the next objective, Cloud Soul.
I don't know, you call Raheen the only damage. Alorum says, hold my beer. In these last team fights, he's been putting out a lot of DPS with those Cyclones. Been very disruptive. He's been a huge part of Zeus being able to stay in this. I mean, the scoreline just says it outright. But now Zeus, they're posturing up, going for the good old ARAM, but choosing to back off instead because you do have Sword headed over towards that bot side looking to get a split push.
See what they can do. As we said, they can move forward. They can get that lane, and they just find an engage. Hanser.
On the hunt, they saw the resources used by Hanser. His only movement
No flash.
mobility, it is
Oh!
gone. Alorum grabs
It's up
the
now.
kill. A member down is TSM Academy. This could be disaster right here as Zeus start heading towards the Baron.
I promise you, they knew exactly when Hanser's flash was up because it came up 2 seconds after he died. And that might be the difference between winning and losing this game. They have the members to hit this, but there's a big contest potentially coming out from TSM. They're looking to turn. Zeus looking to fight this one more time, but TSM not willing to give it to them.
But Biff, he's really watching closely, but now he knows he needs to back off. Alorum starting to go forward, really trying to posture up to set up that Cyclone. You
Dragon
still got
at
a while
5.
before that cooldown comes up. So, TSM Academy don't want to chance it. They're going towards the Drake, but Zeus will challenge them. 5 strong. Zeus walk forward towards this Baron pit, but that,
Do they get to
that
fight?
Drake was destroyed so quickly, and TSM are able to slip away.
Okay, but that's Baron. That's the first major objective. Both teams one dragon away from Cloud Soul, which is so valuable for both these teams. When you're going for these team fights, having higher uptime on your ults, having more movement speed is massive for both of these teams. But this is big. At the 1,000 gold, not very big, but Baron buff suddenly means that one of these teams can push in siege, and the other one is forced to try and team fight to not give up these objectives. Alorum now moving with the rest of the team. He can kind of get this push past River, but it will eventually bounce back off the turret. But both teams gotta coalesce. Both teams gotta look for another one of these fights, and we gotta pay attention to Cody-san, because He's the one person who can actually kind of deal with these waves from a safe distance.
Pressure being played. Zeus setting up in the bot side, setting up towards that red side jungle. They got the vision, they got the control, they have the map, but can they use this to start to close it out? That's what they're trying to do here with this Baron Siege. Get the minions onto the towers, be able to split up TSM as a unit, and into those towers, but goodness gracious, Raheen getting way too close to Cody's son, it almost dies in the process.
Oh my god, Spell Shield used a little bit too early before the explosion goes off, ends up taking all that damage and uses the heal. That's one of these buttons that we keep talking about, Eric. You don't want to use these buttons outside of the fight. It's an extra couple hundred HP that he now doesn't have for the upcoming team fight. But he does have most of a Guardian Angel done. He has a lot of damage. He has a lot of opportunity to stay alive if he stays behind his backline. Alright, but we can wait.
This is really close, man.
Yeah. Because of that damage down, Zeus not able to pick up anything more in the second mid lane turret. And now, with the Baron almost gone, it should expire here in just a couple of seconds. Zeus has to wait for the next dragon to spawn in order to lure TSM out of the base.
Yeah, not able to get undone with that Baron buff. And it was all because Cody's son did get that harassment. That made Zeus want to back off, knowing that their main ADC was not there. So it's a stall, but it's a successful stall coming out of TSMA.
Yeah, 7 seconds left on the Baron. It's effectively gone. Do they find... No, there's no way they find Hunter here.
Oh, they're going to try and find him. Here comes RBM. On the Hunt's going to be used. A lot of movement speed, knocking up Hanser. Hanser gets a nice shield. Equalizer's going to be used, but just baited out. Doesn't really get much damage, only used for the disengage.
They trade Rhino's Flash for Hanser's Flash, and other than that, all these ultimates will be back up by the time these teams look to fight again. So, ultimately, time bought, time sold, and we're waiting once again. Dragon spawning in minute 45. Baron spawning in 2.5. We're looking at another big fight, and at this point, like, again, it doesn't even need to be that decisive. If you ace the other team, and as long as it's not like Yurson or Rhino is the only person still alive, you can take an inhibitor with anybody else that's still out.
We were talking about that dragon earlier. This is where TSM are going to start to put their attention to. They got one more Drake until they get that soul. So getting some early vision there, taking the recalls, getting the reset, getting those final purchases, because this should be a team fight, Joshi.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be, right? Like, both teams can't afford to just give that up. Neither team is willing to just give over advantages because these teams, like, they do pretty similar things. Sivir and Tristana do massive damage. There's a little bit more need to be aggressive in team fights coming out from TSM because they have the Rumble rather than the rather than the Orianna. But, you know, Aatrox and Wukong, functionally very similar. They are these big AD threats that are going to be doing a lot of AoE damage to the other team. Udyr and Hecarim at this point, both, I mean, they have almost the exact same itemization, right? They are fast dudes that get crowd control down and try and provide space for their backline to do damage.
RBM gonna steal away the chickens while trying to get some vision over here because look at that timer, Joshi. 15 seconds before the dragon does spawn. TSM are on the outskirts of this, and Zeus are able to get priority positioning. They are starting to split up a little bit, though, as they try and sniff out where TSM are. So you got a ward there.
Oh, Raheen.
Ooh, and here we go. RBM's going to run on in, and the team fight's going to break out. RBM choosing to back off. He gets so low, has to run out of there. But Rahid able to grab your son. Look at Cody's son, though. He's completely unchecked. Resurrecting will be Allura, but can Cody's son do enough? Answer might be no here. Running so low. Jumping in is Raheen. There goes the Guardian Angel being popped, but there's 5 of Zeus surrounding like sharks. They will take him down. 4 members down for TSM. Zeus starting up in the mid lane. They want to close this out.
3 players that went to Worlds. 2 players that are allotted as prodigies, young prodigies in Sword and Yurson, are losing to really big meme. Guys, NA has talent. These guys are a potential future. These guys are moving together as a team, and Alorum, the one veteran leading this team to a victory over TSM Academy in 38 minutes. Zoos are going to be the winner of the round 1 games, and by golly, man, that was one hell of a fun game. It was so close. You wanted to battle, Eric, and you got it.
And North American Amateur has talent, and we saw it on display right there. That was a very competitive match between these two teams, and yeah, I loved everything I saw there, Josh.
It was so good, right? There were a couple spots where I was a little bit worried, right? Cody-san was free hitting. Raheen was in some spots that weren't necessarily the safest thing, but they were able to execute in the end. And wow, just watching these guys play, watching them have an opportunity to go up against these teams and continue to stay in the winner's side of Proving Grounds, where they will be playing up against Cloud9 Academy coming up next. Well, not today, but their next match, right? Like, these guys have to be so happy with their performance thus far. And boy, can I say I am so proud to see these guys have the opportunity to keep playing.
Yeah, Zeus, they looked great. They performed well. They went against TSM Academy. They honestly were expected to be the winners just because of the UGP results. But you got to give a little bit of credit over to TSM, because they did bring it in a competitive match. They were able to squeeze out one stomp in that game number 2.
They did, and honestly, like, if I see that kind of TSM more, I think they can pick up a lot more wins, even against a lot of these stronger teams. But the 2v2s that were coming out from Zeus, like, this was giving us a little bit of surprise. We gotta praise the bottom lane coming out from TSM for keeping these games as competitive as they were. Cody-san and Yurson winning these 2v2s. Cody-san staying alive throughout all of these fights. Again, gosh, man. I did not believe in the Rhino Thresh when I saw it, but he proved me wrong.
Yes, there's so many of these plays that look like they would have been great plays for TSM, but all it took was one little lantern, and it's completely flipped. It's just a net win for Zeus. And even in these team fights, I really didn't know which way it was going to swing. You had so many great equalizers coming out of Sword, but the rest of the squad of Zeus, they just come together so well. Dark Wings had brilliant positioning, rarely got caught out, had some pretty good shockwaves, but the hero of this all was definitely Alorum. He is what kept Zeus in this series.
Yeah, he's beating up Hansir, right? He's consistently getting these massive cyclones, and 907 at the end of the game, looking really good on a slightly unconventional pick in the Wukong, just goes to show why he's been having so much success with this team. But that's it, right? Zeus beat TSM Academy 2-1. They're going to be playing up against Cloud9 Academy fairly soon. And now we start turning our eyes towards our next game, our next series between 100 Thieves Academy and CLG Academy. And I know you're a big CLG fan, so tell me, Eric, do you believe?
All right. Hold on there.
Hold on. We're backing up.
I'm not the biggest CLG fan, but I have been a fan of the story of CLG Academy as they've run through this bracket so far. It's been a hard road for them. We saw that they only had 1 week with their original roster before they came into this circuit, and they did some great things. But we are getting way too far ahead of ourselves, because we haven't got into the player interview presented by Verizon, Joshi.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see this. We do have Alorum on the line. He's going to have an opportunity to talk to us and give us some insight into how that went. So Alorum, first off, congratulations on taking down TSM Academy and having a dominant performance in that last game. Could you give us a little bit of insight into how you guys were feeling, especially walking into some of these fights towards the end where you had such a big impact?
Well, it's just we have the Sivir, right? And so we're sitting there going, okay, if we see any of them, we're just going to press our Sivir R and go monkey mode at them. And, ironically, I happen to be playing Wukong, but that is what we were saying. We did go a little off track of that sometimes, but for the most part, we are just playing a full dive because I'm so strong, and we're kind of relying on me getting these really big ults, and along with our Oriana, we just have to play around that team fight. There, like I said, sometimes we went a little too far. We thought we did more damage than we actually do, and we kind of mess up. And Cody's son was massive that game, so we're all sweating so much. We've all got our handkerchiefs wiping our brow after each engage, like, oh my god, he's free hitting us. But at the end of the day, as long as we got that one team fight where Cody died, even with his GA, like, as soon as he goes into GA, he's going to be dead. So it just took that one fight, and as soon as we can get that, then it's a dub.
All right, I want to ask about game number 2 and like the recovery from that, because that was a stomp. It felt really bad going into that, but you guys just recomposed yourself so well. What is the mindset when you deal with a game like that and come into game number 3?
I've said it once and I'll say it before. Every time we win or lose, it's right after the game finishes. It's all right, guys. The game is 0-0, and we consider it like we're playing a best of 1. And if we are 1-1, then it is a best of 1 technically after the game is done. So after that game, it's all right, guys. You know, we got one game to play and just give it our all. And, you know, we might have gotten stomped game 2, but in a series that we are firmly believing that we can take, you know, is in our hands as long as we're not making mistakes, like, you know, Raheen dying 2v2 bot or just making silly mistakes in general. As long as we don't do that, we can have some form of control, and we're pretty good at team fighting. At least I'd like to think so. So as long as we can get to the point where we are even with the other team in the mid game, we're feeling pretty confident about our fights.
Nice. I really like to hear that. I want to hear a little bit more, right? You are kind of like the leader, the veteran leader of this team in many ways, right? You have a lot of experience playing in LCS. A lot of these guys are effectively rookies that you're going to be having an opportunity. Could you tell me a little bit more about how proud you are to see that these guys are now in Proving Grounds and starting to take down academy teams?
These are my boys, man. They're my children in the League of Legends scene. Can you believe that all of us are playing for free too? By the way, we're just sitting here. We're got our little cup out. Please, sir, some change for any org that wants to sponsor Zeus Gaming, Toilet Paper Cat. But regardless of that, I think the main thing is that all of us are more willing to play just to win, right, over money. And so while we would like some money, hint to any orgs that are looking to sponsor a team, we are here to win it. And so that's the big part of all the boys here. They're all young. They've got jobs in school. You know, they're not like me. I dropped out of school and went pro in League back in the day. But these guys, they're still even part-time in League. Imagine when these guys aren't in school and don't have jobs and they're getting paid to play League of Legends. They're going to go nuts. So we're just waiting for them to break out of that.
I can't wait to see that. Thank you so much, Lorem. Congratulations on your win, and good luck against Cloud9 Academy. They're going to be a tough team to beat, and I hope you guys can really show what you guys got.
All right, thank you.
All right, that's going to do it for that series. And again, congratulations over to Zeus, but now we can get the topic in that direction, Joshi. Now we can start talking about 100 Thieves Academy versus CLG Academy.
Yeah, I got a little bit ahead of ourselves, but we got, you know, a lot more League of Legends left to go today, and wow, like, we've had such a good Series 1 so far. I hope 100 Thieves and CLG really can bring it so that we have a little bit more opportunity to see how these teams are going to be able to play, because it is going to be a very different style, right? We see both 100 Thieves and CLG a little bit more chaotic good coming out, whereas we saw, you know, Zeus, well, they said they were monkeying, they were very lawful, right? They were pretty darn controlled throughout the entire series.
All right, we're going to throw out a short break. When we return, we'll get more into that matchup of CLG Academy versus 100 Thieves Academy. Be sure to stay tuned.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best, only from Verizon.
Welcome back to the LCS Proving Grounds. We just finished up with TSM Academy versus Zeus Academy. Now we're ready to move on to CLG Academy versus 100 Thieves Academy.
We are, and we are going to be seeing a very different style coming out from these two teams. While we saw a little bit of 2v2 prowess coming out from TSM's bottom lane, this is a time where CLG have been finding a lot of their success through the bot historically, and now going up against 100 Thieves, it's going to be much more difficult for them to find those quickly, but we got to pay attention to the bracket. Once again, winners of these are going to be playing up against Evil Geniuses Academy, and the winner of that will play the winner of Cloud9 versus Zeus. So we got a large bracket, everybody. Remember, this is only the top half of the top bracket, so there are another 8 teams that we haven't even seen yet.
And with this matchup of CLGA versus 100 Thieves A, I am personally excited for it because I had a lot of investment into the 100 Thieves Academy roster during the regular season, but I also have a lot of investment into the storyline that CLG Academy was able to do. They were one of the squads that was kind of getting laughed at all the way up until Nerd Street's last chance qualifiers. They didn't look too hot, but they shut everyone up in that tournament. They brought in their new jungler, Keel, and from there, it was just sweep, sweep, competitive match. Here are your winners, CLG Academy, the final Academy team to qualify.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting position for both of these teams, right? 100 Thieves, they brought Luger in. They have DeMonte coming down from LCS to play with them as well. And no disrespect to RJS, but DeMonte has had a lot of opportunity to showcase what he has against some of the best LCS players consistently. And I think he's likely to be able to do that once again now that he's going to be playing up against RJS.
Yeah, and of course, another member of 100 Thieves Academy that stands out to me will always be Kenvi. We saw him during the scouting grounds. He put up a hell of a performance to be able to be scouted. The thing is, it's been a rough road since. He hasn't been able to have similar performances since joining Academy.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where they're going to be able to take this roster because Papa Smithy has done a fantastic job at taking these newer players, trying to develop them and bring them to the forefront. Right now, we're still seeing a lot of roughness around the edges for 100 Thieves. They play quite well. They ended up getting third pretty much perennially in most of the tournaments that they played in recently. But the big thing to pay attention to is they make some good decisions, they make some good plays, but just as we saw with Sword earlier, they're double-edged. Sometimes they look really good, sometimes they don't.
Now, CLG Academy is a team that definitely prefers blue side. They tend to like to go after their ADC draft first. And the number one thing they go after is Kaisa. That's going to be the first thing they ban away to make sure 100 Thieves Academy don't get that. But yeah, it should be overall a very interesting draft to come out of the side of CLG Academy because they're very, very predictable in the way they do their draft, but they're very good at executing around it regardless.
Yeah, and we'll see what they're able to do to shut them down relatively early on. The Gnar ban, Lilia ban, I mean, these bans, I like them a little bit better than the bans we were seeing from TSM earlier, but they're not necessarily the most obvious things in the world. Lilia is kind of this tier 1.5 jungler, right, behind Udyr, Hecarim, and kind of Volibear in a lot of ways. And both of them, all three of them, are actually still available to pick. And so you can kind of handshake. It's like, we will get the Hecarim. You may have the Udyr, or whichever way you want to do it. Just say, we will both have very strong junglers. But CLG, opting out of that, just say, hey, you can take the Udyr, maybe the Seraphine. You know, I'm not a fan of this champion, but it is very good.
But you keep bringing her up, Josh.
She's very good.
That is sus, man. As
very strong.
100
So
Thieves
strong.
Academy. No more talking about Seraphine. We gotta focus. 100 Thieves Academy are gonna pick, which is not Seraphine. It's gonna be Udyr locked in, and yeah, very strong first pick. It gives you a lot of momentum, and it works well into Kenvi's champion. No, not Seraphine. Flex that away, please.
I'm just saying, man. Like
CLG Academy do play it too, so most likely this is gonna be a lock in, and yep, to my disdain, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, this champion is really good. It's really good against Udyr as well. It would surprise me, but the Seraphine is just so good at these front-to-back team fightings that both teams have been opting for. The Nocturne early on is surprising to me. I like the fact that it is very flexible. So far, CLG, we don't know where either of these champs are going to be playing. So I think these Academy do have to show us a little bit more about what it is they're trying to do. They've got a very strong first pick. How are they going to play around it? Because they have lots of options.
Hey, Joshi, you remember Frosty Nomad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, same exact player, Kill. The reason he keeps bringing up the Nunu is because it was like his most infamous champion, so he always flexes that randomly. It's kind of the same thing you see with Strumpus randomly flexing the Rise.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. 100 Thieves,
now we got
happy to
Jojo
get
Kid, who's like, let me just play Rise. Doesn't matter. I'm just gonna play it. All right. So we're already seeing some pretty different styles and thoughts coming through. One of the things that Seraphine does that is really good with compositions like this is Nocturne will dive in and extend the range of the ultimate that Seraphine is going to be throwing out, which means that she can actually support dive compositions reasonably well, provided she is not herself getting dove upon. And now, with a very strong backline coming out from CLG Academy, I'm a bit surprised to see the Nocturne involved in this as well, because he dives, he doesn't really protect, but he will provide a lot of threat so that whoever ends up piloting this Seraphine will be relatively safe, because there won't be options or champions left to try and dive into the backline. So 100 Thieves, gotta make sure they get some burst so that Jinx can get that first kill, get excited, and start carrying these fights.
And I think it's very realistic that 100 Thieves can find those first kills right now, because what CLG Academy's comp says to me is we provide a lot of damage, but we don't have a lot of health. They can get taken down quite quickly if they're not careful. And it makes it feel like CLG Academy have to be the one to do the engaging to be able to find teamfight success.
So we'll see what they can do with that. Riven getting banned out from Tien, kind of one of his strong champions that is kind of unique to him. Having these pocket picks, very valuable in the draft. But I do agree, CLG is going to be in an interesting position. They need more dive buddies for whoever plays this Nocturne. They need to have more access to the Jinx, because if you only send Nocturne and Nocturne dies, you just give Jinx her passive for free. The set, I don't know how I feel about that. Processing.
One of the more funny things to me, especially when you're like solo queue or something, is when you hear the Nocturne ult and you just see Nocturne has been slain. It's like moderately depressing, to be honest.
Okay, alright. I like this Volibear hover coming in from CLG quite a bit. You know, it has a lot of opportunities to flex around into the jungle or the top lane, and the Nocturne also mid-top jungle, Seraphine mid support, right? It's very flexible throughout. This Camille would surprise me. It provides some diving tools for 100 Thieves Academy, but that doesn't seem to be what they're really looking to do. Tenacity I typically think of as more of a tanky player, you know, things like Ornn in particular. But they can do it. Gangplank potentially can be the answer instead.
I want to see if they lock that in, because that's a lot of scaling potential, and honestly, Gangplank gets complemented quite well with the Udyr, but instead, just gonna go for the Orianna, play it safe with more control mage.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know, like...
Just juking it up.
Juking me too a little bit there. Both these compositions are just kind of standard in a lot of ways, right? Like, they both just play League of Legends in general ways that are very flexible. You can do a lot of different things with them. The most polarizing champion here is definitely going to be the Nocturne, because Nocturne doesn't do anything besides dive in to the backline. And so that means that CLG are kind of forced to take some of these fights, but they have tools to do it, right? Volibear can try and follow to be part of some of these big fights, and you know, this hover of Camille I actually really like coming in from Tien. The Akali, I think he's better at the Akali, but I don't know if it fits as well into the composition.
This feels like we just want to fight. Plain and simple. They set up a tower dive with Kill, and everyone else just dives and does damage. That being said, there's not much of a front line behind just having Volibear. It is a very volatile composition coming out of CLGA.
Yeah, I mean, I've been calling these threat overload compositions from what CLG is looking to do, because they don't have any true tanks, right? Like, you have Volibear, who's like a good secondary tank, but not necessarily a great primary tank, and both the Akali and the Nocturne, big damage dealers. They're looking to get into the back line. They're trying to kill people, and if they can make the fight chaotic and turn into like 5 different 1v1s, they're very happy to do this. They have 5 big champions that are going to be able to do a lot of damage throughout the entire thing, whereas they just really need to kill 1 or 2 of Aatrox, Orianna, and Jinx, and if they can do that, they just have too much damage left over after the fight has broken out. So CLG looking, like, I say this endearingly as a solo queue composition, right? They are looking to just create chaos, make individual outplays. 100 Thieves just need to be able to draw battle lines, and they should be able to win from that position.
Yeah, what you were saying about just getting 1 kill kind of flips on the other side as well. 100 Thieves Academy, if they are able to get 1, that's what Jinx loves. get a kill, get excited, start bringing in the DPS, and there's a lot of tools that really help out with that. Of course, with the Aatrox, you get that sustained DPS, but you can also sustain yourself with that World Ender. Udyr is so disruptive, Shockwave can be chaotic in a team fight, and the box can work as a great zooning tool to keep Jinx alive, so I'm liking Luger's spot in this, especially considering just how small these health bars are going to be for CLGA.
Yeah, that's very true. I've said it a couple times, Jinx is the best AD carry if you get her passive. If you don't, she's, you know, still a good AD carry, but not necessarily the best AD carry. And this is going to be an interesting spot. Now, Tien opting to go with the Ignite. Notably, Akalia lost some of the upfront damage, especially on her E. It was transferred to the second cast, so when you actually dash back in after landing the Shuriken, you will be doing more damage overall, but you're more committed to actually going for these fights.
So now we're hitting the Rift, 100 Thieves Academy, CLG Academy. 100 Thieves notoriously the third place squad since 2021 has began. CLG having the rough road to get here, but boy have they scrapped. Now they're both meeting on the Rift right now. Only one can continue to proceed. Another one's got to head over to losers bracket. We're going to find out in just a couple of games.
Yeah. Worth noting on how CLG actually got here, they had to play through all Tier 1 qualifying tournaments, the Unified Grand Prix, the Giant Slayer Spring Gauntlet, and the Nerd Street Power Play Last Chance Qualifier. They got 5th in both UGP and Giant Slayer, which put them one spot away from actually qualifying, and they ended up beating Barrage in their last series in order to get here, where they won the Nerd Street Last Chance Qualifier. So, you know, they're one of the Academy teams that barely squeaked by into getting into this tournament, and we'll see how well they're able to perform up against 100 Thieves, who have looked very good throughout the regular season, even if they haven't necessarily been making all the right decisions right off the bat. But RGS, like, you know, Nocturne is not a great laner, right? I've said this before. His lane is okay. He just walks forward, he wave clears the wave, tries to get priority, and has sustain built into his kit. But it's very hard for Nocturne to, like, actually win a lot of these fights, as we see the play coming out from CLG, or excuse me, from 100 Thieves, barely not able to find the crowd control necessary to find a kill.
Yeah, if that play was a little bit closer, you get a lot more harassment on that level too. Not gonna get it though. And, you know, it's talking about these teams, 100 Thieves Academy, you can't forget there was the Arena of Legends that went through. And they were able to get some pretty notable wins, pretty devastating wins, I should say, against Golden Guardians as well as Dignitas. But they had a hard time against FlyQuest, and they got outright stomped by Team Liquid. So right now, one of my worries is, are they in a bad mental state? Because those two last games were pretty brutal to go through. They are strong individual players, but they got to come together for this tournament.
And now, we're kind of getting a slower early game. And this is going to be really big, because CLG, right, they have tools that are going to be really good in the late game, but Keel finding Kenby down a level.
Yeah, and here comes the fight. Still getting a lot of damage in. The autos for days doing work on to kill, and that will be first blood going over to Kenby.
Well, Volibear's down a level. Like, I don't know what more you want me to say. He just doesn't have the stats necessary to take this fight. People moving from 100 Thieves faster, and Keel dies. He's been one of the bright spots for this team. Now, you were talking about the Nunu that he likes to play quite a bit, but this is a spot where the faster clearing coming out from Kenby, the fact that he was able to be level 4 for that fight before Keel could full clear his jungle and show up, just is a huge difference when you're just playing these kind of champions that just beat each other with their fists, and Kenby just does that better at this point in the game. So, early lead for 100 Thieves is big. You want to be able to kind of push over the fact that Seraphine scales very well into the mid and later parts of the game. Akalia is stronger later than she used to be, and Nocturne, you know, is kind of just moving around. Strong in the mid game, but falls off really hard later than he does.
And now Keel's starting to make his way into the enemy jungle. They do have an idea of where Kenvi is over on the side of CLG. So I saw them ping it out earlier, so now it's just about rotation for Keel. Really try and punish exactly where Kenvi could be and take away a lot of those resources, try and get himself back ahead after that devastating first blood.
Yeah, but they also spot him here as he walks on out, and I believe they'll spot him trying to do this dragon as well if he comes in. I've heard that you can try and sneak this if you go right around the corner, but I think Volibear's model might actually be too big for that. So we'll see. Yeah, you see Udyr already pinging towards it. They know he's doing it, and Demonte forcing RJS backwards in this position as all of 100 Thieves are starting to coalesce.
About 2.1k left on that Dragon. Kenvi is here. The rest of 100 Thieves are starting to show up as well. And Kenvi just wants to take it over. Says, thanks for the leash. This belongs to me now. First Drake goes over to 100 Thieves.
This is not good for CLG. Keel is so far behind at this point. He is at 27 to 44 CS. Right? He is down, what is that? He's down 4 camps. It's not even 6 minutes yet, and now Hooks gets hooked.
Ooh, the hook goes in, and it is beautiful with the combo. Being able to use those traps, forcing the flash out of Hooks.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, CLG is just picking a composition that is so weak early. Keel, you can't even go for this fight. They know you're here.
Still peeking around, though. He wants something. Keel's very, very active when it comes to his jungling, but Kenvi is definitely on top of it.
Yeah, wow, this is looking very clean, very composed from the side of 100 Thieves. They are winning just about everywhere on the map. The only place where it's not a clear win is Tenacity, and he's got to be careful of a potential dive.
Setting it up here, Tenacity is getting lower and lower.
I just have ult.
So at the end, instead, going to back off, not going to go for the dive just yet. Does look like they're posturing around the bot lane, though. Luger just wanting to clear out the wards for the time being. Take that blast plant back to lane.
Yeah, Eric, I'm going to be straight up. I'm very, very worried for CLG's chances in this game because Kenvi is so far ahead and he sees Tien. Are they going to go for a dive? They know there's no flash. They know there's no ult coming in for this Akali, but that doesn't feel like they're comfortable to do that. Instead, they're just going to be taking away yet another camp away from Keel as the Krugs go over, and look at the fact that all of Kenvi's jungle is coming back up, but there is so long before any of Keel's camps respawn. This is going to be another huge farming advantage coming in from Kenvi.
And Kenvi's not done!
Oh my god. Brutal.
Kenvi is not done. He's just going back into the jungle. He wants to claim more. Control Ward did go out for a kill, but you're spotting nothing. Kenvi's already in your face, but now Kill is feeling a little bit more brave as the end comes down for the top lane. Teleport coming through. Teleport's gonna be dedicated, waiting for the paranoia. Here it comes. Bear stance, waiting for the retaliation. Okay. It will not go through. Instead, it's a teleport, it's a paranoia, it's so much burnt, but the bear just walks on out.
Tenacity? There's a bear here.
Oh, he was fine, but he walked into the wrong side of the woods. Will get caught out. There is no picnic basket here. There is only a kill left for a kill, but Tenacity will instead feed it right over to RJS, who gets the autos in. Almost falls his kill, but RJS will get the kill.
Wow, this is much less controlled. Remember what I said about these teams being chaotic? Right? Like, people just running around the map. We still see a 20 CS advantage for Kenvi as he's continuing to clear out the jungle. But RJS, I mean, his first ult, successful, but he's got to back away immediately after doing so, right? Like, he doesn't actually get enough health or mana off of his back in order to be relevant in this position. And small leads, you know, kind of coming out for most of the members of 100 Thieves so far, and notably this bear is just not going to be relevant later in the game. He's so poor.
Which bear?
The real bear.
Yeah, bear versus bear stance, but yeah, I see exactly what you mean. Looking at the CS, 20 CS lead coming out of Kenvi. Yeah, Kill's bankrupt right now.
Yeah. It doesn't look like a whole lot yet, right? The items haven't really come through for Kenvi. He's still spending a lot of money as we get to see another replay of this kill up in the top lane. And Tien, you know, takes a little bit longer to get this kill, but Tenacity, right, like Tenacity, we say he makes a lot of really good plays. Sometimes he looks really good. He almost kills Keel here, but doesn't quite, right? And that's the big difference. Is like, when you actually get that kill, looks really good. When you don't, you kind of struggle pretty heavily. And this is that latter situation. However, still beating up on the Akali pretty effectively. Does have a 10 CS lead himself and is going to be getting the priority to help Kenvi out in the jungle, pick up the Rift Herald, and hopefully open up one of these lanes for these solo laners to start moving around and continue pushing into Keel. Pick it up!
Hey, wait.
Keel!
Wait.
Keel!
Kill,
Kenvi!
Kenvi.
Okay, okay.
Man, you said kill, I said kill too. There we go.
Okay. Scaring me.
Yeah, this is only going to bring more pressure in. And I mean, come on, 100 Thieves want to play a fast game. Shelly's a good way to bring it. You get in that gold influx as she charges into those towers with the plates. We'll see what lane he's going to put it down in and try and give that gold lead to.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts moving towards the mid lane and uses it to open up the mid lane, make Nocturne very sad in this long lane later on, and also create some pressure for this upcoming Dragon. We got Dragon 2 spawning here right now. Henry's in position. They're stronger across the map. They should be able to pick this up if they do want to go for it. They're already moving around it. We'll see what kind of response CLG wants to go for, because Hooks is only level 5.
Oh, and here comes the bullet time. Lots of damage on the Luger. It's not going to burn his flash, though. He does feel confident staying in that area, but that's a tool that's not going to be available for a team fight if CLGA wanted to take this around Drake. So, advantage going over to 100 Thieves.
I'm surprised that this is enough to convince 100 Thieves to walk away. Right? They still have lots of members around. They have Tenacity who can move down to be part of this fight. But instead, they're just going to take a little bit more time. They make sure to get all their ducks in a row, let Luger heal up a little bit, let those potions do their work, and now they finally come back, and you know, they end up getting the second dragon. They are well on their way towards marching towards either a Cloud or Infernal Soul, and the gods say it's going to be an Infernal game this game.
Infernal game makes it a fun game. I just like there being less terrain, more ways to get into the fight. Kind of saw that with what was going on with Zeus and TSMA earlier. Always brings more excitement to me, Joshi. Always does.
Always does. You know, you just gotta be happy about the fire, right?
And be happy that you're an Udyr in an Infernal map as well.
True. Just running around, right? You don't have ways to get over the walls like a lot of other junglers do.
The way is just to run.
Run. Okay, they're down here. Kenby's here.
Kenby is here, but not much else will be found. The root was put onto Luger. No damage to go through. It's just going to be a lot of pressure putting down Shelly. And look to get the charge. Get a lot of gold coming down towards the bot lane of 100 Thieves.
Demonte is chilling around. Keel will spot him out, but he's forced away.
Ooh, the charm does go through, but the lantern grabbed just in time, so not going to be able to get that kill on the Luger.
Yeah. This is, you know, after some of the early chaos that we were seeing coming out from 100 Thieves and CLG, we've calmed down quite a bit. Right, but it is still an advantage consistently going in favor of 100 Thieves. They have a small lead in the top lane. They have a decent-sized lead in the mid lane. And, of course, the jungle difference has stayed where it was for a long time, right? It's still about 5-ish camps in favor of Kenby. He's not necessarily been able to expand that further. And I'm curious to see how they're going to be playing around this, because Kenby will still be hitting these item spikes about a minute or two faster than his jungle opponent. And they should be stronger, especially around a lot of these major objectives, just because Udyr is going to be a better tank early on than Keel will.
Speaking of those objectives, it's going to be another 3 minutes before that Infernal spawn, so a lot of time on this map for CLG to try and get some positioning, to try and get some priority, but with how quickly they've been giving up a lot of this, it does have a lot of worries for them. I haven't been liking the way they've been utilizing their resources as of lately. They're not really setting up for anything, not really getting kills anywhere. It's a rough spot. You're still waiting for RJS to be able to do something big to get CLGA into this game.
Yeah. And I'm a big fan of Nocturne. I think he's a really cool champion. I enjoy playing him. I don't understand why he's seen play.
Hook goes out, tower's getting low, tower's no longer there. Teleport's going to be used. Katsuri will instead choose to go back in. The Nocturne ult is popped, but it's going to be towards the mid lane. Fight breaking out in the mid lane, as you can see in the picture-in-picture, trying to take down Demonte, but he will be able to stay alive.
I don't understand why Nocturne's seeing play. He's not a good laner. He's not a good jungler. You have to get like 2 ultimates off, and unlike similar characters like Twisted Fate has a fallback pattern as being a stun bot. What does Nocturne do if you don't get some of these ganks to go off successfully? You jump in and die as Kenby steals another camp away.
That looks so good. Just walked up, one punch, smite, lantern away. He's trying to deny everything from Keel, making sure he can't even pay his mortgage. This guy's going to go homeless.
We'll see if he's able to do much. Like, doesn't even have his item completed. Well behind Kenby at this point. And across the map, like, we've calmed down pretty heavily, as we said, but it's still nearly 3,000 gold advantage in favor of 100 Thieves. Like, they don't need to be making a whole lot of plays. It is up to CLG. CLG are the ones who need to be looking for these advantages. They're the ones who need to be trying to get these fights started, and they probably think that they're better later, and I agree. They will be better later, but then why do you have Volibear and Nocturne on your team? Like, why did you pick these champions if you are going to be playing for the later stages of the game?
We'll have to see. Maybe there's something up the pocket, up the sleeve. Gotta give this a little time, but as it is right now, you know, it's looking slightly grim.
Yeah.
100 Thieves are just gathering more gold over the course of this game, about 3k separating these squads now. As 100 Thieves start to set their sights towards Shelly and clear out the scuttle, get some vision over there, and CLG, they gotta play their cards very carefully around 100 Thieves.
Now remember, Nocturne does prevent teleports from going off when he's using the ult. Tenacity will not be able to join if RJS chooses to use this Nocturne ult in order to start a fight on the opposite side of the map. And now, he's saving it. You don't need to use those buttons unless you have a high opportunity to do so. And with this dragon spawning, we're finally seeing CLG come together. This will be Dragon 3 going over to 100 Thieves. On this blessed day, we are all Jin. We are trying to count to 4. That is the perfect number of dragons. But they're just going to... This is gone! Eric! They're not
Easy.
doing anything!
Easy. The box used just to ensure that it will go over towards 100 Thieves, but now CLG are looking to take the fight. Here comes the ultimates, here comes the engagements. The end goes in, gets very, very low. CLG hooks will be able to find movement, but there is the bullet time going a lot of work, but it's not going to be enough. Luger is cleaning house, and so is Tenacity, swinging away at Katsuri. Out of nowhere, CLG opted into this fight, and they get aced out of it.
I hate this. Like, CLG aren't doing anything. And the one time they try and do something, it's not a smart play. You're going into a choke against Jinx. Jinx gets to free hit across everybody in this team, right? He has to use his flash, but at this point, there is no threat onto the Jinx. Beautiful cleanse just means that the rockets are doing damage across everybody, right? Like, what do we say? You're threat overload. You're trying to create chaotic fights. That is not fighting in a choke. That is not fighting when you're lining up. Like, CLG are doing nothing. And the things that they are doing aren't working. Like, go next. This is awful.
Hey, that was a good bullet time. That was a good bullet time.
All right, I'll give you that. That was a good bullet time from Gatsuri.
Yeah, just sadly not enough. Not going to get too much out of that. Couldn't even get an assist, couldn't even get a kill. The health bars did get low for 100 Thieves, but they knew what they were playing, and they were able to work with those low health bars to finish off the rest of CLGA.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Why are you playing Nocturne? What does it do? Right? You try and get an early lead, and if you don't, like, at this point, Nocturne has already fallen off. It is 18 minutes in the game. What other meta champion falls off at 18 minutes if they don't get a lead?
Wait, what's going on
There
in the
isn't
jungle
one.
right now?
I don't know. What is going on in the jungle? Keel?
No,
He's
it
there.
was just RJS and Kenvi were duking it out for a second. RJS able to scare Kenvi out of his jungle, but the siege tension is going towards the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the top side, able to find a tower will be 100 Thieves.
I don't know, man. I'm just, like, on the one hand, 100 Thieves are winning because they're playing cohesively. On the other hand, it's just like CLG is just like rolling over and dying. Right? Oh, okay.
Here comes
They find
Nocturne
something.
Going for RJS onto the back line, gets rooted, has to flash out though. Bullet time goes out. There's a lot of damage coming through. Can they finish off these kills though? Finding it is going to be the end. He's going for the back line and the kills are lining up, but here comes Kenvi. Here comes Tenacity. Tenacity can take a lot. He can deal a lot as well. Kill Katsuri Thien on the retreat for now. Make it rain to find the slow. Some more damage onto Kenvi. Thien is caught out. Tenacity's Thieves running in, trying to swing his blade the way of the end, but can't get there in time. Now CLG are looking to turn this one around, but Tenacity is still swinging as he's able to take down Katsuri. Finally falls at the hands of Thien, but that was a scrappy fight right there, and CLG, they're able to find their way into it. It was very close, it was sloppy, but it's a win.
They did something! Nocturne did something! Right? They found somebody moving around. This is the thing. Like 100 Thieves, they've been playing mostly cleanly, but Nocturne can punish people when they're out of position. Right? They get the vision onto the fact that Jinx has nobody to guard them. And they're like, alright guys, we need to do this. And look how close, look how small of a difference this fight could have been. RGS takes 2 more attacks, 2 more spells, dies, Jinx gets excited, and this is actually a cleanup fight for 100 Thieves. And that's how dangerous this goes. And this is kind of what I'm talking about with Kenvi and Tenacity, right? They've been making mostly good decisions. They're able to play this out, but at some point, right, you have to recognize that you are trading 1 for 1 in this position, right? At best, like Tenacity has to flash forward in order to try and get this kill onto Katsuri. But this is kind of one of those things where it's like, this is a situation where you're not necessarily getting a lot by picking up this extra kill onto Katsuri. Maybe you get his flash, at best. But the big thing is, even with that big hero play at CLG, where they did something for their first time in this game, they are still down 5,000 gold. They are still down 3 dragons to 0 against a scaling team. They are now here first, but Luger has his cleanse. His flash is coming up fairly soon. I guess it's about 20 seconds left. So how do they get onto Luger in this next fight? And do they even need to? Because he'll might just be gone. The downcourt.
Oh, Katsuri couldn't get the bullet time angle. That is an ultimate wasted. Now 100 Thieves, they get priority on this streak, and they're going to claim it quite easily. Keep in mind, Joshi, this is Dragon Soul.
Ah! This is what are they doing? They miss 2 ultimates. Kill gets caught, has to ult out, and it's trying to like save it from Katsuri and Hook, but they don't land the Encore. They get basically no damage with the bullet time. They give over Infernal Soul at 22 minutes. Like, I don't know. I gotta see some hero plays, because CLG, like, they've barely squeaked into this event, right? They took 2 of the qualifiers to get here, or 3 qualifiers, and now they gotta find some hero play. Demonte is zoning off so many members.
Ooh, Shockwave lands onto the backline. You're gonna find Katsuri. He will get slain by Demonte. Now the fight going to continue as 100 Thieves keep trying to bring it. Kills going straight after Kenvi, but Kenvi able to flap his way out of there with that Phoenix dance, but Kill starting to get low now as Tenacity showing exactly what he's made of. Another kill going off. RJS will fall, but Tenacity still swinging onto Thien. He's a beast right now. There's nothing that could stop him. This is the raid boss right now, and you didn't study your mechanics. 100 Thieves, they're going straight for the Baron. Off of the defense, off of the bodyguard that is Tenacity.
Yeah, and we're seeing why, like, these comps that come out that are playing for this chaos, that play for the solo queue, that play for this later game but aren't coordinated, they don't have coordinated power spikes, why they struggle in competitive play, right? The people who are strong right now, supposed to be like Seraphine and Misfortune. They want coordinated fights. But the rest of your team wants these chaotic fights. And this is a pretty chaotic fight, right? Watch where Luger is during this whole thing. He's running away from RJS. Watch where the rest of his team is. Nowhere near him. He just has to flash over this wall, and once he gets away, once this fight has devolved into 2 or 3, like 1v1s and 1v3s off on the sides, this is supposed to be when CLG's comp is trying to shine. But they're so far behind, they never had an opportunity where they were really large, and the game is effectively over from this position. In fact, it's been over for about at least 5 minutes.
Now the siege onto the bot lane, looking to lock up Kill. Kill force use the ultimate to be able to get away. Look at Demonte on the sidelines, however, looking to get that shockwave, trying to find that ball positioning, but priority is going over to 100 Thieves. Tower goes down, RGS able to get that outer in the top lane, but 100 Thieves have their sights set on this bot lane inner.
Yeah, and I actually played a tournament game recently that looked very similar to this, right? We had 5 people in the bottom lane with the Baron buff. We had a much stronger position, and our opposing, it was a top laner, they were playing Viego, was off in the bottom lane, and this is where you call his bluff, right? You don't push faster as solo Nocturne than my team with a Jinx on it. You don't get more than we do, and after we take these inhibitors, we dive your team and end the game, so that he's forced to come back. Like, this is CLG saying, we have nothing else. We just have to try and hope that 100 Thieves makes a mistake. They get 2 turrets, but they lose an inhibitor, and the game so close to ending that this is actually like their best chance.
100 Thieves on the siege. They're just looking to close this one out. They're waiting for that final nail in the coffin as another inhibitor is exposed.
Okay.
Another inhibitor may go down. Another bullet time wasted. Katsuri's just not looking that hot on this champion. It's been whiffed ult after whiffed ult.
Hey, he did have that one good one.
He had that one good one. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. I don't know. I've said it before. I'm frustrated. This is not a good look from CLG. And really, it comes down to, 1, their comp makes no sense. 2, they didn't protect their Volibear early in the game, and Kenvi got really big. And after that, they just didn't do anything, because their comp isn't strong at the same time. They aren't able to do a lot, because they don't actually have a strong front line in Keel, who's a secondary tank and not a good primary tank anyway. So this is just a situation where I am struggling to find what CLG did right in this game, and they really need to, like, just as Alorem said, you know, this game never happened. It is 0-0. We are playing a best of 1, and we're coming in with a new strategy, because if you let this game get to you, the next game also won't be close.
So looking for a clinical ending will be 100 Thieves. Here comes
Okay,
the
on
knock ult,
Tenacity.
though. Paranoia is being popped. It's going straight for Tenacity, and RJS is the one that's running away now.
Nocturne has almost been slain.
Oh, man. You're the one that's supposed to be the boogeyman. You're supposed to do the fearing, but the World Ender is just too terrifying. Now, 100 Thieves, they're setting their sights towards the top side, towards the mid lane, leading in those super minions, punishing the daylights out of CLG Academy. Hook lands in. It's going to go on to Kill. Kill takes a lot of damage, but this tower is still here, and Luger has to back off to deal with it. Still getting some shots and chipping away, but the minions are now gone. RJS, don't get too close. Those rockets can find you time and time again with that range, but the siege will continue. The tower's still going to stand. CLG are stalling, but for how much longer?
That's a good question. Now, typically, I'm not a fan of teams going for the Elder Dragon. You do not actually want to flip this, right? You do not want to give your opponents a win condition. But what you can do, you can hit the Elder Dragon and say, you have to come to us. You have to leave the safety of your base in order to contest this Elder Dragon. The 100 Thieves will, ideally, they'll look to hit it, and they'll say, alright, are they coming? Alright, they're not coming. Alright, so we're just going to take it. Oh, they're coming? Alright, we stop hitting it at about half HP, and then we just look to force the fight. So we'll see how well 100 Thieves is actually able to play off of that game plan, because they also don't need to do anything, right? Just by coming over here and threatening the Elder Dragon, oh, they just go in.
Desperation play coming out of CLG Academy. RJS has to back off immediately. Here comes the bullet time. Gets a lot of damage onto Tenacity, but Tenacity is chasing down the backline. Goes straight after Katsuri and will slay him. Now the rest of CLG Academy have to work with the damage they have left, but is it going to be enough as the end is going to fall as well? Kill getting chipped away. Going golden is RJS, but he is not long for this world as well. Kenvi looking to hunt him down. Kill getting chased as well. 100 Thieves are cleaning up the rift. They're removing CLG from it. Shockwave coming out from Damonte, and that is the full ace. That is the game-winning play. A dominant display to come out of 100 Thieves Academy.
Yeah, well done to 100 Thieves. They punished the draft from CLG really well. Kenvi got so far ahead of Keel, but I don't expect they'll be able to do this again, right? This is the kind of thing where CLG buckles down and says, alright, we are going to have an opportunity to try and get a lot of these power picks earlier on. We're going to build a more cohesive team composition and actually bring a fight to 100 Thieves. Because I'll be honest, that was like night and day between watching two teams.
Yeah.
We said that earlier about like the TSM versus Zeus, whereas like these comps will either look really good or really bad, but the difference is like when TSM won, they had a composition that was easy to do, right? Like in the wise words of one of my good friends, why do you want to make yourself work so hard? You have the Seraphine. Build a Seraphine composition.
Oh, but every single lane at the end of the day just faltered. There wasn't any real hope for CLG to come back into that. I've tried to find a spot where it's like, yeah, they could have played here, they could have done this, but it's hard pressed to find one. It really is. They had fights that worked out kind of decently. You had decent bullet times earlier on, but when Tenacity just wanted to play a scrappy fight that kind of tore apart CLGA, you couldn't find a good team fight bullet time.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's hard to find something good to say about CLG in that game. 100 Thieves looked fine, right? They did what they were supposed to. I don't know. Like, we got to see game 2 because it's just nothing, right? CLG, come out with a real game plan, or you're gonna lose and go to lower bracket. That's it.
Well, we gotta find out. Let's go check out that game 2, but first, a break. When we return, we'll get into that. We'll be right back with more LCS Proving Grounds. Welcome back to the LCS Proving Grounds 100 Thieves Academy versus CLG Academy, and a pretty dominant game one coming out of 100 Thieves Academy. We saw some great stuff come out from the roster. Ken B was extremely active. His counter jungling was beautiful. Tenacity, some of the best team fights ever. However, on the side of CLG, right now what they need is a mental reset and think this is game number one all over again.
Yeah, thank you, Alorum. We gotta go back. Score is 0-0. Everybody just reset. We're playing best of one. We just happen to be playing, 3 best of ones back to back to back. It's just how League of Legends works these days. So, I'm curious to see how CLG want to adapt, because there is a lot to adapt, to be entirely honest. It's the kind of thing where you will look really good or really bad with their composition. And again, don't make yourself work so hard. Right? You are trying to take these wins. You're trying to have an opportunity to go through it. As we go through, like, it starts off, this is 3 minutes in the game, right? Keel has flash. He just shows up a level down, and there were, like, 2 spots where we looked at it as maybe CLG aren't trolling us. And then they just lost, right? Like, they realized, oh, this fight doesn't actually work. And the only thing we can do is get fights where we have some access to Luger. But by the time they did that, it was a little bit too late. And I hope to see CLG pick something a little bit more cohesive, have a stronger game plan going into it. Because I think 100 Thieves, they won and they looked pretty decent doing it. But there are lots of places where if they weren't as far ahead as they were, they could have given the game back to CLG.
But I think none of that comes out from their carries, though. Taking a look at Luger and Damonte, a lot of their positionings in these fights was great. Of course, not that one. The end was able to get towards that back line. This is one where CLG Academy was able to get some footing into this game. But for the most part, Damonte's shockwaves were on point. Luger knew how far to stand to stay out of the bullet time and was able to be unchecked in a lot of these fights. Like, you do have to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves in being able to position their carries quite well. But overall, like, it is one of those that hurts. It is one of those where it's like CLG just really needed to play better in that one, because it didn't have to be this much of a stomp, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot that CLG can do, and it starts with the pick and ban, right? There's a lot of things that they can change up. Maybe don't second pick Nocturne. Seraphine was good, but just like, Seraphine is not a champion that you just pick in isolation. It's like, all right, we got Seraphine, we're good. It's something that needs to be built around, but it's also very easy to build around a Seraphine. There are lots of things that work well with it, and I'm not sure that 100 Thieves will be giving it over again, even though it wasn't particularly impactful this time. It's still something that would have worked very well into the 100 Thieves Academy roster if it had a more sensible composition around it.
Yeah, Seraphine first pick, like it. Everything else was kind of touch and go. Honestly, I'm going to be a little bit honest here. It did feel kind of solo QE to me, just grabbing whatever you're comfortable with, which can work from time to time, but in this case, like, you just didn't have that team synergy. You just didn't have a composition to face 100 Thieves Academy, who did look much more pristine, played a much more standard comp. The way they worked out, every champion played the role it was supposed to play.
Yeah, I think that's really big, right? We look a lot at how teams tend to operate, and, I sometimes talk about, being the first through fifth player on a team. The first player tends to be your big carry. They tend to be very flashy. They tend to give them a lot of resources. And then you have your fifth player on the team, who's just kind of also there to just fulfill whatever it is that the rest of the team needs. So it was kind of interesting to watch 100 Thieves play through that lens this game around, because Luger, who is typically a larger part of their team, was absolutely their fifth player. He was just there to play like Sneaky, sit in the back line, hit champions that he can, and he did that pretty well throughout most of the game. And it really allowed, their first through third players in Tenacity, Kenvi, and Damonte to kind of do whatever they wanted, because they knew that their rest of the team was going to be doing their jobs.
Oh, if you want to talk about enabling, I see that more out of Tenacity than anyone else. A lot of those fights, he was fearless. He popped the World Ender and was just regenning for days when standing in the front line and absorbing that damage. So he was the enabler. The enabler was definitely Kenvi, though. He got Tenacity going in the first place. But that is the type of play you want to see from 100 Thieves. You want to see Tenacity and Kenvi work together as a cohesive unit because they have such good synergy when it comes to that top side of the map.
Yeah, you always got to have those enablers in your life, man. Just being able to do everything back to back. So, I don't know. I want to see something different from CLG. I don't know what that needs to be because CLG have shown that they can play through the bottom lane pretty heavily. I wonder if this means if you do get a Seraphine putting it into the mid lane against Damonte, where RGS can play it, so that they can pick a stronger bottom lane. Like, Seraphine is good champion, right, but is not very strong early on in the game. It means that you can't really punish any of the early games coming out from the bottom lane. And if you're going to be playing up against Luger and Poom, who have been one of the better bottom lanes in Academy this split, you got to make sure you actually have the tools to do so.
Yeah, and you said it. They're one of the better bot lanes. You know, Luger's been the Turkish terror. He's been, ever since coming here, it's been some pretty good results for 100 Thieves Academy. You know, even though it is third place, that is still high up, ranked between 10 teams that are supposed to be the prodigies. You know, the next ones coming up when it comes to LCS. So the team's been raised well, and that's what makes me excited about 100 Thieves. Papa Smithy's been raising those boys well.
Papa. Here we go. Doing a good job. Well, I'm excited to see how 100 Thieves Academy is going to be playing out the rest of the series, right? We are moving on to Game 2. We got Champion Select coming up pretty quickly, and I think it's a matter of just kind of doing more of the same. There's a couple small things they can clean up in terms of some of the small decisions they were making, but as long as they play the game that they just played, run it back, they should be pretty happy with how it all shakes out.
All right, so we're about to get into the draft, and this is where it's going to get interesting. I want to see how CLG Academy adapts. They've adapted before. They had 2 rough tournaments. They came in like monsters once again. Can they find that second win as we head in the draft?
Well, they are going to be on the opposite side of the map, so that's a decent first start here as the Kaisa ban comes through once again. And they banned Kaisa, Tom Kench, and Hecarim last time around. And we'll see how similar the bans remain, because Gnar is the first ban, and Lilia Tristana were followed up for 100 Thieves last time.
Definitely a little different for CLG. As I said before, they really do like having the blue side, and they've always first picked the Kaisa when they do have the blue side. So now it does look like they're changing things up a bit. They're also going to ban away the Thresh, deny that away from Pume. Do not give Luger a lane that could be strong and enable him, as we were saying earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the Thresh also is effectively a ban against Aphelios as well, something that Luger has had some success with historically. So I kind of like this a lot, but it's a question of, you know, you still have a lot of really powerful picks. Do you handshake the jungler? I think something that hurt them last time was the fact that they gave over Udyr and didn't get Hecarim in return. And so now with the Seraphine ban, it opens up a lot of these junglers. 100 Thieves are just saying, you can't ban Udyr or Hecarim because we'll ban the other one, and then neither of us are going to get a really good jungler.
So just waiting for those bans to see how they're exactly going to play that one out. What jungler is going to be banned? Excuse me, CLG Academy goes straight for the Udyr. One more ban to come out of 100 Thieves. I'm still itching for the Hecarim to be the one that's banned out here.
Yeah, I think the Hecarim makes a lot of sense, right? Like, Hecarim and Udyr, best 2 junglers on the patch in terms of professional play. Ban out one, you can ban the other one out so that neither team gets it, and instead, 100 Thieves are going to give it over, and Keel's like, yeah, give it.
I mean, it's a great early game jungler. It has a lot of presence on the map, so Keel very happy to grab that. Let's see what the response is. You still got the Tristana up, so that's a likely take for 100 Thieves Academy if they want to go for it, but instead, gonna take the Renekton over for Tenacity.
Okay, well, I don't think Renekton's a
Renekton
bad champion, right? Like, Renekton clearly has a lot of strengths, but it is kind of showing your hand really heavily pretty early, and so they are going to go with the Renekton Italy. We saw this from TSM earlier today, and it didn't go particularly well, to be entirely honest. So now, 100 Thieves are going to see if they can actually pilot this pair of champions. It is still a very strong pair, and you're going to make whatever it is that TN likes to play rather miserable, but you do actually have to play around it. It's not enough to just pick these champions and say, hey, we got it. We got a strong pair. You got to play to it.
Now the next pick to come out of CLG, they realize Tristana's still up, so they're going to grab that. They're getting a lot of early power picks on this first part of the draft. See what they're going to round it out with, because this is looking much better than what the draft we saw in game number 1, Joshi.
It is. They're already getting, as you said, 2 very strong champions on the patch, and this is part of why I'm not super thrilled with like Renekton and Italy early on in these drafts, just because they are good champions, but they aren't great champions, and you have 2 great champions already in the Hecarim and Tristana and the Ornn, so you not only have 2 very good champions and 1 pretty good champion, but you also have a cohesive strategy later on in the game. You already have this front to back style team composition with engaged tools, with good damage, and this already makes way more sense than what we saw the first time around, whereas 100 Thieves Academy, I mean, it's cohesive, but it's harder to execute, right? You have to play towards the top lane. You're now going against Renekton versus Ornn, which is fine, but it's not going to be some kind of blowout matchup, and so it is just making your life hard as the Alistar gets picked up for Poon.
I don't think it's that much harder to execute, though, just because, you know, Renekton and Italy, they're very simple kits that work in very simple ways. If you're able to land the spear, you get to go in, get a lot of burst damage. Renekton, just slice and dice in, be able to get that stun. If you can free up the Alistar, too, he has a very simple kit that does very simple things, locks up crowd control. If he can roam, he can be a monster, he can be a menace. That being said, I still like the way the drafts are going both ways so far. More bans coming through, Braum and Set taking off the Rift.
Yeah, I think what the big thing that I'm talking about in terms of like execution, like it's easy if you are in the right place to press your buttons and do that, but you have to be in the right place. Whereas CLG Academy are fine doing nothing for 30 minutes, and you're like, okay, so we both just farmed up for 30 minutes, and I now have Hecarim, Tristana, Ornn, and you have Renekton, Italy. Good luck. Whereas 100 Thieves Academy are forced to push the tempo, and they can do it. We've seen lots of teams try and fail at it, and I think 100 Thieves are good enough to make it work, but it is, you know, they are the beatdown. They are the ones who need to make plays. They are the ones who need to push the tempo, and I like the Sivir, because Sivir Alistar work well as a combo, and again, we already touched on the Sivir cannot be played into Alistar. So you have lots of tools to actually get some of these fights started, but the team fight is not as good. You are once again looking at a mid-game style of team fighting. You're trying to fight around dragons 2, 3, maybe 4 in order to be really strong in the Galio, potentially coming out for Deus at this point, looking a bit reminiscent of what we saw from TSM in their game 2.
But I still like it from 100 Thieves because it doesn't need that much investment to start coming online. Like, you really don't need to be that far ahead to get control of the map. So it's still a comp that works well, but it still has those issues that you were mentioning earlier. Galio getting locked in, I definitely like that as well. You know, you can get a lot of map presence and a lot of defense. It pretty much gives you a very, very beefy front line for Tristana to be able to hide around. And one more hover coming out from CLG Academy, just hovering over to Rise. We got 2 seconds left, and they are going to go for it.
I really, really like the CLG Academy composition, right? This is the kind of thing where you have a game plan, you just wait it out, you come in, and you have a big opportunity to get big leads. Now, the question is, are they going to be able to get there, right? They're not very strong early on in the game. Their mid-game is okay. Whereas if you look at 100 Thieves Academy, they're very strong early on. They have a lot of tools that are going to be coming online as early as like level 1 and 2. As the Victor comes through, it also limits the ability for CLG to dive in, but it is still a champion that is strong early on. And so this is a game where 100 Thieves, they're making their lives a little bit harder. That is probably a better composition if both teams play perfectly, because you are strong early in the game, you make proactive plays, but it does require you to make those proactive plays. So I like 100 Thieves Academy, but CLG, definitely easier to play.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they have to be on the move for sure. And CLG Academy, they're a team that, when you look at the UGP Giant Slayers and all those other tournaments, they're a team that's really good at developing a passive lead. If 100 Thieves do nothing, that can be the situation right here. You could get that passive lead, get into that late game scaling. So the pressure is really onto 100 Thieves in this case.
It is. And I like the fact that this Galio Tristana comes through. Like, this lane actually can be aggressive against Luger and Poom. Katsuri and Hooks did not have a great game last time, but they were also just kind of passengers in the game in a lot of ways. They were just trying to throw ultimates at good times and ultimately missed a whole lot of them. But now, Hooks is just going to be following up on what Keel and Tien are doing. He's just going to be pressing R after Keel presses R, and then suddenly you have a lot of crowd control. You get everybody locked down at the same time, and it allows a lot of damage to come out from RJS and Katsuri. So we'll see if they can get to the point of the game where they're allowed to do that.
So here we are, ready to go on to the Rift CLG Academy versus 100 Thieves Academy. I mean, if it goes the way as game number 1 and 100 Thieves are able to put on a similar performance, this should be a clean sweep. But CLG, they've really fixed up the draft this time. It should be an interesting flow to see how this plays out on the Rift.
Yeah. Again, I just kind of want to preface this because we talked about it ex post facto previously. 100 Thieves are either going to look really good or really bad this game. Simply because they need to make these plays, and if the plays go well, they will roll over this game and will probably be done by around like 25 minutes. If they don't find that lead, it's going to be much more difficult for them to play it out, and if the game goes past that without 100 Thieves having a significant lead, they're just going to kind of roll over, try and make plays. Maybe they find a couple picks to stall it out, but it probably won't be enough. So kind of keep that in mind. 100 Thieves are going to be either really strong or just kind of here in this game.
So taking a look at the starts, it's going to be a blue buff start for both junglers. So you're going to get that opposite side pathing again. And, you know, to be expected. When you run the Renekton Nidalee combo, that is where Nidalee wants to end up at. Get a little pressure up there, especially before Ornn starts getting tanky, because he can start getting those itemizations. He becomes very, very hard to kill.
Yeah. And I really like this coming out from Damonte. Like, look how much damage he's already done to RJS, and it is still level 1, right? This is one of the things that Victor's really good at, because his Q, 1, it's just a point and click, right? You just do damage. 2, it gives you a shield, and 3, it makes your next auto attack do more damage. So you get these really strong trading patterns coming out from Victor at level 1, and it doesn't really let up for the first couple of levels. So RJS forced to use a W to even buy space and not continue to take more auto attacks. He's going to have a little bit tougher time just playing in this lane. So we'll see if Damonte can build up a lead or if he just ends up trading health.
Now, Kenvi being on the Nidalee, it always kind of excites me a little bit, just because, like, if you've watched Kenvi in amateur scene before even he was a part of 100 Thieves, he was always part of those like collective of players that I called the Nidalee Sins, the ones who just played very, very fast, heavy, and would just counter jungle, would go for the early ganks. It's very action packed, and it has kind of made me a low-key fan of Kenvi in that, right? So I'm still hoping to see a lot more of that play come out.
Yeah, we see him on the top side, junglers again on opposite sides of the map, so we potentially see opposite side plays, but instead Katsuri Hook's going to cheater recall. They push in wave 3 with the cannon wave. They get it underneath the enemy turret, and it allows them to back away while the wave is still meeting in the middle. They get a small item advantage, usually like a longsword, maybe some boots, and they come back to lane with the extra gold, with the extra resources. And it's going to be matched here by Luger and Poom. But the big thing about why Katsuri and Hooks are happy about that, they get to lane first, and they get to decide what they want to do with this wave, because their opponents can't interact with it because they're still walking.
But meanwhile, look at Poom. He is making his way out of that lane and trying to look for a roam. We already saw that partially come out of Hooks, as he was able to assist his jungler with grabbing the Scuttle Crab. But Poom will just roam out and use the time he can to try and get out some deep wards, maybe just spot out where the pathing of Keel could be coming from. Not really finding too much else other than a spent Scuttle Crab, so he's happy to just head back to lane.
Yep. Alright, trading back and forth. I mean, this is kind of what we were saying about the Renekton, right? It's got good matchups. It's a lane bully into most things. But the degree to which you're able to bully them differs significantly. So Renekton into Ornn, because Ornn has that unstoppable, and he can trade back during Renekton's trade pattern, he struggles a little bit, right? Renekton relies on dashing in, stun, Q, dash back out, but Ornn can trade back during that, so it's harder for Renekton to get any kind of lead here. And we're kind of seeing, as you said, a small lead kind of coming out for a lot of CLG's members, as Damonte no longer able to freely push around his lane opponent.
Yeah, RJS is starting to take it to Damonte. Damonte's getting lower and lower, and this is going to allow RJS to just really push this wave in, get it shoved, and it even opens up Keel if he wants to go deeper and try and find some counter jungling of his own. It's hard being said and done against a Nidalee nonetheless, but it's always nice to have that lane priority and know that you have the flexibility of your mid laner being able to roam out of there.
Yeah, and this is big, right? Like, RJS just having control of this lane like this is going to be way more free to push things out and continue to scale up, right? He's already got a CS advantage. He has opportunities to bring Keel into his lane and potentially dive. And he's also Ryze. He's not the greatest roamer in the world, but he does it pretty respectably. And building up this early priority is going to reward CLG with this early Cloud Dragon. So already, this is like night and day from game 1, and I'm really hoping that CLG can continue to play out this game, and we're still waiting for 100 Thieves to do something with the first 2 champions that they picked for themselves.
Yeah, they have a high-paced composition,
Nice.
and it's CLG who's pressing the pace. They'll find an easy first blood in the mid lane onto Demonte.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of what we were saying. 100 Thieves, they still have time. The game is not over yet, but they're getting played upon, right? 100 Thieves are not necessarily doing anything in Kenvi. Hello?
They're going after Kenvi. He'll be able to hop out. He's fine. Kitty Cat's not getting caught today.
Yeah, but why? Anyway, so they're going to be able to pick up this crab anyway, but now Kenvi's here. Poom is looking to potentially come top lane, but it's going to be hard to find anything. And, you know, hey, stopping kills back. Fun.
Just being a menace.
Yeah, he's there.
He's grazing. He's a cow. Leave him alone. He'll do his own thing. And part of doing that own thing might be focusing over on this top side. Puma's here. He's going for the engage, looking to find the Yen. Call the Forge God is going to be used. Will this get turned around? CLG are able to show up to the fight. Kill will be able to help the Yen be able to grab 1 kill, and that's going to turn it around. 100 Thieves, they're not having the same momentum as they had in game number 1.
Yeah, remember what we were saying at the very beginning of the game. 100 Thieves are going to look either amazing or pretty awful. And this is one of those situations where they opted into trying to make these plays. They first picked the Renekton mid lane, saying, we are going to carry the game through this lane, and now it's almost not possible to do it from that position. You are giving over so much gold, you get baited, and it's part of why this combo is gotten worse as time has gone on. People start understanding how to play against it better and better, and you aren't able to play around it as easily, and we're starting to see big leads starting to go over in CLG. So we'll see if 100 Thieves are able to find something. The game's not over, but it's very difficult.
Ooh, Pume looking to come into the mid lane, going after RJS, who falls
Yeah.
very, very low, but Pume will fall
Yep.
with them. And now
Yep.
it's getting returned. Kill able to show up on the tail end, turn it into a 2-for-1.
Like 100 Thieves has to do stuff like this, right? They have to go for these plays because they do not win from this position. So the risk tolerance changes. You have to go for things that you don't think are as likely to work because they are a better chance at working than you have at winning the game. And at this point, their odds of winning the game are so low that you just kind of take whatever seems plausible from this position. They got to try and do something, and Demonte, now coming down, gonna get caught. Or
Kill's
not,
turning
he's
back
alive.
off here instead. It's going to be 2 of 100 Thieves to be able to chase Kill away, so it stops the potential for the dive over there down in the bot lane, and buys 100 Thieves a little bit of breathing room. You definitely want that for Luger, who has been struggling a bit against Katsuri, getting that CS lead over time. Meanwhile, in the top lane, you still got that showdown going on between Thien and Tenacity, but definitely not the results that Tenacity was looking for.
No, not at all. He's a little bit behind. We see this once again, right? Like, 100 Thieves has to make these plays, and CLG knows they have to make these plays. So they see somebody, Keel immediately pulls off from moving towards the bottom half of the map, runs toward the mid lane, and Poom, like, he already dies in the 3v1. So that's not good. Kenvi ends up taking a couple turret shots, and it makes it worse when Keel shows up. And now it's the opposite side of the coin. CLG, from this position, should be looking really good. 100 Thieves, they had a cohesive composition about playing towards the early game. That window is closing. Now they have to continue doing things. I'm trying to figure out what their best options are, because it's not this, whatever that was.
Tenacity needs to bluff that a little bit better. See right there, Thien was like already ready to be able to stop that stun from coming through. Tenacity, try and time it, and I'm pretty sure he could score a kill up there and he can get some relief going, but now that's completely gone. Thien's able to get his recall and teleport back in, but RJS is the one looking a little caught out. He returns fire, and Kill is looking to finish off the job on this kill for Kenvi, but the onslaught of shadows is going to go wide. Kenvi will stay alive, and Tenacity is looking to turn this one around, able to get the stun on to kill RJS, still returning fire. Shot after shot, spell after spell, gets Tenacity quite low, but not low enough to net another kill for CLG.
Yeah. I mean, it's very hard for 100 Thieves to do anything. Keel just whiffed his ultimate completely, and it doesn't matter, right? Like, 100 Thieves can't capitalize on it. And down in the opposite side of the map, like, Katsuri is building up a lead up against Luger just because this is a very tough matchup for Luger to really do anything. It's going from bad to worse right now, 400 Thieves, and we'll see what they can do from this position. They gotta go for crazy calls. They gotta do crazy things. But they gotta, like, you gotta be smart about your crazy. They haven't done that yet.
I wouldn't even call them completely out just yet. I mean, they still got a fighting chance. A lot of the tools you have for these, like, neutral objective fights are very useful. Damonte can zone out a lot of people with that gravitational field, and, of course, On the Hunt makes it easy for 100 Thieves to be able to scrap in a lot of these fights and go back and forth. That being said, though, it's still a gold lead to CLG Academy. They're still the ones in the driver's seat right now, and it's up to 100 Thieves to be able to find that play I was talking about before that time ticks too far.
Yeah, but I mean, the question I have, Eric, is how do you kill Rise and Tristana? Right? We're starting to get reasonably close. Yeah, it's still probably like 10-ish minutes where Nidalee, Renekton, and Alistar can't do it anymore. Right? And that's just without any peel coming in from Keel, Tien, and Hooks. Right? Tristana and Rise will just be strong enough to do it on their own. And, you know, you can not die, right? Sivir, Victor, as you already identified, very good at stopping plays coming in from CLG. But, you know, it's not enough to just not lose. You have worse Siege, you have worse Poke, and now this fight, not a lot happens, but you still crash the Herald.
Call the Forge God goes out. Herald is going to find the crash and send a bit of that gold out. Now, turret plates were still available, so very much a worthy cash in if you are CLG. And CLG still controlling the flow of the game. They grab the scuttle, Dragon is now up, and they're very willing to contest it.
Yeah, we'll see CLG likely move towards this in just a sec. Tien doesn't have his ultimate nor his teleport, so he doesn't really need to be here, but they picked up the Scuttle Crab earlier, so they're going to know if 100 Thieves move towards it at all, and I think CLG will probably wait a minute or two, wait for their big buttons to come back up, and then they can look to come in for this fight, or they just kill Damonte first.
Ooh, kill charging in straight for Damonte. Damonte getting stuck between that creep wave and pretty much treated like a creep right there as RJS is able to take him down and now set up the siege on this mid lane tower and open up the rift.
Yeah, that Rift Herald crash paying off right now as they are going to be picking up another turret for themselves. Gold lead will continue to expand, and it should give them freedom, right? We talked earlier about the importance of having the inhibitor turret in order to bounce waves off of. The mid lane turret, this first mid lane turret, even more important for setting up for these objectives, right? As long as you have a mid lane turret, your opponents can't necessarily get enough priority to easily push out that wave and come over to objectives. But now that the turret is down, you can. You just push the wave past the river, and it'll keep on going, and it'll demand pressure or demand people from your opposing team to respond to it. CLG looking like night and day. Once again, it really is counter logic.
That it is, Joshi. Now the rest of CLGA, they're starting to head towards this dragon area, but so are 100 Thieves. Might be looking for some sort of skirmish over here. Katsuri clearing the wave, getting that lane priority, forcing as fast as he can so he can get into that positioning. But he's still got some vision coming out for 100 Thieves. You still have a lot of people from 100 Thieves that they do want to fight this. The answer might be no. Going to the mid lane right now is Damonte. CLG hooks as well as Kill. Headed towards that side as well, just in case RJS needs any backup. But the coast is clear. Time to do the Drake.
Yep. This is what we said, right? RJS just pushes it up, denies any opportunity for the members of 100 Thieves to walk through the mid lane, and going to be able to secure this relatively freely. So, second dragon going over to CLG. Katsuri just holding down in the bottom lane, and again, they don't need to make plays, but I do want to praise Keel for his ability thus far to be relevant, right? He did not look good in Game 1, but this game, he's been a driving force of a lot of the kills that CLG have picked up, 2-0-2, and a lot of that has been just his willingness to prey on Damonte.
15 minutes into this game, it's still CLG's game in their hands. They have a 2K lead. Not too much, but they've been slowly growing it over time, already acquiring 2 Drakes. They've already put down the Rift Herald. claim the mid lane tower. They're just being very surgical and precise with the way they play this. One win at a time, not really overstepping for more, knowing that that plays into 100 Thieves' wheelhouse.
Yeah. And we've kind of seen, again, like, 100 Thieves haven't really tried to do anything top lane. This is the first time Kenvi and Tenacity could potentially go for a play, and instead Kenvi going to be backing away. I think he probably has his Night Harvester complete here in just a moment as he backs away. He doesn't, actually. But almost everybody else is starting to pick up their mythics on the side of CLG. And this is just going to be a big difference, right? League of Legends, item components, pretty cool. Full items, really cool. They do a lot.
Get that full item build, get that damage in. Now 100 Thieves, they're still working their way around the map. You still see a lot of vision being set up, but again, you were saying, Joshi, they're not really doing anything. It's still CLG's game. They're still the ones with forward positioning. You see that on RJS right now, clearing out the wards, clearing out the waves, getting the leads. Taking a look at CS right now, you can see a CS difference between RJS and Demonte. It's starting to add up more and more. Same thing with Katsuri and Luger. And those are the carries of this squad. Those are the members you want to be doing well, and they are doing well for CLG.
Yeah, and RJS is so strong, he's starting to be able to just pick up the Raptors off on the side. His CS lead over Demonte should get much larger here in the near future, and it looks like CLG want to try and pick up his Herald fairly soon. It is going to be spawning about in the next minute, and they have plenty of members here. Tian on the opposite side has teleport. Steps 1, 2, and 3 done. Now the question is, are they actually going to try and fight over it, or are they still worried about 100 Thieves being really strong? We do see a couple completed items starting to come through, so I think it would be pretty reasonable for them to not take this fight, because they are the scaling team.
They do look a little bit worried. They have been backing off and allowing 100 Thieves a lot of way to just set up these wards and kind of set up for these objectives. That being said, though, 100 Thieves haven't been able to grab one, and they know there's a lot of pressure to be able to grab this next scuttle. Rift Herald, even.
Yeah.
As they try and get the vision there. I mean, you got a lot of control wards established. They have to want to fight for it, but look at Hooks. Hooks is deep into there. He's Secret Agent Hooks looking to show up right now as he goes after Poom. Poom will not find the pulverize. Kill shows up just to clear the ward.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by Hooks' positioning in this position, right? They don't need to look for fights, but I guess they won't say no if 100 Thieves gives them one in CLG's favor. So, you know, Hooks just posturing around, waiting for people to swing by, and getting that extra vision control will be helpful in the long run. So, you know, ultimately, all said and done, CLG scaling comp, 3,000 gold ahead, 5-1 in kills, up every single objective taken so far. So I think this is a really good highlight of what happens when you go into a game with a composition that you know how to execute on. When you have a composition that power spikes at the same time. When you have an idea of what your composition is supposed to do, and you don't have to make plays, right? You don't have to do anything. You can just calm down and let your opponents outplay themselves.
Saying it like it's a calm game of golf, even.
Yeah, everybody had a nice clap.
Just played slow, steady. Eventually you win the race, and it's looking that way for CLG. You still haven't really seen Kenvi be able to do too much on this map so far, and it's a lot of pressure onto him to be the one who starts up these skirmishes, even when it comes to the lanes, when it comes to pretty much anything for 100 Thieves. But now they're more towards that team fighting phase, and it's not looking good for 100 Thieves. They don't have something that team fights too well. They do have something that skirmishes well, but if CLGA are all together as a full unit, they take the fight 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. The question is, you know, 100 Thieves, they can try and get flanks. It's actually a way for them to win, right? If they are able to knock Katsuri or RJS into the team with Poom's Alistar, and you blow them up quickly, you know, that is one way for them to win some of these team fights. But if you just team fight front to back, Katsuri and RJS will kill Tenacity, Kenvi, and Poom faster than the Monty and Luger will kill Tien, Keel, and Hooks.
So 100 Thieves, they're the ones who get priority onto this Drake. They're the ones that started off, but have to back off. Just going to pull it out of the pit for now. 4K health remains. Keel's getting closer. Teleport's being used. Here comes Call of the Forge God, able to get a knock-up onto Poom only. Keel going for the backline. The Dragon is going to reset, but Luger's been on check so far. Keel having to back off immediately, but he will fall to Tenacity. It's now a 4 versus 4. Hooks starting to back off as well because he is getting lower and lower. That Dragon is wailing away, and it's going to go over to the way of 100 Thieves. Now Hooks has to flash away. Tenacity on the engagement will take down Thien as well. CLG are going to be the ones to falter in this team fight as 100 Thieves, they grab the Drake and they get 2 kills.
See what they can do. This is really big for 100 Thieves, but this might be their big opportunity to try and have opportunities to find these fights. And they do come out a little bit ahead, and that is really big. They need to continue trying to find these opportunities. And if they can play for the next several Ocean Dragons, if they can get the next 3 and have Ocean Soul, you know, they can do that. But it's going to get harder and harder throughout the rest of the game. So I'm curious to see where 100 Thieves go from here. Are they going to be able to pick up more of these objectives? Are they going to be allowed to do this kind of thing? CLG try and get an opportunity to dive into the backline, but unfortunately they go a little bit too far. Their backline isn't in a spot where it can actually follow up on the damage just quite yet. And I said the backline for 100 Thieves will take longer, but you got to actually be doing the DPS. And this is an opportunity where Kenvi kind of showing up really big, getting the smite down and keeping them in the game for a while longer.
And that was a pretty rough exchange because you see, like, the small things that went wrong. One of them being Hooks. He chose to use the hero's entrance in the middle of Onslaught of Shadows when it was on nobody. So just a lot of those small things going wrong. Keel couldn't get onto Luger. Luger was left unchecked. 100 Thieves were able to play it very slowly, but they did net a win at the end of the day. And now CLG are trying to look them pay, but Poom wants them to pay back. Suri gets knocked up. Poom really throwing out some aggression there. It's not going to result in any kills, but Tenacity is going to be the one who's caught out now. Using the Dominus, tries to slice and dice on out, gets a lot of health back going for him as the Yen continues the chase, has to back off thanks to the gravitational field. 100 Thieves stay alive.
And we're starting to see some of the things come out that you talked about, Eric, right? We saw there are still ways for 100 Thieves to disengage from these fights. They are pretty mobile. They have a lot of movement speed coming out from Luger. They Monte's gravity well will be very effective.
Wait, what's going on?
But they're not necessarily able to close out any kills. And Kenvi now on the opposite side of the map as the Baron's getting taken. But they have enough members there. They don't have a real tank because Tian's on the opposite side of the map. We'll see what else they can do. I mean, it's still just rough, right? Like, CLG can just hit it. We talked about it with the Elder Dragon previously. You hit the Elder Dragon, or the Baron in this case, not because you're trying to kill it. It's just to see if your opponents are going to respond properly. And I like CLG's willingness to hit it there and then walk away.
Hit it there, walk away, and try and set up another play. That's what you see over on the top side as Keel starts to come in, goes right after Kenvi. Gets a good chunk of damage, but not going to find anything else after that one. 100 Thieves are playing this carefully, and pretty smart of them to play it this way, but you can't keep it neutral for far too long because we kept talking about the scaling. It is still a factor.
Yeah, they're hitting again. I mean, this isn't particularly quick, right? Only having the rise here, but Kenvi does notice that it is being done, notices that they leave as well immediately afterwards. So I mean, CLG can kind of rinse and repeat this play, right? They are just waiting to see if there's a lapse. 100 Thieves, right? If 100 Thieves don't check it, then they will eventually take it down. They have scaling on their side, and by doing these proactive plays, even if they aren't necessarily going to work, their willingness to walk away buys them a lot of time.
Now you can see all those wards placed by CLG Academy. It's all on the Baron side. They know the next fight might be around there. You don't want to give too much up, and you really want to make sure that 100 Thieves, if they go for any other objective, if they try and contest Dragon Soul Point, if they spend too much going bottom, try to catch out a split push, they will be very fast to go for that objective.
See, I mean, Tian doesn't have teleport, but we have another Ocean Dragon spawning here pretty quick. I don't know, I feel like I want 100 Thieves to try and make something happen because it doesn't get better. I don't know where their entrance is because we're starting to see CLG choking them out with vision pretty much everywhere they go. 100 Thieves are now pretty isolated in terms of trying to do things, and now Keel has the engage tools, they might start looking. TN's here.
It's RJS who's taking the first bit of damage. Here comes Call of the Forge God going straight for the backline. Demonte's going golden to stay alive. Kenvi has to run away. Demonte will flash to keep himself alive. And 100 Thieves, they keep doing it. They keep playing these fights as touch and go and barely being able to escape very, very close situations.
Yeah. Part of the difficulty, though, is CLG has a composition that fights well even without its ultimates. You have such a strong front line, right, between the Ornn, the Galio, and the Hecarim. You like your ultimates because they're really good at getting fights started, but you don't need them as we finally see Poom go in.
Oh yeah, Poom able to get RJS, but Poom will be retaliated on. Falls low, Katsuri will take him down, and now able to flash out will be Kenvi, who's also low, but Kill will jump in and get some damage onto that back line. 4 members remain for 100 Thieves, and they're starting to dismantle CLG. Look how low those health bars are, but a teleport, a new challenger has appeared. RJS able to show up and absolutely destroy Demonte. Tenacity goes in, but look at that, the boomerang blade just on the back end, able to take him down. It's still Kenvi versus the world, though, as he will hop over the wall and let CLG have this team fight win.
Yeah, it's crazy, like, watching how well 100 Thieves are able to play these team fights with a worse team fighting composition while down 5,000+ gold, right? The fact that these team fights are taking as long as they are, and 100 Thieves have a reasonable chance coming out with them, is a really testament to how far they've come so far over the past several weeks. And now the question is, did they just fall too far behind? Is their composition just too weak in this position to do anything? Because now RJS, Tien, Keel hitting the Baron in a very similar spot. Hooks might have overextended trying to buy time.
Going after Hooks, Demonte is going to be able to show up. Call of the Forge God goes out. 1k health remains onto the Baron. Looking for the spear. It will not be found. Baron going over to CLG Academy.
Blue buff goes over. I don't know. CLG looking very strong. They are looking totally in control of this game. And as we start to look towards Game 3, Eric, it's really crazy to see how different these two games have been. CLG looking really good this game. They have a game plan. 100 Thieves, like, they get onto RJS, right? That's one of the things that we said they can do in order to try and win some of these team fights. And even still, it's just not quite enough. Katsuri is able to free hit throughout almost this entire thing. But then he eventually does get caught by the Boomerang Blade, gets hit by a couple of skill shots, and we see, like, the fact that CLG's composition still able to fight without their ultimates. They like their ultimates, but it's not quite enough.
I'm sorry, that Boomerang, man.
Boomerang.
That's one of the saddest things to see, especially when you're in that same case that Chisana was in. Katsuri just watching it slowly approach him.
Yeah. Feels like Indiana Jones, right? You got that ball rolling towards you. There's not a whole lot you can do, and you're just kind of like, I got caught. All right. Okay.
Now, will anyone else from 100 Thieves Academy get caught out? Because CLG are making the Baron power play right now. Going straight down this bot lane, wailing away at this turret, and look how fast it's going down. 100 Thieves, they don't have much of an answer to it. Their comp is pretty much offline at this point.
Yeah. I mean, they almost get the whole thing. Keel going back to get the Baron buff onto the mid lane turret. Get a little bit more damage there, but it's a question of how cleanly do CLG close out this game from this position. Right, they are able to hit these turrets from long range. They have this strong tank line to create a lot of space for RJS and Katsuri. Inhibitor going down, and 100 Thieves, they have to try and find something, but they're looking for a miracle. They gotta find some big play. Maybe if Poom has another miracle play onto Katsuri or RJS, they can buy another team fight, but they haven't taken enough turrets that they can find a meaningful advantage even if they win. They only prolong the inevitable.
Sivir still is a strong champion and can do a lot of damage onto the backline thanks to the Boomerang Blade, thanks to the Ricochet. And
Nice.
Keel looking to go in here. A nice use of the Hourglass from Demonte. It's not going to amount to anything, though, as he's going to fall. Now Luger trying to get in those autos, trying to find the kills he can. Going to result in kill in the top laner. Does look like 100 Thieves are the ones who want to press this. Just chase CLG Academy right out of the base.
Alright, well, they stay alive, right? They get the kill onto Tien, but CLG got what they wanted. They got 2 inhibitors. They opened up the base, and now with a minute left until the Ocean Soul spawns, 3 minutes left until the Baron, the inhibitors will still be down. CLG in a dominating position, continue to scale up as Ornn items are starting to come in. You see the Everfrost and the Kraken Slayer both have been upgraded already by Tien, and the scaling, the extra gold being put into their pockets, this gold lead is actually a lot larger in effect due to the fact that Ornn is on the team than you currently see on the scoreboard. So CLG should be able to close this out. We got past the 25-minute mark, and CLG are looking really good because of it.
Most definitely. And even with these strong champions you have picked on the side of 100 Thieves, like, what are you going to do with the 0-4 Victor? Damonte has been struggling. Luger hasn't had exactly the best game. He's positioning well. He's gotten a few kills here and there, but it's nothing in comparison to the momentum CLG have right now, working for pretty much all their lanes.
15 seconds. 0-4 Victor. Gonna have to try and do something, right? I mean, again, my eyes are on Poom. He's got to find a way onto Katsuri or RJS, but RJS isn't even here. I think his team is probably strong enough to win a 4v5, but they just need to buy time, right? They aren't looking to actually go for the fight. They just want to DPS the Ocean Soul. They get it, and now they can try and take a fight.
Ocean Soul is grabbed. 4v4 fight that 100 Thieves are not willing to opt into. Still have Damonte on the top side. He provides a lot for a team fight. He's having to deal with the split push of RJS as the rest of CLG Academy, they clear minion waves and they start heading for the base. An inhibitor down in the bot lane, inhibitor down in the mid lane. There's only one that remains to get those double super minions marching into the base of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm thinking about game 3 right now, Eric. Because it is, like, Poom wants to find a hero play. Other than that, I don't see a real way for 100 Thieves back in. So looking at game 3, right, it is 1-1, effectively, from this position. What do 100 Thieves do differently? Because I think what we've kind of been seeing throughout the series is if you pick compositions that are harder to execute on, it's tougher, right? Like, that is how hard to execute compositions work. You have to do the big things, you have to make the big play, you have to move around the map proactively. You can't let your opponents just sit idly by. And I think it's kind of going to be one of those games where both teams are going to say, we are going to try and pick something that scales a little bit better. We're going to try and play for a little bit later on in the game and force our opponents to make plays. And I'm kind of curious what that ends up looking like if both teams opt into that. We haven't seen that in a long time.
No, we have not. Just push the pedal to the metal, go fast right away. I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh.
Well, you can't get behind it. It's disengaged right here. CLG Academy going straight after 100 Thieves. Poom is critically low and will fall to Katsuri. Tenacity trying to find RJS, but there's not much he can do when RJS goes golden. A slither of health gets chunked away. The double kill going over to Katsuri. Katsuri's trying to find more. He's going to make it the triple kill. He's going after Luger as well. Can't seem to clean it up just yet, but he's getting closer. He's getting closer. You can hear the Jaws theme song being played. Here comes kill, and there goes the kill. This is going to be a win for CLG Academy, making this a series.
And a huge difference between games 1 and game 2. This is, a huge opportunity for CLG to show Tien just kind of chilling. At some point, he will start taking damage from the fountain laser, but I guess he doesn't. Like, the game just ends before that even happens. And so, we are, surprisingly, taking ourselves to a game 3 as 100 Thieves going to have an opportunity to try and bring things back. And I think, again, it comes down to, if we're picking these compositions that are hard to execute on, you are committing to actually executing on them. So the Renekton Nidalee hasn't worked twice today. Does that mean it's a weak combination? No, it just means it's a harder one. And we'll see if any team is willing to do it again and actually try and make it work.
All right, Joshi, you were saying that, you were very, very disappointed with CLG's play when it came to game number 1. It looked like a completely different team in this game number 2. They performed so well in pretty much all levels. I mean, the draft looked better for one. Let's start with that.
Looked good.
I mean, grabbing the Hecarim right away, able to grab the Tristana as well, and then everything else just synergized so well for CLG Academy.
the draft was miles better. Their early game play was miles better. They were willing to make some of these plays. We saw how RJS was able to turn things around onto DeMonte. We saw their ability to counteract the Renekton Italy, right? Like, this is almost a different team. And this is the team that was able to make it to Proving Grounds. This is the team that we all signed up to see, and I want to see more of this version of CLG because like, this is the team that is going to take us to a series and potentially go farther in Proving Grounds.
Yeah, they're in a team that's adapted. It took them two tournaments to find their stride, but now that they found it, I mean, this is third place in Academy right now, 100 Thieves Academy. CLG, last one to enter this tournament, and here they are having a clean game against 100 Thieves Academy.
Yeah, they are.
What more could you ask for, man?
A game 3 that's even more exciting. So we're going to get that coming up pretty soon, Eric. Again, we have an opportunity. We can either have both teams play for really strong early games or both teams can play for scaling. But so far, no team that's really been trying to play for the early game has had a whole lot of success today. So I'm excited to see which of the two options we're going to be getting to actually watch in Game 3.
Yeah. We'll see how that draft shapes up. We're going to be right back when we return. We'll get into game number 3 of CLG Academy versus 100 Thieves Academy. Welcome back to the LCS Proving Grounds, CLG Academy versus 100 Thieves Academy. And a back and forth slugfest, Joshi. We saw it in our first series of the day, and now in this series, we're getting something similar. It's just back and forth with these squads. 100 Thieves Academy, they got the stomp in game number 1. Game number 2 saw CLG doing a slow burn to victory. Now we're headed into game number 3, and it's going to be our 6th game of the day, Joshi.
It is. We're going to a Game 6, everyone. It's going to be a great time. And thanks for all for sticking with us. I think it's worth noting that this is 5 games in a row of the team with a better scaling composition doing better in these situations. The only exception to this, or I guess it's not 5 games, but 4 games out of 5 have gone this way. And the one time where it hasn't was TSM playing an early game composition that was easy to execute on. You get these wombo combos that work very naturally, the Nocturne and the Hecarim setting up for the Galio delivery system. And other than that, almost everybody else has been letting their opponents make mistakes. Renekton Nidalee combo has unfortunately not worked twice, despite its early priority in these series. So the question will be, who's feeling like they can execute today? Do they think that they are going to be able to play in such a way that they can make these early game compositions work? In which case, that team will likely play something early game once again, say it's like, oh, we just didn't pull it off. Or is one of these teams going to say, I don't know if we can do it. I'm not sure if we're in the right state of mind to play all these mechanical champions. Let's fall back into something that we know is going to have success if we let our opponents just take the game later.
You know, it wasn't too bad for 100 Thieves Academy, though, because there was some life in them in the way they played their composition. You know, having that touch and go with the Sivir ultimate, being able to go in, try and get whatever win you can, and get out. It was just the scaling was too strong for CLG. They played it, they distributed their gold much better, and yeah, you said the scaling comp won that time. And they won very, very handily by just playing it slow and letting 100 Thieves be the ones to make mistakes.
Yeah, it was surprisingly playable. 100 Thieves. They actually did a fantastic job at playing a lot of these team fights and not succumbing to the initial damage burst and the initial engage coming out from CLG. But as you said, you know, it doesn't really matter if you can't get off the ground, right? You actually have to be able to go into these team fights with some level of parity, and then you can start finding these wins. And now the question is, which one of these teams is going to actually be winning in order to play up against Evil Genius's Academy and potentially later play C9 Academy or Zeus Gaming? Because this is it. As Lorem said, you know, it's 0-0. It's best of 1. Game 3. That sounded really weird now that it came out of my mouth. But best of 1. Game 3.
Yeah, but now that we're in this state, I'm very curious as to how side selection is going to go. I want to see who's going to take what, because CLG, I talked about it earlier, they love blue side, but they do really well on blue side. Their draft, comparing blue side draft to red side draft, it's day and night. You know, with the whole red side thing, you saw the whole going Seraphine, Nocturne, MF in the first few picks. This time they got blue side, it was Ornn, Hecarim, and Ryze, which are all very, very prominent, powerful champions to grab. And Scratch it was Hecarim. I realized I didn't have my order. Hecarim, Tristana, and Rise, right? Believe that was the order, but yeah, it was much better shaped this time around.
Yeah, it's really important to kind of figure out like what you're going to do in the first half of the draft. Or you don't necessarily have to have a strong cohesive plan at the first half, but you need to be open to a variety of different plans. And we saw this difference coming in from CLG and 100 Thieves Academy in that last game. Ornn, Hecarim, and Rise, right, were coming through as some of the early picks, and I realize now that my notes have the end of the draft. Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
But it's definitely an interesting spot where you have a lot of freedom, right? You can take a lot of directions. Even with the strong front line, you aren't committed to front to back. If you want to grab a couple of divers in order to make Sivir and Victor's life more difficult, you can do that. Or you can just double down on what you already did. Whereas the Renekton Nidalee, you're not necessarily setting up for a lot of play in other directions. You're trying to play for the early mid game, and if you can't find that success, you're not going to have a whole lot left.
Honestly, I still like the draft from 100 Thieves at the end of the day. I thought it was, like, not too bad, but...
Yeah.
They weren't able to execute what they needed to win, which was the early game play and the early game momentum, and stopping CLG from getting that scaling state. So, now the question is, what type of draft do we see coming into this? Because I believe 100 Thieves have opted into blue side now, which does throw a wrench back into CLG's plans if they want to do a draft similar to what they had last game.
Yeah. They've got options, right? They played it early on. They picked Jinx, Udyr, and Thresh, 3 very powerful champions. They're going to do something similar.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I mean, for CLG, it does look like 100 Thieves would be very, very happy to leave stuff like the Seraphine open and allow CLG to grab that, because we saw they couldn't really build a comp around it. Once they grabbed it, it felt like they drafted themselves into a hole. So I'm wondering if they're going to go for that. I'm wondering like how they are going to shape up these bans, what CLG want to take away from 100 Thieves to make sure they don't have a repeat of game number 1.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting spot, right? 100 Thieves, I don't think are going to allow CLG to get Seraphine again, even though they did it the first time on blue side, simply because I don't think they can assume that CLG will pick a composition that doesn't build around the Seraphine if they have a second chance at it. I think they would recognize that CLG understand where they went wrong in the first draft and make sure that they don't make the same mistakes again.
And then over on the side of 100 Thieves Academy, you know, you had the disaster that was game number 2. They just weren't able to find their opportunities, able to find their openings. But if you reflect onto game number 1 and what helped them win, it was a lot based off of what Kenvi could do early, what Kenvi could snowball Tenacity into doing early, and then just positioning from the carries, Luger and Damonte standing in good spots.
Yeah. No, I even in this game, like, Kenvi had a lot of freedom to move around the map, and he had a lot of opportunities to counter jungle, potentially come up towards the top lane, but it really hurt when the first couple of plays don't go their way. Like, Nidalee stops being as useful, and I know a lot of the people who are watching will just know if you're a Nidalee player and you aren't finding kills in the first couple of minutes, you're kind of sad.
Yeah, definitely put a frown on that one, but now it is time for the Champ Select 100 Thieves Academy versus CLG Academy. It's now underway.
Alright, we'll see what kind of draft they want to go for. We've been seeing this Gnar ban quite a bit coming out from 100 Thieves Academy, taking it away from Tien. It is one of his better champions throughout the entire Proving Grounds circuit, and the Hecarim ban also coming through. This has been a champion that I believe has a 100% win rate today, and has definitely been very strong throughout the entire tournament. Yeah, so Zeus won in their game 1, TSM won in their game 2. I don't remember if it was played in game 3 at all, but it has also won game 2 here for CLG versus 100 Thieves, so not even going to risk letting 100 Thieves first pick it.
No, that Hecarim is just too strong. Another ban to come through will be the Tristana, not going to allow that one to get through, and it's kind of looking shades of game number 1. Of course, 100 Thieves were on blue side for that one as well, so if it would be par for the course, there's the Thresh ban, so that's going to break the course in that one. That was something 100 Thieves were able to pick up. Yeah,
and typical expectations would be that 100 Thieves can either ban Udyr or Seraphine here, right? If you have to pick one, you typically grab the Seraphine for yourself because it's good into Udyr, but now CLG recognize that both Udyr and Seraphine are up, ban the Udyr. Seraphine, best champion left on the patch after Tristana, Udyr, and Hecarim all taken off the table. Rel's still also very good.
Will 100 Thieves take it, though? That's the other question. Kaisa was left up, and it is something that CLG Academy really like. But
not that one.
Gotta do the Nunu flex, you know, just showing Keel is old champ. But yeah, Kaisa getting locked in for 100 Thieves Academy, and now CLG Academy. I see your face. I see it. You're not liking that pick. It is the Nocturne, as well as the Rel, which I very much do like on Hooks.
Yeah, I definitely like Hook's Rel. I think Nocturne has some strengths, but it is going to be another situation of CLG opting into playing this early game and forcing themselves to play this early game effectively. It's difficult to play, and if you fall behind, you don't have a whole lot of tools, and naturally Rel, while very strong, does struggle into the Alistar. You're not going to have the same kind of ability to engage, and we saw earlier on how effectively this Alistar can be played in that lane. The Volibear comes through as well, and 100 Thieves looking to pick up pretty standard style composition. CLG a little bit more focused on dive.
It's a pretty notorious synergy as well. Kaisa and Alistar really do work well together. But for CLG Academy, I do get pretty excited when you see Hooks grab that Rel, because I don't know if you watched their matchup versus Dignitas Mirage. Hooks had some of the most insane engages I had ever seen on a Rel before, so it is a champion he's very prominent in. It's a champion he can get the team fights going for CLG Academy on.
Yeah, and this is definitely a kind of situation where CLG also is going to be relying on Hooks pretty heavily. You have two members already diving in, Hooks and whoever ends up playing this Nocturne. You are going to be diving through, and Katsuri is going to be off on his own, right? This is kind of one of those situations where the Xayah is able to play without a whole lot of peel, because everybody on your team is likely going to be diving forward in order to create this screen of other threats that are going to be able to hit you. And now CLG going to be trying to create a little bit more space by getting rid of these champions that are immune to crowd control, and this Karthus actually makes a lot of sense, now that I think about it.
It makes a lot of sense. It's something that Kill has played before,
Yeah.
and he won. Like, he actually dominated with the Karthus before, so it kind of just cracks me up. It shows that 100 Thieves Academy have done their homework and really researched what they're going against.
Yeah, and the Nocturne Karthus combination is really strong because you both press R at the same time, and you know, Nocturne, if he's already close to getting those kills, Karthus is going to be able to finish it off. So I like this adaptation coming in from 100 Thieves, or to limit that combo potential. The question is, you know, CLG can bring magic damage from a lot of other sources, and while Karthus is best in class for being able to dunk on somebody from multiple screens away, it's not necessarily going to be the only thing they can play, but it is going to be limiting pretty heavily some of the major options CLG has shown in the past.
So let's see what CLG Academy are willing to combine with this Nocturne. They're already hovering the Rise, which does give you, like, kind of the same thing as the Paranoia in a sense. You can't just warp from one place to another. So it will allow follow-up onto the engage from the Nocturne. You know, you can't really hate the pick that much. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves Academy just happy hovering over the Renekton.
Renekton's interesting. Again, like, the Volibear is flexible between multiple positions, so this says to me that it's probably going to be a Kenvi champion if they do lock this in, and yeah, it is going to be a lock for the Renekton, but they also got to show exactly what they want to play, and oh, okay, so this is Damonte's Renekton, is what I'm seeing. Okay, right, that's interesting, right? You have crowd control in all lanes that is effectively point and click between the Volibear, Renekton, and Alistar, so Kenvi has more places that he can go. However, you're picking a very short-range composition into characters like Rise and the Xayah, who can tear you apart. And once again, this Nocturne kind of feels like the odd man out. It is going to be going into the jungle this time, played by Keel, but it's, you know, it's trying to deal with a heavy dive coming out from all the members of 100 Thieves, and Nocturne isn't super excited about playing in the middle of that many melee champions.
But he would be less excited if he was playing that in a lane. I mean,
yes.
Look at the beastly stuff you have to go against Tenacity and Damonte, the Bear and the Croc. Wouldn't be that much fun, so just going to be happy taking that into the jungle. But overall compositions, you know, from 100 Thieves, you do have, again, they like focusing around that early game skirmish, but it's much more flexible this time. You still have something that's, it does scale decently, but it has a strong power point towards that mid spot.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This is going to be an interesting spot where the game is likely make or break around Dragons 2, 3, and maybe 4 if the game still hasn't been decided at that point, because 100 Thieves, they have this very, very aggressive composition that's going to be balling up quite a bit. And early on in the game, before Zaya and Ryze can really tear this composition apart, and the DPS just isn't there, 100 Thieves should win. But as the game goes later, it doesn't matter that Aatrox and Nocturne are a little bit out of place. Yeah, Ryze and Zaya are going to be doing enough damage with the Raw that they can effectively 3v5.
Yeah, and it allows Katsuri to play safer. He does have the Featherstorm, should be able to get away from a lot of these attempted engages, but the one you have to keep your close eye on is Poom. Poom will be going for that backline often, and Poom can disrupt a lot. If Katsuri gets caught out before the Featherstorm comes out, Katsuri's pretty much gone. Same thing with RJS. You catch with a Headbutt Pulverize, you pretty much cancel out the Realm Ward. So there are tools that work really well for 100 Thieves Academy to compete with what CLG Academy have brought to the map.
Yeah, I'm excited. Gonna be paying a lot of attention to RJS and Katsuri this game, simply because they are playing those ranged damage dealers. And then, of course, for 100 Thieves, gotta pay attention to Kenvi. He's got a lot of tools and a lot of members that are looking to set him up.
Hey, first spear gonna land. 100% landing rate.
Woo! Better than Yankos, right?
And we're at 50%.
50%.
100% on kill, though.
Alright. We'll see how it goes. It is going to be pretty standard things coming out from just about everybody in terms of items and runes early on in the game. The only thing that might be a bit surprising still to people is Poom with the Phase Rush is going to have a lot of movement speed. It helps to guarantee the E-stun, by running over people and trampling his tenacity, digging a hole in the top lane.
Yes, he is.
That's about it.
He's been a good boy. Talking about that Phase Rush, I've always loved that on Alistar. I remember you used to take the Aftershock to just become a tanky boy, but you press R and you already become the tankiest of boys. You get the Phase Rush and you do get a lot of that movement speed ability to just disrupt on a whole different level, especially when it comes to landing that stun.
For sure. It is definitely much better later on when you do have access to that ultimate, but isn't quite as exciting early on in the game where you used to rely on that Aftershock for some of your early game trades. We'll see if Poom is going to be able to make good use of this. He had a fine game last game. Unfortunately, the game just kind of decided in places where he was not. And so, as 100 Thieves come about, we'll see how well they're able to perform. I'm kind of surprised that they opted into Renekton versus Ryze, because it is tougher to punish up here than it would be in the long lane and top.
And Ryze very much can punish. Takes a little bit of time. Get a couple items here and there, but once he starts the combos, once he gets his levels, it will be pretty much about who gets the first combo at the end of the day. Will it be Damonte? Will he get the stun in and just be able to slice and dice out, or is RJS going to catch him as he tries to jump in?
Yeah, and different clear from Kenvi coming through. Red, blue, Gromp is now level 3, can potentially look for ganks, but notices that Tenacity already pushed Tien under turret. That should bounce, and Damonte only level 2, not going to have the easiest setup until he gets access to W, Q, and his E. So instead, Kenvi not going to have an opportunity to gank right away, and I want to say I want to see him be ganking already, but you can't just be giving up a ton of farm up against something like the Nocturne. So going to be playing a little bit safer, but they do spot him out now, so Tien knows he's safe.
And with RJS, knowing that he has the Ryze, he can always continue to push in, but he used that very first hard push to put on a ward, and now he knows exactly where Kenvi is. He knew Kenvi was going to head over towards that side of the map, and he's able to play it much more safer and back off.
Yeah. So this is going to likely result in Kenvi having an opportunity to pick up both Scuttle Crabs, right? He's able to start hitting this one, doesn't know he's on vision, but they do see him doing it, and Damonte walks up towards the top half of the map, not necessarily to do it himself, but just to make sure that Keel isn't doing it. Kenvi walking up is going to be able to, remain a camp ahead of his jungle opponent simply because of how well his lanes were able to play some of these early waves. So good job, 100 Thieves so far.
And for Kill, he's definitely going to need a lot more lane priority if he's going to be able to have a clean jungle and not see a situation like we saw in game number 1 where he was pretty much just starved out of his own jungle. So it really is up to the side lanes, pretty much all the lanes of CLG, to hold that priority and allow Kill the room to be able to grow.
So this game, I think it's going to be a little bit quiet. We might see a bit of trading down in the bottom lane between Rel and Alistar, but as we already talked about, they do a fantastic job nullifying the other in terms of their ability to engage. Damonte just trying to farm as well as possible. He doesn't want to take too much damage from RJS, and it's also hard for him to get priority. The one thing he's got going in his favor is the fact that he doesn't have any mana.
Has no mana, has no resources. RJS does have the tier though, so it will be a bit of time before he's able to just continue just spamming, and Damonte can do not too much about it unless he has some jungler intervention out of Kenvi. And he's getting jungler intervention, it's just the wrong way around. Keel showing up and hovering around this lane. But
Okay,
so
Kenvi.
is Kenvi. Now it's the right way around. Sidestepping the spear, RJS doesn't care. He takes down the Croc.
Oh, uh-oh. Okay, this is not good, Eric. The Renekton Nidalee gives over the kill in Nidalee's first gank. That's not how this combination is supposed to work, and it's part of why it's not super exciting for me to see, is because it is so much counterplay. You should know exactly when Nidalee's there. You should know when they're trying to make these ganks go off, and Kenvi missing the spear just because RJS is too far away.
Yeah, he had enough time to react to it. Simple sidestep, and Damonte could do nothing but watch in horror as his jungler just tried his best to get as close as we take another look at that.
Yeah, credit to RJS for, like, shading towards this side of the map, right? Even though he gets stunned due to the distance that Kenvi has to traverse in order to land that spear, means that RJS comes out of the stun before the spear actually lands. And good sidestep, gets the damage down, and has no fear at all. So RJS looking pretty darn good in this game. Of course, you know, he is in a favorable lane matchup.
I mean, every time I've seen RJS, it is a little bit of a wild ride. I remember in the Game 3 of his last series with Supernova, he took out Cassidy and like went from someone who was basically sandbagging to someone who was hard carrying the game. He could, you know, get yourself a mid laner who can do both, I suppose.
Yeah, sometimes in the same game, right? All right, Kenvi and Poom once again moving forward, and this is kind of interesting, right? We got to pay a lot of attention to Keel. He is currently level 5 and is going to likely try and smite away this Gromp. The answer is, oh.
Here comes the engage, but Poom hiding in the wings, able to get the double pulverize. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough, but Luger wants to be the one to equalize this one. Goes straight after hooks. Kenvi will grab that kill. Only the retract on the feathers to get the root as a parting gift. 100 Thieves able to win.
Yeah, faster to rotate, have more members there in time, and we see the kill getting picked up by Kenvi, and that is going to help out quite a bit. I was not expecting CLG to go for a fight before Nocturne had access to that ultimate, but game remains rather even, and once again, we're seeing the same story from the first series. Eric, Game 1, dominating performance from one team. Game 2, dominating performance if a bit slower. Game 3, dead even at the 7-minute mark. One kill apart and within 500 gold.
We might have ourselves a slugfest right here, Joshi. Definitely hoping for it on this one. I mean, both of these teams, we talked about the background of them a little bit. 100 Thieves, they have had success. They are a third-place squad. CLG, they're trying to make a run that avenges their performance that we saw from earlier when it came to this Tier 1 circuit. So a lot of them do have something to prove in this.
Yeah, I think they're doing a good job. Tenacity, I've heard this called the IQ test, right? You just gotta walk sideways out of it. It is Indiana Jones, and both of them, actually just Tien popping the ultimate, but the creep block forces that fight to even come through because Tenacity couldn't run to the left. So we'll see how they end up working out. Rather even there, rather even bot lane. The only places where there's any real discrepancy is the mid lane, where RJS has a CS lead and a kill, and in the jungle, where Kenvi has gotten a kill over Keel.
We'll see if we'll get that last chapter as well, so it's going to be a lot more pressure onto Damonte. And not even for going for kills, it's just for clearing the wave. That's pretty much it right there. Clear the wave and you can open up the rest of the map.
Yeah, it also builds into the items he wants to build, right?
Of course, of course, of course.
It is a good stepping stone. Cool components coming through. Lost Chapter giving you all the extra mana, so he will be able to stay in lane without his blue buff as often. But hey, Keel level 6 now, Nocturne. We gotta pay attention to paranoias, right? The first couple paranoias tend to matter more than the later ones. He's looking to find some big plays. He's got some crowd control in every single lane. So there should be an opportunity for him to go for some of these ganks rather soon. And this can be a make or break point. If Nocturne gets ahead, it doesn't matter if he's playing into all these big, beefy melee guys, but if he falls behind, suddenly you're kind of down a champion.
Look at this Prio coming out from CLG Academy over towards the bot side, just chasing the bot lane of 100 Thieves away. You still have Kill down there, so that is the fear right there. That is them realizing that Kill is level 6, and they have to give him respect.
Moving down to the bottom side. You know, I actually wonder, we talked about the Nocturne not being super excited to play into a bunch of melee champions. He used to be a Gore Drinker champion, right? Because you just press that, you heal up for a ton of HP out of nowhere. And while Stridebreaker has become the more common build, it doesn't do as well into all these melee champions. Hooks does get revealed, and I think they have a pretty good idea that Nocturne's here.
Yeah, Kill spending a lot of time trying to set up this gank, but it's not going to work out. Got to look elsewhere if you're going to find that first Paranoia. As we said, that Paranoia is extremely impactful. It really shapes the game when it comes to the jungle. A little bit of scrapping going on in the top lane.
Yeah, but as things kind of settle down, you know, we got to look at our team fight timers again. Oh, he just goes it.
Oh, Tenacity wants it. He gets the stun. He's going right after Thien, and in the 1v1, Tenacity takes down Thien.
Yeah, I was going to praise Tien for a moment there, using the ultimate to fear all the minions so he's not taking a ton of extra damage, but Tenacity just does all the extra damage necessary with his Q on a low health, excuse me, with his W on a low health target, ripping them apart, brings up the Rift Herald, and now suddenly Tenacity going to be in a very strong position. They find RJS!
RJS in a horrible spot. The Pulverize comes out, so does the Headbutt, setting him far away
more.
from home. Oh, getting the Phase Rush is not enough to keep him alive. He will fall. And 100 Thieves, they're starting to get control of the map. You have Shelly over in the top side making another charge to another tower. 100 Thieves are playing this well.
And this is right before the dragon. Everything is starting to go 100 Thieves' way. They're executing on this early game composition. They're going to have opportunity to take down this Mountain Dragon. And CLG, RJS will be up in time from this position in order to try and contest it, but 100 Thieves still very happy with the fact that they got an entire turret worth of plates giving over to Tenacity.
And even got that inner tower very, very low. So you have a lot you could work with your 100 Thieves. CLG Academy, however, knowing they have some control over towards the bot side of the map, they're happy to go after this neutral objective, get the Drake, start setting up some potential win condition with Dragon Soul.
I'm a little bit surprised that 100 Thieves seeded this dragon as well, right? RJS was dead. They had extra members on the map. They were relatively healthy, but instead they're just going for Tien again.
Here comes the teleport. Tien trying to use the World Ender, will sidestep the spear. Demonte looking to come out from over the wall. Will not get the second charge. And now the swing goes out.
Oh,
Nocturne
no.
Paranoia is going to do nothing but just deny a little bit of vision. The job has been done. They got the kill. 100 Thieves get away.
The idea is good from Kill. Deny the vision from Nidalee from actually jumping in. But, you know, if Nidalee is already on top of their target, they can see them, right? You're not going to be able to stop it there. It needed to be used a little bit earlier. And that first Paranoia just off the map suddenly means this Nocturne not going to be as effective, is going to be missing a big opportunity to try and find some kind of lead. So start giving over a little bit more gold once again. 100 Thieves, one of the larger early game leads we've seen so far throughout this entire series today.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Only 12 minutes in, and they're already collected about 2.6k in a gold difference. So it's looking good for 100 Thieves right now. They have a lot of early game tools, and they're utilizing them quite well as well. So here comes Demonte. He's just clearing out the wave and really turning this priority on its head to put Kill in a situation where he's constantly paranoid, constantly afraid, because Nocturne isn't the best duelist when it comes to dealing with jungle pressure.
Nope. Especially when he doesn't have his ultimate available, and now that he doesn't have his flash, it's going to be easier for Kenvi to do something similar in the future, taking away this top side of the jungle, and they're going to get a whole lot of vision. And not only does this prevent Kill from walking in without help, but it also gives Tenacity a lot of freedom to potentially go for this dive. And he has his ultimate. This turn might just be low enough that they just take it, though.
100 Thieves are starting to send more members all the way up towards this top lane. You do have Poom up there, but it's only for protection for the time being, just making sure these other two members get out perfectly fine. Tower's still very low, not able to claim it just
Teleport
yet.
bottom lane.
Will be a TP in the bot lane. They're going after Katsuri. Luger trying to get the damage in, but here comes Tenacity, and down goes Katsuri. The Turkish Terror able to grab the kill.
5-1 coming up for 100 Thieves. They're playing this early game so well. Ultimately, like, they're coming up with a pretty big lead. And you know, I said at the beginning of the game, I'm going to be watching RJS and Katsuri. They are the damage dealers. They are going to be doing the AoE later on, as Keel should be able to secure this. He does, in fact, have Smite. And we hadn't really touched on the fact that prior to dying right there, Katsuri was quietly building a small CS lead over Luger. He had his Gale Force completed, and he was looking to be on track to be as powerful as Zaya's tend to be, right? Which is to say, really good in these, melee compositions that their opponents bring up. Unfortunately, giving over that kill means that Luger now has a little bit more power, going to get closer to that collector faster, so they will have an opportunity to try and blow him up in this game that was kind of hanging in the balance. Again, going further in 100 Thieves' favor.
And it's so tricky to pin down Luger as well. You consider the Killer Instinct. It's a great engage tool that works synergistically well with the rest of 100 Thieves comp, but it can also be a very disorienting tool to just find a disengage, just use it for the sake of the replacement, and get away from a scary situation. That is why the Kaisa is so loved by CLG. That is why they often try to go for him. It works really well with Katsuri, and Luger is starting to put on a display.
Yeah. And it's best in class with these diving compositions, right? For 80 carries. For a long time, it was undisputed that way. And then Samira came along, and there was a bit of a dispute. But now that Samira has been kind of removed from the top of the professional meta, Kaisa once again the only real 80 carry that can dive with her team effectively. And so we'll see how well they're actually able to pilot it. Luger 101. Doesn't have a completed item just quite yet, but does have the Q evolve due to stopping by for the serrated Dirk. As we start looking at Dragon 3 coming up, 100 Thieves should feel pretty good about their chances here, and they do not want to give this up. They do not want CLG to have a coin flip for Dragon 4 and securing Ocean Soul.
It is 30 seconds until this dragon does spawn. So 100 Thieves, they're off on that side of the map. Bot side river. They're getting that deep vision. They're watching where CLG Academy is going to be. And you already have that lane priority coming out from Damonte as well, who's shoving all the way to the tower. So this river, pretty much unofficially the property of 100 Thieves as they roam from lane to lane.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we'd imagine. We saw 100 Thieves get some surprising Dragon Steals in Game 2. But now, as they lose their mid lane turret, priority again going into 100 Thieves. Ooh, Tenacity. Got to be a little bit careful, but they should get a second crash here and be able to fall back, should they choose to, in order to pick up this dragon. Crash. Oh!
No!
Nice.
Yeah, so there is a trick with that. I've seen it happen a few times where if you time your auto well, you technically auto Shelly while her back is showing to you before she hits the tower.
Cool little interaction, actually. You just got to auto a little bit later, which is not something people typically do, but can be. With the priority built in mid lane and bottom lane, is going to be able to solo out this dragon, and Tenacity and Poom able to come up. Keel was hovering, see if he knew he was going to come, but without knowing how many people were here. Oh, he's going mid lane.
The Nocturne ult is being popped. Meanwhile, RJS on the top side looking to run away. Two beastly animals chasing him down. Nocturne ult being popped really amounted to nothing, and it's really so sad to see. You're waiting for these big, impactful Nocturne ults. You're not finding him. He's still 0-0-0.
I mean, you got Luger's ultimate, I guess, right? There's not a whole lot that you're picking up here, but, I mean, this is why the champion is unexciting, because it doesn't do enough damage for in a lot of these early plays as, okay, they're going to be able to get out. It doesn't do enough damage to necessarily find a lot of these plays on their own. Like, they tend to need setup from other people, and falls off later on in comparison to a lot of other junglers, right? You look at Nidalee, who, worst comes to worst, you can still build a Moonstone, right? It's not exciting, but you can do it. Nocturne, I mean, I guess you can build a Moonstone, but you don't want to, because you're not going to be doing a whole lot. You don't have anything after that, because you're just this, big AD threat that's suddenly no longer a threat.
And 100 Thieves Academy are now going deeper and deeper into the jungle of CLG Academy. We're going to deny some of those resources from Kill and set this Nocturne even further behind. And when I say further behind, I really mean it. Look at the level difference between the two junglers. Level 10 is Kill, level 12 is Kenvi. And Kenvi has been racking it up. He's got 2 kills, he's got a slight CS advantage, but his impact on the map is what really put him in this position.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, Keel has his ultimate up again. Luger's is not quite available, but there's not a lot to fight for on the map. There's no Herald, there's no Baron, there's no Dragon. And so 100 Thieves are going to be settling back a little bit, but it's also kind of scary, right? Like, 100 Thieves are still looking to be aggressive. They still want to get some of these fights, and because Dragons 1 and 2 went over to CLG, 100 Thieves are very far away from Ocean Soul, and Rise and Zaya are continuing to scale. I think that was one combo. I think.
Yeah, RJS can bring the pain. He's still looking to bring some more, and that's why Poom headed down towards the spot lane. Question is, do 100 Thieves know that CLG have sent a couple of members towards the spot lane as well? Keel and Hooks coming around the corner, looking to spot out what's going on. And here's the paranoia being used. Will he be able to show up in time? Teleport goes through. It's 100 Thieves who are pushing the pressure. Getting low is Kenvi, throws out a spear, instantly has to back off. SPN on the backline, swinging away, trying to be the world ender that he's meant to be. Katsuri eats a spear, and Luger's trying to make him eat more with the missiles, but no kill going through either way. A stalemate for 100 Thieves and CLG.
We do see something that Nocturne is doing in this game in particular, right? Against all these melee champions that are looking to dive together, he makes it very hard for them to coordinate. Luger can't ult in from a screen away. Tenacity and Demonte, if they aren't already on top of each other, can't get onto a new target at the same time. So this chaotic fight ends up with nobody actually dying, in large part due to the fact that Paranoia blocked off all of their vision. So, Nocturne is doing something, right? It's not nothing, but it is the kind of thing where Nocturne isn't able to do a whole lot of damage, isn't necessarily able to create a whole lot of threat, and they are kind of relegated to being this utility character.
And disengaging a fight, sure, it's fine, but this is not what you take Nocturne for. He's falling behind, plain and simple. I mean, look at Kenvi's EXP. He's almost at level 13. We still haven't gotten a level 11 kill yet.
Yeah. And, I want to be fair to CLG, right? They did first... Oh, we'll get back to that. We'll be fair to them in a second, as Tien gets caught.
It's going to be very unfair in this bot lane for CLG. Thien, all by his lonesome. Tenacity grabs that kill. Easy said and done. 100 Thieves, they're continuing the momentum.
Yeah. They don't have the damage for this yet. To be fair, right, we looked at the very first couple of games where we saw the Nocturne and the Nidalee come through. And the Nidalee didn't look particularly good earlier in the day as they, get Katsuri's flash. Because it didn't get off the ground, right? It didn't find a couple of kills. Now, Kenvi did find a couple of kills, and to his credit, he earned those kills. Keel didn't get any kills, and whether or not that's his fault or something that just happened in the game, he doesn't have any kills. He doesn't have any gold, and ends up looking worse because of it. And so as we start getting into the rest of this game, kind of keep that in the back of your head. At this point, all the previous decisions are now affecting Keel in ways that are no longer in his control.
Yeah, and now the level difference just happened, by the way. Kill, level 10, Kenvi, level 13. That is the difference going on, and those levels really, really do mean a lot for stats, for pretty much base damage of your skills. So Kill hasn't been that impactful, and he's trying to find an impact on the map, but it is far too late, man. You're level 10, that's a level 12 and a level 14. There's no way he's getting in that.
Yeah, and off the opposite side of the fight, RJS goes down. And this, with all 5 members still alive, is 100 Thieves' opportunity to pick which objective they want. The problem is, they gotta be able to stop CLG from getting this Ocean Soul, and they're committing Tenacity and Poom to stick around in order to try and contest it. Neither side has a smite here.
CLG are the ones to start it up, but take a look at Baron all meanwhile. Kenvi and Luger, happy to just go after that one. Only a defensive line poised up for 100 Thieves Academy as the Hex Flash is going to come out. They haven't really dedicated to this fight. They have the Blast Plant. There's a nice window of opportunity for Poom to go in. He's going to get the knock-up onto Thien and then immediately look to bail out. Here comes the teleport. Poom is fed to the Wolves and left all by his lonesome. All that being said, though, Baron has gone to 100 Thieves. And now, another battle line drawn, CLG Academy. They're going straight for this Drake. They do have 5 strong. Going into 4 members of 100 Thieves. And the steal comes in from Kenvi. Able to take it away from CLG, and they want to take the life away from CLG if they can. But Thien has something to say about it, but so does the spear of Kenvi. Knocking Katsuri even lower and lower. A spear only barely going to whip away. Luger looks to go in, using the killer instinct to draw some line, to draw some distance. Missiles go out, not going to land. Thien, Katsuri, RJS all on the run from the menace this at his 100 Thieves. Realm Warp used defensively right into the Wandering Arms, and they will actually claim another kill. But here comes Luger with the killer instinct. He's able to clear up another one. He wants to find the Yen as well, but the Yen will get punished thanks to Kenvi. A huge win for 100 Thieves as they're able to clean house and grab the Drake as well.
Wow, that was such a bizarre play. That's definitely something that I promise you both coaches are going to go back and be like, all right, win or lose, we got to talk about what happened in this spot. But the huge spear coming up from Kenvi makes that play so much better for 100 Thieves. They deny CLG an opportunity to coin flip for the next dragon and pick up Ocean Soul, but it was done in such a bizarre and unique way by sending these front lines over in order to deal with it. And Keel, not even going to find Poom.
And Poom just gives him the thumbs up. Not even worried in the slightest. Just showing up, watching what the jungler's doing, and giving a little bit of BM on the backside of that. It is 100 Thieves Academy's map as we take a look back on that dragon fight.
Yeah, we gotta pay attention. The smite is not up for Keel. I don't know where he used it previously, but he ends up not having it. The spear is enough. And this whole thing, right, starts off with Poom tenacity just coming down to try and prevent this dragon from being taken, right? They weren't necessarily looking for a fight. They were trying to buy time. And at the end of it, this play onto Damonte is kind of funny, right? Like, they don't know that he's here, right? They suspect he's here. They probably have a good idea that he's here. But Damonte just happens to see 3 people.
And look at Luger go. The Turkish Terror has been on a roll in this series so far. Kenvi just showing up with that last bit of damage before one more swipe came in from to set him to the grave. But Luger overall, just great positioning, great play. The Gale Force was used well. The Killer Instinct was used well. He's looking great.
Yeah, it looks like he's building towards what is probably a Nashor's too. So going for all 3 evolves in this game as the Kai said. Now with the Baron buff coming through, they're just looking to fight.
Desperation attempt coming out of CLG
Zaya.
Academy. They're getting a lot of damage in, and they're able to take down 2 just like that. Return kill comes in, but it's going to be a 1-for-3 exchange. Here comes the Realm Warp, and here comes the chase from CLG Academy. They're looking for Luger. They're getting some punishment onto Luger, but Poom is there to try and defend his ADC. Now Luger fighting for his life, trying to get the damage in, but the Killer Instinct! Luger finds his way out, and he finds the kill as well. A thumbs up on his escape. 100 Thieves get away with it.
Yeah, that play, I mean, we're kind of getting to the point of the game where this Zaya and this Ryze are going to be doing so much damage that the melee champions cannot deal with. But Luger and Poom making it look A-okay. That was such a cool play coming out from Poom in order to chase off the one low member to give Luger an opportunity to get out of what looked like a hopeless situation. And now Luger, level 15 to Katsuri's level 13. Got so much money, going to be a huge deal in these team fights. But again, 100 Thieves, they need to find a dive. They need to find people caught out because otherwise stuff like this happens from Hooks.
I was talking about it. Hooks has some of the most insane engages when he's on the rel, and that's what starts up that fight right there, Joshi.
Yeah, it's the big thing, right? You don't have a good way to actually go for a lot of these dives because you don't have a great primary engage. You got a lot of secondary engage. You got Poom, who's great at following up or catching people out. You have Volibear, who comes in, he runs at you quickly, but he's not necessarily going to be doing the most direct kind of engage. He just has to kind of run at you, and that can be stopped in a lot of different ways. So they got to be very aggressive. They got to find ways that are a little bit less intuitive, looking for flanks, looking for picks, looking for ways that CLG aren't expecting to get engaged upon, so you can get onto the back line, take these turrets, and actually close the game, because it's not over.
Yeah. It's very hard for 100 Thieves to actually set up a siege when they're this short range and they're dealing with Hooks' rel. CLG Academy are now the ones who are pushing the lanes. As you can see, Keel and RJS just waiting in the wings as Thien continues shoving forward. They're waiting for Damonte to make any misstep as RJS goes around the corner. They do not realize that Tenacity is there over in base as well. Believe they threw a ping up, so they were able to spot him, and they are going to back off.
All right. I wonder if 100 Thieves can split push effectively, right? I suspect the answer is probably no, due to the engage potential from Keel in particular, just getting fights started and causing chaos so that Damonte and Tenacity won't be able to join in time. But I also don't know if this Ocean Soul is even going to be enough, and that's crazy to say, right? the damage coming out from RJS Katsuri is so high that the healing that you would normally get from Ocean Soul, which is, you know, generally perceived as a kind of big end-all win condition, might not be enough due to how high the DPS is.
It all really depends, and I feel like a lot of that weight is onto Luger. If he stays alive, it is very much enough. 100 Thieves can get away with it. If he drops, if 100 Thieves cannot protect him, that is it right there. They will outright lose the team fight because Katsuri and RGS bring way too much to the table. And now it's 100 Thieves setting up around this Baron, looking to try and force CLG's hand.
Alright, this is an interesting spot, right? Because 100 Thieves, they can do it. It's not super fast, but they can do it at a reasonable speed. But they take a lot of damage from the other team, so they got to make sure they get vision. They're probably looking to turn a lot more than Baron and Luger by himself. Okay, uses the Gale Force.
Just straightforward onto Katsuri, knocking about half of his health. That's what he can do by himself. That's the power of a Kaisa, pretty much both an assassin and an ADC.
Okay, look how dark this is. CLG are going to have such a tough time walking in. There's some big guys here in the way, but Luger, they see that he's not hitting it, and that just means that they don't have to walk over yet.
Missile still landing. Katsuri trying to auto away on these creeps to get whatever health back he can as Poom goes forward. Tenacity trying to find it as well. The feathers coming back will mean a root onto Tenacity, so 100 Thieves try the engage. They don't lose too much for it, though. That is the big thing about that failed engage.
Yeah, check out, I guess you can't see it right now, but Demonte chilling in this bush up top. Look for a potential assassination coming out from Demonte.
Baron has
big
been
flank
started.
from Poom. This is good. This is really
on
good.
the flank, starting to carry away Luger with a spear and a missile. Kill is gone. Now 100 Thieves are going to press this momentum and go for the engage. Poom unable to find the headbutt pulverized, but here we go. Tenacity runs and goes straight for the ADC.
Oh,
he wants
AoE.
Katsuri. Featherstorm comes out, but it's CLG who are able to find a target here and there, but Demonte able to get Katsuri to turn this one around. The end now left unchecked. Luger on the run. Can't get close enough to deal with the end. Kenvi has to try and pull Thien off. Now Thien, still sitting healthy, is watching very carefully on the flank as Demonte
Ooh.
flashes forward and claims RJS. 100 Thieves Academy, they will get 3. They will only lose Tenacity.
But remember, Eric, this was 4v5 coming out from CLG. Keel did not participate in that fight at all. He died from basically 70% to 0 almost instantly, and that was still a reasonably close fight coming out for CLG. But the Baron, the ultimate prize, is going to get picked up here for 100 Thieves. It's the second one. It's stronger than the first as Keel. 5 level difference. I guess it's only 4 now, but still 5 levels between the junglers. Kenvi, 230 CS to 160 from Keel. This is really, really big, and we often look at 50-50 smite steals. Can Keel get in? He is down 4 levels. That smite is doing about 200 damage less than his opponents. It's going to be such a big difference, and as we check out the gold, there is such a large gap there. Every single member is so much stronger than their opponents, except for Luger versus Katsuri, who's only up about 500.
And so rough for Kill, looking at that goal difference as well. I mean, it's looking like a jungle diff. I really hate to say it. I've seen great things out of Kill, but this is just not his day. On the Nocturne, he's been stopped, he's been choked, he's been completely suffocated, and there's no way in hell that Kill really finds a way back into this. And that is why 100 Thieves continue to press these engages. Katsuri gets caught out and will be the first one to fall. Now Poom getting chased down, but he's a strong boy. He can deal for himself. RJS, however, cannot. A double kill for Tenacity. And with the entire bot side of the map down, this should be game for 100 Thieves as they march into the base of CLG Academy.
Wow, 100 Thieves coming through. They make their Renekton Nidalee work. I had my questions, especially after the first fight that they actually had, but now they're looking really good. They are able to pull CLG around the map, control everything, and again, Kenvi coming up huge in this win as this Nidalee. He's looking really, really good this time around, and 100 Thieves, going to have an opportunity to play up against Evil Geniuses in their next series after they close us out in CLG.
You can't close it out without padding the stats a little bit, getting a couple more kills just to make that KDA look ever so spicy. 100 Thieves Academy, great performance, great comeback. They heard you talking about that Nidalee Renekton combo, Joshi, and that's a victory for it right there.
They do pick it up. I'm not so sure it was because of Renekton and Nidalee, but they did individually great jobs. And overall, like, what more can you ask for? You end up getting a win. A dub is a dub. 100 Thieves take it down 2-1. And wow, we had 2 Game 3s today, Eric.
Yeah.
We don't get that a whole lot. And it was interesting watching the dynamics play out because we had stomp, stomp, close game. Stomp, stomp, close game. And it tends to be something that we don't often see at this level of play. So I'm excited to see that people are able to make adaptations in order to come back and actually have competitive third games.
And Joshi, the other thing about this is I want you to keep in mind the seeding for this matchup. This is the 3rd seed 100 Thieves Academy versus the 14th seed CLG Academy. CLG Academy, they were competitive, but it shows you basically how small the difference is in skill when it comes to these squads.
Yeah, we'll see. We got a lot more teams coming through. We've had a lot of Academy over the past couple of days, but we got a couple more amateur teams going to be rounding out the next series. Or not the next series, but the next couple of series where we get to see how the Academy teams will do up against the amateur teams in the future. Zoos take down one of them, but they still got a lot more Academy teams left to play. So don't go away. Proving Grounds still has a lot more coming up, but we're going to have an interview pretty soon. I can't wait to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I definitely can't wait to hear what they have to say because, like, any member of 100 Thieves Academy could really stand out right here, but the one that stands out to me the most is definitely going to be Luger. Those were some of the sickest plays I have ever seen on a Kaisa.
Yeah, just watching him move around some of these fights is really, really impressive, right? Kaisa, again, best-in-class AD carry in terms of its ability to play out a lot of these fights, to join the rest of the team. And we saw Luger able to play both the diving style as well as the escape style, as we kind of get to see here. He's able to go really aggressive in order to dive onto multiple people. We see him jump on Kotsuri a little bit later on, but the way that he and Poom are able to get himself out alive with this team fight is not something that you see a lot of players have the wherewithal to do. So congratulations and major props.
I just want to bask in this one because this was such a smart play. Poom distracting, pulling one member over for the killer instinct. Mwah! Chef's kiss right there. That was some beautiful play from Luger.
Yeah, and this last fight, like, again, Luger doesn't even need to do as much as he has in a lot of the other fights, simply because he's able to buy enough time, he's able to get the rest of his team strong enough, and they end up cleaning it up in this chaotic fight where the back line isn't able to stand behind the front line, they aren't able to establish battle lines, and 100 Thieves able to show that they can play multiple styles today, and very excited to see how they continue to play throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I was loving this play coming out of 100 Thieves. They adapted well, they dealt with that loss pretty well, and, you know, that loss that they had in Game 2 wasn't that devastating. It was just a slow burn. So what do? They press the tempo. They continue with these comps that do early game damage, but now you have that kind of contingency plan with Luger being able to back it up. All that being said, though, 100 Thieves, they are going to proceed in this tournament, and they will be the ones to be facing off against Evil Geniuses Academy.
Yeah, that'll be another interesting one, right? We've been seeing Evil Geniuses Academy level up quite a bit over the past, month or so, and it's going to be a tough time for 100 Thieves to just push them around like they might have done earlier in the Academy season. And 100 Thieves have shown, like, they play well, but they are mortal. There are ways to take these guys down, and again, the winner plays up against one of the potentially toughest matchups in C9 Academy going up against Zeus. And we said Zeus was favored against TSM. I think this one's a bit harder, but Zeus will probably actually be able to get us a reasonably close series.
I'm looking forward to that one because we saw the Dignitas Mirage matchup. Even though it was a 2-0 going in favor of Cloud9 Academy, it was a competitive one. And if Dignitas Mirage can be competitive, I'm very sure that Zeus can bring, if not the same competition, if not more.
Oh, for sure. Right, we definitely are expecting Zeus to do a little bit better than Dignitas Mirage, who have, they were able to get into this event, and they are continuing to grow, but Zeus surprised a lot of people on how effective they were actually able to play. But we do have an interview coming up with one of the victorious members of 100 Thieves, as we do actually have Tenacity on the line. How you doing today, Tenacity?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, how you doing? You just won a close series going up
chilling.
against CLG, and you guys were able to take it down again with a very different style of composition than I was expecting to see in Game 3. Could you talk me through a little bit about how you guys got to that in the end?
I don't know. You just picked Bully Bear, bro. That champ's fucking OP. I don't fucking know. Oh,
You got a solo kill up against your lane opponent, so it's got to be doing something right at the very least. But we saw a couple of different styles come out from you guys, and especially a lot of emphasis on the Nidalee Renekton, which had a little bit of mixed success. Is this something that you guys have been working on particularly recently? Because I feel like it's a fairly recent development for you guys.
yeah. So early on when Tanner came into our team, we were starting to play it a lot, but slowly as we started playing more with him, we started shifting away from that style, and we have not practiced it in a little bit, right? But it is like somewhat comfort. But obviously we looked really rusty on it, so it definitely wasn't what we expected. But yeah.
And of course, I always got to ask, how is it being part of the Hunter Thieves? They're pretty well known for being one of the better organizations when it comes to developing amateur talent. Are you loving it with Papa Smithy? How's it going over there?
Yeah, it's chill. I don't know. LA's cool. Org's awesome. Everyone's lovely here. So yeah, couldn't be happier.
Nice. Well, I'm glad to hear that things seem to be going well overall. Naturally, we got to look a little bit towards the future, as Evil Geniuses Academy are going to be your next opponents. And give me a little bit of insight into how you guys are expecting this to go. Are you fearing them? Are you, just expecting this to be an easy win? What kind of things are Hunter Thieves Academy thinking about?
Well, based from scrim results, I'm pretty sure it'll be a easy 2-0 for sure. And I get to play versus Tony Top. He's an old rival from amateur. Used to play him a lot, so that'll be fun. He's pretty good. Yeah, I'm expecting it to be a 2-0 essentially. So yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Eric, got anything else?
Oh, I gotta ask, because we just saw one of the best performances I've ever seen out of an ADC and Luger. How is it playing with that bot lane when you have Luger and Poom down there, and some of the things Luger was able to pull off in that game?
It's actually pretty great. Like, they can play weak side, they can play strong side. Luger's a fucking smurf, bro. He's also funny as fuck. He's very funny as well. So I don't know, it's nice playing with him, having a strong bot lane every game. So you just chill on the top lane. Pretty nice.
Nice. All right, well, we got another question then, as we have some more time. Is this amateur scene, as you naturally had some big opportunities to play with the Hunter Thieves next roster, now moving up towards the academy, are there amateur teams that you guys are looking at right now and it's like, wow, these guys are doing quite well, or is it all just easy games left and right for you guys?
I think the only scary team is the Viper team. I think no orc with like 5-Fire Viper Onda. That they're definitely the scariest. Like, probably they'd be really highly rated in academy, maybe even low LCS. I think they're really good, but yeah, that's about it for amateur.
That's about it. Well, we'll see how well they're actually able to play up against these guys. Do you have any expectations on how the opposite side of the bracket between Cloud9 Academy and Zeus is expected to go?
I think C9 will probably 2-0. They're probably the best team in academy right now, so
Probably the best team.
definitely
Well,
expect that.
there you
2-0
go.
from them,
I mean,
so.
Tenacity's got high praise for Cloud9, but congratulations to you guys on your win over CLG today. That's going to be all we have with you today. So again, thank you for coming in. Congratulations, and we're going to be looking to close out the show. Anything else you got left to say?
No, that's it. I'm good.
All right.
Thank you,
All
and
right,
take
thank you so
care.
much.
All right.
All right, that was a straightforward interview with Tenacity.
Yeah.
He pulls no punches, that's for sure.
This champion's easy. These guys are free. What more can you ask for? I mean, the guy's got confidence.
Hey, sometimes that's all you need. Get the confidence, and he's got the skill to back it up as well. So congratulations to Hunter Thieves Academy. They definitely played spectacularly well. And of course, another congratulations to Zeus Gaming being one of the amateur squads to continue to proceed in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, as we heard, Tenacity says Cloud9 Academy potentially the best team that they could potentially go up against, and it's going to be definitely a difficult road. So I'm very excited to see all these different teams go up against each other. It has been an interesting road here throughout Proving Grounds and the Proving Grounds circuit, and we got a whole lot more left to go. This is only day 2 of a 16-team double elimination tournament, so we got plenty more League of Legends action to go as we look towards what is happening tomorrow. We have Dignitas Academy going up against Wildcard, and No Ori going to be playing up against Golden Guardians Academy, so you won't want to miss that at all.
And, oh man, I am very excited for that TLA Barrage game. Pretty much all these games give me a lot of excitement because Amateur Academy, we're getting such a mix of young talent, upcoming talent, going against each other, and it's competitive, Joshi.
It is. All these teams have a lot to show. I mean, I think we saw earlier that even Cloud9 can bleed. They might be the strongest team, but there's lots left to play throughout this entire thing. So, I mean, I'm excited to see 100 Thieves, EG, but there's really nothing that I'm not looking forward to as we get to see all these teams go head-to-head and continue to level up and show that NA does have domestic talent.
Hey, Joshi, I gotta ask, what's the matchup you're most looking forward to when it comes to these next matches?
Are we talking about just tomorrow, or can we go a little bit further than that?
We can go further than that. We can go further than that because there's a lot of spice, man.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Team Liquid versus Barrage, personally. Obviously, we got a little bit of history there. We've been able to talk with Jenkins quite a bit over the past couple of years, but Barrage is one of these teams that at the very beginning of the season we were expecting really big things out of, and they've had a rocky road and able to get here, but this is going to be a big test as to how well this squad is actually going to be able to take down one of the best Academy teams.
I mean, there's a lot of hype matchups, Josie, and I gotta agree with you on that one. TLA versus Barrage is gonna be one I'm looking out for. But, you know, this is not just the end. That's not the only side of the bracket. We now have a new side of the bracket, which is the loser side of the bracket, with Dignitas Mirage versus TSM Academy and FlyQuest Academy versus CLG Academy. So it's not done for those teams that were just defeated here today.
Yeah, they've got a lot more left to play. Obviously, the lower bracket is going to be a bit more difficult to play through. You got to play twice as many games to even get the same kind of placing overall in the tournament, but only a couple teams will be able to make it there in the end. So, lots more Proving Grounds, lots more excitement to be had. Great time overall, and thanks for joining us so much today. Got any final words today, Eric?
I got nothing else to say, but thanks once again for joining us. We will see you guys next time. My name, Eric Desarux-Beltran. My co-caster, it is Joshua Joshi Howard, and we will see you next time for the LCS Proving Grounds. Thank you.